Hello and welcome to beautiful Monin Park on a cloudy, cool day. It should be nicer within the next hour or two, but we're going to start on time. The beauty of a field turf complex, and we've got a good one for you. Matchup of the two teams who played in last year's LEC championship game, the Beacons, who won the LEC regular season and LEC tournament title, and the Warriors, who were the runner-up in both the regular season and the conference tournament. Beacons looking to do something they've never done before, which is win 6 in a row over the Warriors, maybe even 7, as UMass Boston won an incredible 4-0 against Eastern Connecticut State a year ago. Let's take a look at the all-time series. 4 wins last year, 5 in a row, which is incredible considering the Beacons had won just 5 of the first 47 meetings. The Beacons in those 5 meetings have been dominating the Warriors, outscoring Eastern 65-17, including 3 Mercy Rule victories. Last year in the LEC tournament, a 7-1 win to get to the championship game, and then a 13-0 one-hitter in 7 innings as the Beacons defeated the Warriors to earn their second LEC tournament title in as many years. Beacons in that one, a great offensive game from Brian McCormick, 4 for 4. Anthony Cesare went 2 for 5 with 5 RBI. And we'll take a look at the highlights right now. UMass Boston defeated Eastern in 7 innings, 13-0. Four last night, also had 2 the other day against Columbus State. Ball hit to Hughie's going to go to third, and they got him dead to rights. Charlie Hughie is a very cerebral player, and that's the second time this tournament where he's taken out the lead runner on a ball hit on the left side. Recruit players from the state of Mass, swung on and missed from the high fastball, and just like Alexopolis, Aruda comes up with a big strikeout to end the inning. We have Cesare, the Beacons redshirt sophomore in a Wakefield Mass infield in. Cesare hits out to left. That's going to get down, and it's going to score 1 run. They're going to hold McCormick at third base. We've seen a great arm all tournament long from White. And the Beacons have the lead early against Eastern for the second straight day. Yesterday, the play still in order if Aruda can get it. It's hit up the middle. Aruda's going to go to second, chance for 2. Hughie to throw across, and the Beacons get out of it. 1-6-3, just what the doctor ordered. And Tyler Aruda pitching very well through the first 3 frames. The Beacons cling to this 1-0 lead. Player 3-1, hits it out to center. This one should be deep enough as White has a long run. Not sure if he's going to get there, and he won't. And Herzog's going to take off for second on the odd bounce. White was playing Herzog to hit the ball deep to the left side of second base bag, and the 2-2 to Cesare, hit out to deep center. This is going to probably score a run. And again, White's going to be on his horse, and he's going to get there. A sac fly as Eastern is really shifting these Beacons hitters hard because of the wind. Third base. Here in the bottom of the 4th, big swing and a miss, and that'll do it. Aruda, back-to-back strikeouts, needed to get 4 outs there in the 4th inning and successfully did it. We head to the top of the 5th. It's UMass.
15 strikeouts, 2 walks.
Cesare hits it in the exact same spot. It's going to score 1. It's going to score 2. Here comes Herzog to third. Cesare's looking for his second consecutive triple against Okorzalak, and the Beacons have blown it open in the 6th as Anthony Cesare has a chance maybe to be your MVP. A huge bases clearing triple, and the Beacons have blown it open with their 4th 3-run inning of the tournament. An RBI single, a sac fly, and a triple, and he's going to score here as Alexander White's not going to get that one. Sal Frascino's thinking 2. White's throw, it's going to be close, and it's not in there in time. The high bounce, Dale Keller might not have gotten in, and the Beacons have 3 extra base hits in the inning. Each of the first 5 batters have reached. They're all by herself as Riley crushes it out to left. This one has a chance to go, and Eddie Riley just hit his 4th home run of the season. The senior out of Quincy puts an exclamation point on this inning. It is 9-0 UMass Boston here in the 6th.
Yeah, Riley needed that too in today's having 2 strikeouts in his first 2 at bats. He absolutely needed that. It's a huge confidence boost right there. It could be really tough on you.
50 pitches last night. Fowler puts it through the left side. They will send Danny Brown. The Beacons have a 10-0 lead, and they're still just 1 out in the inning as Fowler picks up his league-leading 44th RBI of the year. 7 runs, and McCormick will add another hit. I think they're going to hold Murphy. No, they're going to send him. And Stigler's throw is the second. It's an RBI single from McCormick, who is just a plain 4 for 4 with 2 singles, 2 doubles, 2 runs scored and an RBI from Nick Herzog. The 0-2 and another strikeout. McGuire allows the leadoff walk.
throws pop up the second, strikeout swinging. The Beacons are 1 inning away from earning back-to-back LEC titles up in New Hampshire. The 1-2 hit up the middle. Brown's got his 4th hit of the year, and Sal Frashino's the fastest guy on the team. You know he's going home. The throw is to third. In there safely is Hughie, and the Beacons will have 2 more runners in scoring position after Brown advances on the throw. Second hit of this ball game and avoid the shutout. The 1-2 swing on and miss. UMass Boston, your 2018 LEC tournament champions. They win on their home field for the first time, their 3rd ever title, and the Beacons are back-to-back champs. They go through the LEC field that had 5 regional ranked teams, and they absolutely dominate as they crowd around Carasoto on the left side of the infield.
Let's take a quick look at the LEC standings coming in today's contest. Castleman and UMass Dartmouth split a doubleheader yesterday. Those teams are tied with EastCon right at 500. The Spartans and Warriors right at 4-4. UMass Dartmouth at 5-5. The Beacons currently sitting in a tie for second with Rhode Island College. But because of their win over Southern Maine the other day, even in terms of losses, Rhode Island College's only losses, those both came at home in a road contest. The Southern Maine and a lot of the northern schools have already lost at least 2 home games this year to weather where they've had to travel for their home game. So the Beacons a chance if they can get a couple more wins today against Eastern to really put some pressure on the 3rd-ranked team in the country, the Southern Maine Huskies. Let's take a look at our 4 things to know for this contest. Beacons last year in the LEC tournament outscoring Eastern 20-1. The only 2 losses Eastern suffered. EastCon, their defense has been very good. It all starts with Dale Keller, a really good senior shortstop, 2nd team all-conference a year ago. And UConn transfer Luke Broadhurst playing second. That's been a really good double play combo. Ryan McCormick playing his 100th career game, looking for career hit number 100. He's had a nice hitting streak that took him over 10 games earlier this week. And Jordan Muchin, expect to see the Game 1 starter for this Eastern team pitch every single pitch of Game 1. He's thrown a complete game in each of his first LEC starts. Has a win this year over then number 1 Worcester. He's been very good after pitching Eastern deep into the LEC tournament in each of the last 3 years. Let's take a look at our player to watch, Anthony Cesare, one of the hottest Beacons on the year. Cesare has reached in 19 consecutive games, and over his last 4, an impressive 9 of 15 with 2 runs, 2 RBI, pair of walks, and a pair of doubles. So look to continue that going. The 2nd-year starter has been really good for UMass Boston the last 2 years after losing the entire season to a torn labrum. And we'll hear from him right now in our Beacon Spotlight about his process in getting back into the lineup and just how hard he worked and how Luke Nagel, a former Beacon, was able to help him with that transition after going through a serious injury of his own, and he was able to earn his way back into the lineup 3 years ago.
Freshman year for me, I knew that I was coming in playing college baseball as a freshman. I kind of, I obviously wanted to play. I didn't expect to play much. But freshman year was a big, I think, like a process year. So it was more like trusting the process, like doing what I can do. I've always really focused on hitting, so I tried to get bigger and stronger. I really put a lot of work in the weight room coming from, high school where I worked out, but not as much compared to here. Obviously, there was a lot of spots open. We have a great class. As you see now, there's a lot of seniors who are playing. The lineup is basically all seniors, so you knew you were kind of competing with your classmates, and it was got some transfers too with obviously Murph and Fowler that year. But yeah, it was just a big process year for me. Just trusted the process, put in work every day at practice, put in work every day in the weight room, and tried to carve out a role for myself in the future. Sophomore year for me was really tough. I didn't think the injury was going to be that serious, but I ended up having to get surgery and missed my whole sophomore year. And obviously that year the team went to the World Series. It was a great team, so you knew there was a ton of talent on the roster. And of course I was happy for my team and happy for all the guys. But, it made me think, like, what can I do to make myself better to end up in the lineup and carving out a role for myself to be able to play. So it was really tough, like that summer going into my junior year after I had surgery and did all the rehab. I didn't do that well. So I was coming in the fall with, not as much confidence, but I just kept working every day. And that summer I worked out probably the most and played baseball the most, but probably played 50 plus games that summer. So I just put in a ton of work and tried to carve out a role for myself my junior year. So coming into junior year, I really focused on getting bigger and stronger and just really hitting mostly. I kept up with all my rehab. I knew that I'm a so-so outfielder. I play pretty clean defense. I'm not the fastest. I obviously don't have the best arm, especially after surgery, but I came in and told coach that, I want my bat to stand out. I want to get bigger and stronger and be able to hit for power and really, carve out my role specifically as a hitter to help the team. So I just trusted the process. I hit a lot, like every day, extra, a ton, especially with Kyle Budreas and Nick Herzog. We were always hitting constantly before and after practice with Coach Kev Kelly. And so I really just focused on my hitting after surgery specifically. Luke Nagel, he was one of the grittiest players I played with. He did give me a lot of hope. I did talk to him a little bit. We both played football in high school, obviously. We kind of came from similar backgrounds. He was a quarterback, I was a quarterback. Both played the same positions. So I would just talk to him, and I kind of realized through his play, he's a hustler. He's a grinder. He puts up gritty ABs. So, he never had the best arm. He was never the fastest. He played the whole LEC tournament with a torn hamstring. So it was really came down to hitting. And once I realized that about how a lot of it comes down to hitting, I really, really put a lot of work into hitting. I really wanted to focus on my craft as a hitter and, keep working on my defense so I could play outfield and be able to manage that position. Yeah, honestly, I never thought I was going to see the field after I got surgery. I was kind of just hoping to come in and DH. But, you never know, and I was able to hold my own out there in the outfield, and I actually ended up becoming really comfortable as the games kind of went on and on. I was comfortable at the plate that year, but defense, sometimes I wasn't as comfortable because I haven't been out there in about 2 years. But, yeah, so basically it was more just being comfortable. I also had a lot of help from Sal Frascino and Wanderson Pinales in center field. Those guys were great fielders, but yeah, just putting in the work every day at practice with the coaches, working on things like your first step can all helped me definitely in the outfield that year.
And welcome back. That was our Beacon Spotlight with Anthony Sesser. We're taking a look at the Beacon's starting pitcher. It's senior Fernando Burgos out of Hyde Park, Massachusetts. Already one of the nation's leaders amongst active players with his 21 career wins. Program record tied for 6th amongst active pitchers. He makes his 47th career appearance, 37 start, 21-5 with a 2.98 ERA in 205 and 2/3 innings pitched. 140 strikeouts to 83 walks, a 6.13 strikeout per 9 ratio. This season, an impressive 3-0 record, 3.62 ERA. He's had a couple good starts, a couple bad starts. Has been struggling recently with runners on base. Worked really slowly last weekend in a loss against Plymouth State in which he allowed 7 hits, 2 runs, 1 earned. Took the no decision as the Beacons tied it in the 8th, but had a really nice outing in relief on Wednesday as the Beacons used both Burgos and their Game 2 starter Tyler Aruda in relief of Ben Gottesman. He went 2 innings, 2 hits, 0 earned, and 1 strikeout. We'll show you the Eastern lineup after this first batter is leading off for the Warriors today. Will be their very talented catcher Matt Malcolm, one of the team leaders in pretty much every offensive category. Malcolm, who has been hitting in the cleanup spot, freshman of East Lyme, 5'7", 185, takes the first pitch in there for a strike with the breaking ball, 0-1. Malcolm, who played baseball, soccer, football, and basketball at East Lyme High School, where he was a 2-time all-conference player and a state runner-up as a sophomore before winning the conference title as a senior. Even in the count at 1-1, making his 23rd start in 24 games. He did not play against Clark a couple of weeks ago in non-conference. Hits it high up on the right side. Long run for Cotraro, was playing deep. Lopez will give way, and that's out number 1. And really quickly, let's bring you the starting lineup for the Eastern Connecticut State University Warriors, looking to snap a 5-game losing streak against the Beacons. Malcolm will be followed by William Coleman, Luke Broadhurst, Alex Parkos, Alexander White, John Masagno, Jack Rich, Dale Keller, and Ryan Hood. So a very veteran lineup. Ball's hit softly over on the left side. Long run for Riley. Pick scoops, can't get it out of the glove to throw across, not in time. That'll go as an infield single. A nice play by Riley, but you could see he just could not get the ball out of his glove after the slide on the wet turf. And William Coleman picks up a hit on the left side. So he is the first base runner of the game for either side. And it'll bring up Luke Broadhurst, the UConn transfer. Broadhurst did not play at UConn, retained all 4 years of eligibility. A sophomore out of Stafford, Connecticut, 6'2", 200. At Stafford High School, he was a 3-time first-team Class S All-State shortstop. Set the program record with 118 career hits as he takes a breaking ball on the outside half. Also set a single-season record with 29 stolen bases. Joined the Warriors this semester after spending 3 semesters at D1 UConn. Comes from a really talented athletic family. His father, John, played baseball at Providence, and his mom was a track and field athlete with the Friars. Making his 24th appearance and 23rd start. He's third on the team with a .333 average, second with a .448 on base percentage, and third with a .667 slugging percentage. The 0-1 to him bounces away from McCormick, but he's able to keep it in front, 1-1. Coleman over there at first base. Senior out of North Branford, Connecticut. On the season, 1 for 2 on the base pass. This Eastern team steals a little bit more under first-year head coach Brian Ham, but they're still not a big-time base-stealing team. Under Matt LeBranch, they were very much a team that was looking for the 2-run, 3-run home run. Had just 4 sacrifices all of last season. This year, they're already up to 11 in about half a season. So a little bit more of a small ball effort. 1-2 now to Broadhurst, who is hitting .393 in conference play with a 1,000 slugging percentage. 11 for 28, 3 triples, 3 homers, and 8 extra base hits. 1-2 to him, knifed over the head of Palma. That's going to get down, and a chance for first to third. Long run for Lopez, who will pick it up and keep the runner at first base. But it works perfectly there for Eastern. A jam shot that ends up over the heads of both players on the right side. And Coleman going hard the whole way, recognizing that ball was going to get over the head of Palma. So runners at first and third. Neither ball has been hit hard, but it's worked out in favor of the Warriors, as that will bring up the cleanup hitter, Alex Parkos, who's a guy who, if you've been following the Little East Conference for the last 4 years, is a pretty big household name. Parkos really made a statement as a freshman, where he was named the 2016 LEC Tournament Most Outstanding Player. Was one of the 2 Bash brothers that year for Eastern. He and DJ Scavone, who just really enjoyed their first stint at Monon Park as Eastern went 4-0. For his career, he's been named an all-region player every season. First team as a freshman, second as a sophomore, third as a junior. Burgos takes a while. His first pitch to Parkos. There's that breaking ball that goes a little bit too far outside the zone. For his career, he's playing in his 140th career game. He's missed just 2 games, both coming this season. Career .329 average, .394 on base percentage, .529 slugging percentage, 171 for .520 with 98 runs scored, 130 RBI. He's tied for 9th in program history with his 43 doubles, and also has 5 triples and 17 home runs. One issue is a lot of strikeouts. 129 strikeouts in 139 games versus just 50 walks. And to talk about his consistency, as he's ahead 2-0. Parkos has played in at least 37 games every season with a .329 average or better, 17 or more extra base hits, 49 or more hits, 38 runs scored. The runner takes off for second. They're going to tag him out, and the runner at third did not recognize the delay double steal. I don't know what just happened, but it looks like Broadhurst is hurt as he came up short, did not slide there, and that could be a huge loss for Eastern at the start of a doubleheader. Broadhurst is a guy who has played essentially every game, every inning this year. A great fielder, a big-time power hitter, and he just did not slide there. We'll take a look at the replay and see if we can see anything in terms of just what it might have happened to Luke, but it looked like he was almost recognizing he was going to be tagged out on a delayed double steal, and now the way he's walking off, it looks like that might be the day for Luke Broadhurst. Believe the count is 3-0. But the Beacons get a big break there on the 2-6 caught stealing. So a 4-pitch walk, and instead of the bases loaded, There's runners at the corners with 2 down. So Burgos trying to get out of the inning despite allowing each of the last 3 base runners to reach.
Now batting for the Warriors, number 9, Alex White.
Brings up Alexander White, the other senior who has essentially played every single game the Warriors have played the last 4 years, as Burgos misses with a 5th consecutive pitch. White has also played in 139 games, just like Parkos. And now we're going to see Brendan Ira come out to talk to Burgos. And let's take a look at that attempted steal by Broadhurst, where he pulled up and did not try to slide into second. The throw beat him, but it's really interesting. You see the throw from McCormick and just stays up. Just from looking at it, it might be a leg injury. Probably looked like maybe the left leg, not to speculate too much, as Tessa Martin, the Beacons trainer, goes over and is talking to Broadhurst right now. But really interesting, and that would be a devastating loss for the Warriors to lose a guy like Broadhurst, who has just been so good this season. And they're a team that doesn't go that deep in terms of the guys they regularly use, only 10 to 12 batters. Burgos comes back and catches the outside corner. It's really been trying to push the soft stuff across the outside corner of these Warriors right-handed batters to start this contest. It's the 1-1. That one's hit out to right. Should be playable for Cotraro. Beacons have a chance to get out of the inning, and they will do so. So Burgos gives up 2 singles and a walk in the inning, but the caught stealing helps the Beacons get out of it. 0-0 after half an inning. We'll take a quick commercial break, bring you the Beacons starting lineup, the defensive lineup for Eastern, and a look at the Eastern Connecticut State pitcher.
Paris changed my life, and I got there through UMass. Those very specific seminal moments in Paris. The subway. A man in a tuxedo walked in, and a woman in a long gown. And it was stunning. It all hit me. It was like a lightning bolt. There was this world of beauty and style that I wanted to be a part of. That was the beginning of the journey. And that all came through the University of Massachusetts. And that was really a key moment for me. That's one of those moments you never forget.
Still waiting on if Luke Broadhurst will come back for the bottom of the first as he's being attended to. Let's take a quick look at the Beacons starting lineup. Nick Herzog continues to start in the leadoff spot. He was the cleanup hitter for most of the season, but took over as the leadoff hitter last Saturday against Plymouth State and has been in that spot ever since. Ryan McCormick hitting .278. Kyle Boudris has upped his average to .402 as he's been successful in 20 straight games. Anthony Cesare, our player to watch. Eddie Riley down to the 5-hole. Nick Cotraro is in right. Nick Palma is the first baseman as Kyle Boudris is dealing with a little injury of his own. Josh Lopez making his 2nd consecutive start after not playing for 23 months. And Charlie Hughey's the shortstop. Still no second baseman out there for Eastern Connecticut State. They try to see if Broadhurst will be able to make it. Let's take a quick look at the starting pitcher for Jordan Muchin. Second team all-conference starting pitcher a year ago, and Muchin has been simply dominant this season. Muchin, a guy who has thrown a complete game in every single one of his conference starts, and he has been pitching against some really tough competition. You see the numbers there, an ERA of almost 3, but this is a guy who, through the opener against a really good LaRoche team, defeated the #1 team in the country, Worcester, by throwing 8 scoreless innings in Florida. He's already thrown against UMass Dartmouth, a very good team, and the 3rd-ranked team in the country, the University of Southern Maine. So we'll see how he does today. The second baseman just came out for the Warriors, and we are going to get a change. It's Noah Plantamaro out there at second, and that's a big loss for Eastern. Obviously, Broadhurst could come back for game 2, but you lose one of your best hitters, your 3-hole hitter, in the top of the first inning on an attempted steal. And it will be the freshman out of Bristol, Connecticut, listed as a shortstop/second baseman, 5'10", 170, coming on here in the bottom of the first inning. For the Beacons, leading off, it'll be Nick Herzog, senior out of Riverhead, New York, in his 2nd year as the captain and 3rd year as a starter for the Beacons, playing in his 161st game. He came in tied for 6th in program history and tied for 6th amongst all active Division III players with those 160 games. Takes the second pitch he sees out to right. That should be extra bases. Long run out there for Ryan Hood. Hood will grab it, but he bobbles it a bit, and Herzog's going to take off for third. And Herzog's going to be in there. Believe that should be a double and an error. As Hood, if he had picked it up cleanly, would have kept Herzog to 2. But the Beacons will put a runner on third with no outs on the double and the error by Ryan Hood.
Now batting for the Beacons, number 16, Ryan McCormick.
Brings up Ryan McCormick, Beacons junior catcher with the infield in with no outs. This is a really interesting move. I mean, I've heard of teams bringing the infield in early, 3rd or 4th inning, but in the 1st inning, see if McCormick can put one through. All-region catcher as a sophomore in his first year as a starting catcher, and he'll let that out to center. That is going to take one bounce in front of the center fielder, White, and it didn't matter where the infield one it was, as Herzog will come in to score, and the Beacons lead it 1-0 on the RBI single from Ryan McCormick. So the Beacons already leading at 1-0, and they'll bring up Kyle Boudris, 3-time all-conference player, an all-region third baseman as a sophomore. Boudris is 1 hit shy of tying Dan Mantoni for 4th place in program history in career hits. 221 career hits, currently sits 8th amongst all active Division III players. For his career, hitting .358 with 99 runs scored, 115 RBI, and 158 games played. That one just misses 2-0. He has been playing first base for the Beacons all season long, but because of an injury midweek, they put him in the DH spot, just trying to save his legs a little bit, as Boudris has been on an absolute tear as of late. 20-game hitting streak in which he's hitting .407, 33 of 81. Boudris hits that one up the middle, should be 2. Picked up by Keller, he'll take it himself to throw to first. And the Beacons all of a sudden have no one on with 2 outs. A nice play there by Keller. Smuchin helps himself with the 6-3 double play. And the Beacons have no one on for the cleanup hitter, Anthony Cesare.
Now batting for the Beacons, number 11, Anthony Cesare.
Cesare, the junior out of Wakefield, Mass. Already heard from him in our Beacon Spotlight as part of our pregame. Takes the first pitch, a ball that bounced up there. Cesare, out of Wakefield, played 10 games as a freshman. Did not play due to an injury as a sophomore before earning a starting role as a redshirt sophomore. Fouls that pitch off. On the year, hitting .367, second on the Beacons behind Boudris. He's also second with his .464 on base percentage and third with the .486 slugging percentage. The 1-1 to Cesare. Swung on, maybe got a piece of it, but either way, it's back into the glove of Matt Malcolm. 1-2. Cesare has reached safely in 19 consecutive games. Had a double-digit hitting streak snapped in the midweek, but since then has gone 9 for his last 15 in 4 games. The 1-2 is chopped softly down the first base side. Parkos will charge. He's going to try to take it himself. It's close, but he's out. And the Beacons only get the 1 run on 2 hits in the inning. Show you the hit from Herzog and the RBI single from McCormick, and then we'll take a commercial break.
Celebrate the soggy shoes and the slow starts. Celebrate the lessons learned along the way. These are the wins. Not the shiny nail-biting kind. These are the last a lifetime kind.
While we've got a moment, let's take a look at the defensive lineup for UMass Boston. A couple changes from what we're used to seeing. Nick Palma fills in for Kyle Boudreaux at first base. Nick Cotraro is out there in right field, with Nick Herzog moving to center as Danny Brown sits for the second consecutive game. Anthony Cessary's in left. The left side of the infield has played together all season long. Eddie Riley and Charlie Hughey, and of course Josh Lopez making his first home start of the season after he got the start against Babson, his first start since the College World Series back in 2017. For Eastern, it will be 6-7-8 here in the second inning. John Masagno, Jack Rich, and Dale Keller. Quickly, 1 and 2 to Masagno, the left fielder in today's contest. Masagno Jr. out of Tappan, New York. Knifes that one down the right field side, but fouled. He'll stay at 1 and 2. Masagno started 23 of 39 games as a freshman before not playing in a game last season. As a freshman, he was one of their best hitters. Hit .373 with the team best .453 on base percentage. And he's going to have a hit there. The Beacons were shielding him towards the left field side, but Herzog gets over there quickly and keeps Masagno to just the one base. Already the third hit of the game for Eastern, and that was by far the best hit ball by a Warrior. That'll bring up the designated hitter, Jack Rich, the sophomore out of Meriden, Connecticut, former Wilcox Tech player, where he played baseball in 1 year of basketball. Three-time all-conference player and captain. Team MVP as a senior, where he set the career hitting record and the career single-season hitting record as well. So it's 1-0 to Rich, who hit .204 as a freshman, 10 for 49 and 29 appearances, including 10 starts. Hits it up the middle, could be 2. Lopez is going to take it himself, and then this is a 4-3 double play. So both teams have turned a double play. Two of the better defensive teams in the conference. And just like that, there's no one on for the 8-hole hitter, Dale Keller. And that's what Josh Lopez gives you, a very good defender, a very confident defender. And the senior out of New Haven, Connecticut, immediately making his presence known as he comes up with the 4-3 double play. Brings up Keller, who's in his second year as a starting shortstop after not playing much his first 2 years. Keller, his first 2 years, played in just 23 games, 7 starts, but as a junior, started all 41 games. Quickly behind 0-2. Last year, finished tops on the team with a .449 on-base percentage and .312 average. This season, gone through a bit of a cold spell, .234. Does have a .383 on base percentage. It's the 0-2, another cue shot foul, making Burgos work here. Keller is 15 of 64 with 12 runs scored, 4 RBI, 3 doubles, but is tied for first with his 21 strikeouts. 0-2 coming to him. Breaking ball just misses. McCormick framed it, but that one was off the corner by a little bit. 1-2 with 2 outs to Dale Keller, the 8-hole hitter. Ryan Hood awaiting on deck. Hit up the middle. Easy play for Hughey. Picks it up on 2 hops, throws it across, and Eastern goes down 1-2-3 in the top of the second. It's 1-0 UMass Boston through an inning and a half.
Something I discovered in myself is that if I have a goal, I can accomplish it.
It's a well-rounded experience.
At a Division III school, you primarily a student athlete, so the school is really shaped around you developing yourself as a complete individual.
It helps a lot that you have a family with your team that can guide you.
Let's take a look at a replay right now of Nick Herzog's leadoff triple in the bottom of the first that scratched across a run. Ryan Hood bobbled it, and we'll take a look and see just how much that impacted the play. Herzog has tremendous speed, and this is a long run for Hood, who picks it up, bobbles it a little bit, but upon further review, Herzog's going to be credited with the triple, and the error is going to be taken off the board against Hood. For the Beacons, it will be Eddie Riley, Nick Cotraro, and Nick Palma, 5, 6, 7 against Jordan Muchin, who gave up 5 runs, 4 earned last Saturday in a home loss to Southern Maine, but he gave up 4 of the 5 runs in the 9th inning. So he pitched really well. They kept him in for that 9th, and Southern Maine got to him for 5 of the 9 hits he allowed and 4 of the 5 runs. So Riley takes one on the outside corner, 1-1 with the fastball. Muchin, a guy who is just a pure workhorse. Last year in the LAC tournament, the first game for Eastern against Plymouth State, 140 pitches in the win to keep Eastern in the winner's bracket. 2-1 to Eddie Riley, the Beacons' fifth-year senior out of Quincy, Mass., who started his career at the Division II level. 2-1. Fastball again on the outside corner, 2-2. Riley's a guy who was leading off for the Beacons for the first 15 to 17 games this year, but just trying to take a little pressure off of him because of his strikeouts. 25 of them to lead the team. He's also seen his batting average dip down to 262. 2-2, hit hard out to center. White a long run, and he is not going to get there. Riley had 2 hits the other day against Babson in a double. He's got a chance for a leadoff triple, and the Beacons have leadoff triples in back-to-back innings and a chance to double their lead here in the second. It is difficult to hit a ball past Alexander White, but that's what Eddie Riley just did. We saw White make some incredible defensive plays last year at Monin Park. Really, really fast guy, but unable to quite catch up to that ball that ended up in the triangle. And the Beacons have a runner at third, and again, the infield comes in. Brian Ham is very aggressive defensively. First-year head coach who spent the last 9 seasons at Amherst here in Western Mass as Cotraro fouls off the first pitch. Ham had a ton of success while at Amherst College. During his time with the Mammoths, 221 and 113, 2 NESCAC titles, and 4 NCAA tournament appearances. The 0-1 to Cotraro misses outside. 1-1. We'll hear from Nick before Game 2 with our Beacon Spotlight Series. A guy who really had to work hard for his spot in the lineup and has to work hard in school as well. A nursing major who spends countless hours a week doing clinicals and then extra hours on top of that working at Boston Children's Hospital, which is where he wants to end up after college. It's 1-2 to Cotraro after Muchin caught the inside half. Just trying to hit one to the outfielder through the infield here as he hits one over the right side. Diving effort. That's going to be a hit off the glove of Parkos. And the Beacons, for the second consecutive inning, go leadoff triple, followed by an RBI single. And the lead is 2-0 here. Already 4 hits against Jordan Muchin. The ball was hit hard on the backhand effort from Parkos, who, just like Kyle Boudris, a third baseman his first 3 seasons, but has moved over to the first base bag. Beacons graduated Chris Fowler. Eastern graduated DJ Scavone, 2 of the better first basemen. Ball hit over to the right side, a chance for Panamaro. Throw across, and that is going to be safe at first. A nice job by Palma to beat it out, but nearly an identical start to the first inning where the Beacons went triple, single, and double play. This time, though, Palma just barely able to beat the throw from Keller, and the Beacons have a runner on with 1 out. Brings up Josh Lopez. Diving back in there is Nick Palma at first base, a guy who has gotten his first chance to start here as a sophomore about halfway through the year. Josh Lopez, 1 for 4 on the season. Missed 23 months before coming back the midway point of this season. A guy the Beacons are hoping will provide a spark at second base. They graduated Dave Murphy, an all-region second baseman last year, and they just have not been getting great production out of the second base spot this season. As the 0-1 hit over to the third baseman, could be 2. The throw from Coleman finds Panamaro, and getting thrown out at first base is Lopez. So instead of getting the double play with no outs, they get it with 1, and the Beacons go down in an almost identical way to the first inning. We head to the third. The Beacons lead 2-0, and we'll bring you a highlight heading into commercial.
I just wanted to get good grades and to do well. But it also made me realize that I have a lot of career goals.
You're there to get a full college experience, not only participate in your sport, but participate in things outside of that, and it's all about growing as a person.
My coaches have helped me with figuring out who I really am. Their lives are dedicated for us to succeed.
Warriors number 10, Ryan Hood.
9-1-2 for Eastern in the third. It'll be Ryan Hood followed by Matt Malcolm and William Coleman. And if we get to it, Noah Pantamaro hitting the 3-hole after the injury to Luke Broadhurst in the top of the first inning, trying to steal second base. A huge loss for the Warriors. The UConn transfer has been one of their best hitters and has also put together a .991 fielding percentage at second base. So a really good two-way player for Eastern. 0-1 to Ryan Hood is hit softly on the right side. This one has a chance to stay fair. Long diving effort from Lopez. And again, that's what Josh Lopez can bring you. A great defensive effort, and Lopez, a guy who's played in the outfield, including center field throughout his career, is able to make the long-ranging play for out number one here in the top of the third. Not an easy play, and that's a guy you really want to keep off the base pass. Ryan Hood last year led the conference in stolen bases. Instead of having a leadoff base runner here in the third inning, there's one out for Matt Malcolm, who flew out to right to lead off.
Now batting for the Warriors number 15, Matt Malcolm.
Malcolm takes the first pitch and skies it. This one should stay on the infield. Under it is Hughie. Takes a couple steps back and makes the play for out number two. So two quick outs. Burgos looking for his first 1-2-3 clean inning thus far. In the second, he gave up a leadoff single before getting a double play. Brings up William Coleman, who reached on an infield single, moved to third base on the single from Luke Broadhurst, but was left over at third after getting there with one out. Coleman listed as a second baseman as that one bounces past, but over the last couple games, he's been starting at third base. Well, in fact, 5 straight starts at third base after never playing at the hot corner his first 3 seasons. Takes it inside. 2-1 to Coleman, who played baseball and competed in indoor track at North Branford High School. The 2-1 hits softly up the middle. Charging it is Hughie. Picks it up on 3 hops to throw across. A diving effort from Coleman, not in time. And the Beacons retire the Warriors 1-2-3 in the frame. See if we can bring you that Josh Lopez diving effort that started the inning off, and then we'll take a commercial and bring you a look around the rest of the conference as UMass Boston leads it 2-0.
Being a part of the different activities and organizations that I've been a part of, I'm actually able to see myself where I'm like, hey, I actually can make a change. I'm one person that can make a difference.
Division III has helped me to develop teamwork skills, critical thinking skills, time management skills.
It's not just about basketball, or it's not just about school, it's about developing yourself as a person altogether.
We're going to wait to bring you updates from around the conference. Do have the updates from yesterday. Castleton, who was playing at UMass Dartmouth as their home games for the Spartans, earned a 3-1 win over Matt Cronin, the All-American ace of the Corsairs in Game 1, before falling 3-1 in Game 2. So the Corsairs, who already have beat the Beacons and Southern Maine, handing each of those teams one of their 2 losses, moved to 5-5 in conference play. Castleton at 4-4 in a deadlock with Eastern. Castleton, the 9th member of the LEC, meaning it's going to be a little harder to get into the 6-team LEC tournament this year. First pitch to Charlie Hughie is down and away, 1-0. See if Hughie can follow the same path the Beacons have done in the first 2 innings, leadoff triple followed by a single. Hughie definitely does have the speed for a triple. We'll see if he can hit one to a gap, just like Nick Herzog and Eddie Riley were able to do in the first 2 innings leading off. 2-0 to Hughie. That one is on the outside, half for strike 1. Mike Hinosa is behind the plate with Mike Rabideau on the base pass for today's Little East Conference doubleheader between the Beacons and Warriors. 2-1. Fastball right at the belt, 2-2. Muchin not used to probably running into this much trouble early, a guy who has been dominating for the most part all season long. 2-2 bounces up there, 3-2 to Hughie, who's typically one of the harder guys to strike out. Fouls off a lot of pitches. Is very much a second leadoff hitter in this Beacons lineup, hitting 9th. Senior shortstop out of Sandy Hook, Connecticut. First team all-conference last year. The 3-2 hit softly. That's going to go right up the middle. Long run for Keller. Dive, scoops, throws, not in time. A slowly hit cue shot that just missed Muchin. And the Beacons have a leadoff base runner for the 3rd straight inning on a ball that was hit just slow enough to deny Keller of a great diving effort and a great play. So Hughie is aboard for Nick Herzog, who tripled his first time up. Hughie, that was his team-leading second triple of the year. Or Herzog, his second triple of the year. Also has 2 home runs. Hit one the other day against Babson in a 6-3 loss. Snapping the Beacons' 3-game winning streak. UMass Boston won Game 2 last week against Plymouth State. Defeated Southern Maine 7-3 the other day. And then beat Roger Williams on the road on Wednesday. Herzog and Hughie, probably the Beacons' 2 fastest base runners. We'll see if the Beacons can get some motion. Herzog takes off for second. The throw from Malcolm not in time. And just like that, Charlie Hughie has his first stolen base in the last dozen games. He's been held off the base pass a lot and just hasn't been able to get the base running game going. But for Hughie, that is career stolen base number 51. Herzog and Hughie combined between the 2 of them, closing in on 100 career stolen bases. Both are in the top 10 in program history in career steals. 2-0 coming to Herzog with the runner at second base. Hits it high out to left. This one has a chance to go, and it's gone. Nick Herzog, his second home run in as many games, and the Beacons have doubled their lead once again. It's 4-0 with no outs here in the 3rd. Herzog hit one in Florida in the Beacons' second game of the season. Did not hit one again until Babson on Thursday. And now 2 home runs in the past 2 games. And the Beacons have struck for 4 earned runs in the first 2+ innings against one of the top pitchers in the LEC. And Herzog has been a huge part of that with a triple and a home run. Got to figure the cycle could be in play today for Herzog. Only needing a single and a double, and we're still in the 3rd inning with no outs. Ryan McCormick behind 0-2, fouls off a pitch. McCormick, the infield in his first at-bat, had an RBI single up the middle. The 0-2 to him is a little bit low there to the Beacons junior catcher. McCormick started the year hitting .130 in Florida, but had a 14-game hitting streak before going 0-for-3 with 2 walks against Babson on Thursday. He has reached successfully in every game this season, and that's because he leads the conference in walks. 1-2 nearly catches him there. McCormick on the season, 21 walks to lead the conference versus just 11 strikeouts. 2-2. That one's on the outside corner. McCormick knew it immediately, fooled by the outside fastball. And Muchin settles in just as he's done every single inning. He's allowed back-to-back hits the start inning, and then he's immediately settled in and gotten the next batter, as that's the first strikeout for the Eastern Connecticut State ace. There's one out for Kyle Boudris, who grounded into a 6-3 double play. His first at-bat, Parkos' long run. It's a foot race between Muchin and Boudris. And Boudris, who's a little bit gimpy right now with that leg injury, unable to win the foot race with Muchin. So there's 2 down. That's a play where if it's anyone else, it's a chance for an infield hit. But instead, Boudris, who's walking gingerly back into the dugout, is out for out number 2, and Cesare takes a first pitch fastball on the outside half. Boudris, remember, not in the lineup because of that leg injury. He's 0 for 2. Has been waiting a little bit later in the last couple of games to get that first hit. Took till the 10th against Endicott last week, and then against Plymouth State in Game 1 last Saturday, waited till the 8th inning. And against Babson on Thursday, it was the 7th inning that he got his hit to extend his hitting streak to a career-high 20 games. 0-2. Now, the program record is 37, set by the Beacons' former first baseman, Chris Fowler, back in 2017. So a ways to go for Boudris to even think about setting that program record. The 0-2 on the inside half. 2 strikeouts in the inning for Muchin, who gives up a 2-run homer, but settles down after that. We'll bring you the Nick Herzog home run heading to the break, and then we'll be back with the 4th and a look around the conference as UMass Boston leads at 4-0.
College has given me the flexibility to pursue my passions and my interests, and I've recreated my identity for myself aside from just being an athlete.
My greatest personal discovery has been that I am capable of doing things that I didn't know I was capable of doing.
To be able to study what I wanted to and continue to play the sport I love, all of those things came together very nicely in one package in Division III.
Three, 4, 5 for Eastern in the 4th, but it's not Luke Broadhurst. Remember, Broadhurst coming out after trying to steal a bag in the first inning and coming up a little bit limp as he had to immediately be treated in the dugout. It's Noah Plantamaro, the freshman middle infielder who comes on in relief. Let's take a look at the numbers on Plantamaro this season. Making his 5th appearance, as it's 2-1, and a couple of Eastern parents not happy with that strike call. Plantamaro, his 2nd at-bat of the year, as he hits it high on the third base bag. That's going to be a foul ball. Plantamaro would have been out by 2 steps, but Riley probably fielded that one just foul. I think that was the right call from our home plate umpire. Plantamaro 1 for 1 on the year with 2 RBI, a walk. Has a sacrifice fly and had played once in the field previously with an assist. So a very big spot for Plantamaro, likely his first LEC conference appearance of the year for the freshman out of Bristol, Connecticut, Bristol Central High School. And he goes down swinging for out number 1 of the 4th, as Burgos, who got a 1-2-3 inning in the 3rd and is retired 6 batters in a row now, looks to settle in after allowing 3 straight base runners to reach in the 1st. That's the first strikeout of the day for Burgos. So he faces Alex Parkos, who worked a 4-pitch walk back in the first inning, and I don't think he'll get anything too good to hit here in the fourth inning with no one on and one out. Parkos is a guy that can easily beat you with one swing of the bat as he ropes one out to left, and Alex Parkos picks up yet another hit here at Monin Park. A guy who I would say is as big of a Beacons killer here at Monin Park as anybody I've ever seen. Not even just the Beacons. Anytime Parkos plays here, he just loves hitting the ball to that left field side, especially playing it off or over the mini monster in left field. Brings up Alexander White, who flew out to right with runners at the corners and 2 outs back in the first inning. First pitch to him. Fastball, strike one. White had been hitting in the leadoff spot last couple of games as the 0-1, a little bit too far inside, 1-1. Attended Conard High School where he was a baseball, football, and indoor track athlete, playing his 140th career game, a career .288 average, .413 on base percentage, .424 slugging percentage. Another nice pick from McCormick. Kept a couple balls that had bounced up there from getting back to the stop with runners on. White sitting on 147 career hits, 118 runs, and 81 RBI, 28 career doubles, 7 triples, and 9 home runs, and has walked 107 times to 97 walks as the throw across, and that's another double play turned by the Beacons. 2 double plays in the first 4 innings. That one will go down as a 1-4-3 double play, and the Beacons are cruising again here in the first 4 innings against the Warriors team. They've won 5 in a row against, and this Beacons team looks to be regaining a little bit of their mojo here at Monin Park.
I'm the first undergraduate alumnus to lead this university. I'm very proud of that. I was literally able to transform my life because of the University of Massachusetts, and I want that for every single student that walks through the door.
Take a look around the rest of the conference. Keene State travels to Southern Maine. That game does not start till 1 p.m. Originally a noon start, but with all the rain that poured down overnight, a lot of games either being postponed or pushed back today. Rhode Island College hosting Plymouth State. The Anchormen, who are tied with the Beacons at 4-2 in conference play coming into the day, lead Plymouth State 2-1. UMass Boston split with the Panthers last week as Dylan Gaeta threw a really strong game 1. One of a number of really good senior starting pitchers in the conference. When you think about the LAC this year, you've got Dalton Rice at Southern Maine. You've got Jordan Muchin at Eastern Connecticut State. Fernando Burgos at UMass Boston. And even JT Morin, who's out for the year. He's also a 4th-year player for the Beacons. Then you've got Gaeta at Plymouth State. And those are only the teams we've seen thus far here at Monin Park. Of course, you have to factor in Matt Cronin at UMass Dartmouth, an All-American. This is a really good senior class when it comes to starting pitchers. Brings up Eddie Riley to start the 4th. Riley hit a triple out to right center his first time up, leading off the 2nd inning, and came in to score in a Nick Cotraro RBI single off the glove of Alex Parkos. Riley takes a 1-0 fastball, 1-1. Riley's the guy the Beacons are looking to get going after he went into a little bit of a slump. The 1-1 to him. Break him on the outside half. Riley was looking fastball. Recognized that he was going to be off and held off. Riley was 0 for 17 over a 5-game span before the last 2 games, where he's gone 3 for 8 with a double. Make it 4 for 9 with a double and a triple, and he's 4 for 10. That was a curveball that looked like a strike to everyone up here, but it's ball 2. Maybe a little inside, but that 12-6 curveball looked very good from our perspective. 2-2 to Eddie off the corner. That was just a little bit further off, but again, I think a lot of umpires here in New England would have been ringing Riley up on one of the last 2 pitches, if not both of them. Both pitches extremely close. See if Riley swings the bat here on 3-2. 3-2 pitch. Chopper over to Keller at short. 2 bounces to throw across. Keller's got a great arm, and Riley is retired, but Muchin forced to throw maybe 1 or 2 extra pitches that he needed to in that at-bat. Brings up Nick Cotraro, and we'll see if we can bring you a look at Nick's RBI single before we get to this at-bat. Maybe a couple pitches in. Cotraro gave the Beacons a 2-0 lead back in the second with the single, and he looks like he's got another one. Hard liner out to center that gets it down in front of White, who plays so deep here at Monin Park. And Cotraro joins Herzog as the first 2 Beacons with multiple hits in this contest. Already 7 hits for UMass Boston and 4 earned runs. Brings up Nick Palma, who beat out a possible double play ball back in the second inning with Cotraro at first base and no outs. Palma takes it low, 1-0. Nick, a sophomore out of Peabody, Mass., listed as an outfielder / first baseman, 5'11", 190. They throw over, and Cotraro is just barely back there in time. Dan Gamble having some words with him. Gamble, the Beacons pitching coach and first base coach, and also childhood friends with Brooks Koepka, who, if you're a golf fan or just a Masters fan, because I feel like that's when most people pay attention to golf, is in very good contention heading into the weekend. Swing and a miss on the hit and run. The throw down to second, and out at second base is Cotraro, as Malcolm with a gun able to get Cotraro there. And that's a situation where if you're Palma, you're just trying to get a piece, but he couldn't catch up to the pitch that was outside the zone. And Cotraro was down 2-6, caught stealing for the second out of the 4th inning. Palma Q shot, and it's 1-2 now to the Beacons' 7-hole hitter and first baseman. One-two, hit hard, but right at the second baseman, Plantamaro, who will throw across, and the Beacons go down in the 4th inning, 1-2-3, although not the traditional way. Head to the 5th inning, UMass Boston leading it 4-0. Take a look around the rest of Baconville when we get back from this commercial break.
I did receive a non-athletic scholarship upon entering school.
I got the presidential scholarship, which was huge for me.
I think there's more opportunities for academic scholarships in Division III.
I did receive academic scholarships. Just being involved on campus, being a leader, all those things combined kind of get me recognized. It's a great experience for me.
Quick look around the rest of Beaconville. Softball's hosting Keene State. The game 1 is supposed to start at 1 p.m. Not sure if it will because the field is still apparently a little soggy. The men's tennis team looks like they should start right around 1 p.m. as they're hosting Western Connecticut State right behind us. Lacrosse is at Eastern Connecticut State looking for their first 2-game winning streak of the season. And the outdoor track and field team, the women's team, is at Southern New Hampshire today for the Penman Relays. Here at Monin Park, the sun's coming out. It's warming up. It's a gorgeous day. Nothing to complain about when you've got field turf with rain overnight. As long as you tarp the mound, you're good to go right at noon, and that's what we had today. A beautiful day for baseball in Boston. Beacons leading it 4-0 through 4 innings. They scored 1 in the first, 1 more in the second, 2 in the third on a Nick Herzog home run. Eastern had 3 runners on in the first inning, but since then have had just 2 hits, and both of them have ended up with double plays to end the inning. Beacons turned a 4-3 double play in the second, and then a 1-4-3 inning-ending double play in the fourth. John Masagno, who singled to center but was erased on that 4-3 double play in the second inning, steps up 1-1. Masagno hit a sharply hit single out to center his first time up. It's the 1-1 offering breaking ball. It's a good one right at the knees on the outside half, 1-2. See what Burgos elects to throw here on 1-2. Fastball misses, trying to get him to chase, 2-2. Masagno has hit extremely well in conference play. Coming into the day, .355, 11 of 31 with 4 doubles, 2 homers, and 8 of his 12 RBI in the year. If you're going to be hot in a certain span, might as well be conference as the breaking ball is just a little low and the count runs full. Back-to-back pitches the Beacons hoped Masagno would chase, but Masagno showing good patience there. On the season, he has struck out 14 times versus 7 walks. Burgos gets the sign from the McCormick. 3-2, bounces up there. 3 consecutive balls, and Masagno reaches as the leadoff batter for the second time today. Just the second overall leadoff base runner for the Warriors. And he's aboard for Jack Rich, who grounded into a 4-3 double play back in the second. Jack Rich is one of a pair of designated hitters this year for Brian Ham. He's used in conference doubleheaders. Nice one down the left field line. That's going to stay fair, and Masagno heading towards third. We'll see if they send him. Brian Ham's going to hold him up. No reason to make the first out at home plate. But a nice job by Rich to take it the opposite way, and all of a sudden runners at second and third with no outs. Easily the best start to an inning that Eastern has had today. And Dale Keller's got a chance to drive in a pair with a base hit. Keller grounded into a 6-3 ground out to end the second inning. Hitting just .234 this season after finishing last year at .312 with an on-base percentage of .449. He's got 4 RBI in the year, 3 doubles, has walked 16 times and struck out 21 times. And he has struggled in conference play. Takes the first pitch, just misses. One and 0 to Keller. Ball on the right side should score a run. To the outfield should definitely score a run with the speed of Masagno. Burgos misses way outside, 2-0. Last thing you want to do here if you're Burgos and the Beacons is allow the Warriors to get a big inning after you were rolling through the first 4 frames. 2-0 coming to Keller. Fouled off. That nearly caught the first base coach down there on the right side. The Beacons, the home team, use the first base dugout as the home dugout with Boston College High School, who splits Monon Park's ownership on the left side. So the Warriors in the third base dugout for today's conference doubleheader. 2-1 coming to Keller, who nearly took out his first base coach on the last pitch. 2 on with no outs. Eastern trying to get their first run across against Burgos. Another foul ball. This one's hit a little bit less sharply down the right field side, 2-2. Keller started the conference season with a 4-for-9 doubleheader against UMass Dartmouth with 2 runs scored and 3 doubles. Since then, over his last 6 conference games, just 3 for 14 with 4 runs scored and RBI. He struck out 6 times in those 14 at-bats versus 4 walks. Burgos would love a strikeout right here. The 2-2 on the inside half, and getting a piece of that, maybe a piece of his foot as well in the foul ball, is Keller. It was interesting. On that pitch, Brian Ham ran over to third base just before the pitch and had some words with John Masagno, maybe thinking that pitch might have a chance to get in the dirt, be aware, be alive here, but nothing doing on that one. So he gives Keller a little bit of a fist bump, making sure he's okay. He's already lost his starting second baseman, at least for game 1. Can't afford to lose Keller, who just fouled the pitch off his foot. 2-2, Beacons conceding the run scored, especially in the middle infield. Riley's in at third. It's the 2-2 just a bit too far inside. And Burgos trying to avoid 2 walks to the first 3 batters here in the 5th. Walks have been an issue for Fernando recently. Has 2 thus far in 4+ innings. 3-2 coming to the 8-hole hitter with Ryan Hood on deck. 3-2 pitch popped up a mile high. Herzog coming in on it. Hughie's going to call off both players, and he'll make the catch in shallow center. And that will keep the runners at second and third base on the mile high pop-up that just barely got out of the infield. Brings up Ryan Hood, who flared one down the right field line on a ball that was tailing foul, and Josh Lopez made a phenomenal defensive play to get the first out of the third inning. Hood is a guy who can absolutely fly. In past years, I would say this isn't a bunt situation because Eastern doesn't bunt, but I wonder if they try to get a bunt down here. And with Hood, you're not really trying for a squeeze. You're trying for a bunt single. Hood takes the first pitch, pops it up to shallow right center. Coming in on it is Cotraro. Herzog's calling him off. The two run into each other. Taking off for home and now heading back is Masagno, and the Beacons catch a break. That could have been really bad with two guys running into each other, not used to playing next to each other out there in right and center. But it's a nice play by Cotraro, the right fielder, to make the catch in right center. And there's now two down with two on for Matt Malcolm, the leadoff hitter. So a big 2 outs there, 2 weakly hit balls that weren't deep enough. And it all comes down to Matt Malcolm, one of the team's top hitters, who has flown out to right and popped up to short. Malcolm is tied for 4th in the LAC with his team leading 8 doubles. He also has 3 home runs, which is good for 2nd on the team. 17 RBI in the season. The Sun has come out and started to bake Monin Park. And Josh Lopez recognizing that, hey, these pop-ups could be a little bit more difficult, asking for some sunglasses, and he'll get them. Last thing you want to do is have a ball drop because you can't see it in the sun. It's always a little bit more difficult to catch pop-ups, fly balls, any kind of ball in the air here at Monin Park because of the constant wind that never quite stays in the same direction. First pitch to Malcolm. Fastball that catches the inside half, 0-1. Burgos allowed a walk and then a double to lead off the inning. But a pop-up to short and a fly out to shallow right center. He's got a chance to get out of the inning. Popped up foul. This will get out of play, 0-2. 0-2 with 2 outs. Top of the 5th inning. Fernando Burgos looking to work himself out of a jam and keep the score at 4-0. If Malcolm were to reach, William Coleman's on the on-deck circle as the Warriors try to cut into the deficit. Awkward defensive swing to stay alive. Stays at 0-2. To Malcolm. He tries to come through with potentially RBI number 19 and 20 of his freshman campaign. 0-2 breaking ball. This is again going to be fouled on the right field side. Not enough room for Palma, who got over there quickly. It's the other benefit of having Palma at first base. He's an outfielder by trade, moves a little faster than Boudris does, so he can possibly get to some balls that stay in play in that little bit of more expansive room down the right field side than the left field side, where there's very little foul territory once you get to the turn in the fencing past third base. Count still at 0-2. Back-to-back foul balls by Malcolm to stay alive. Burgos throwing pitch number 60 of his outing in just 5 innings. The 0-2 swung on and missed. A huge strikeout and a big reaction from Fernando Burgos as the Beacons get out of it in the top of the 5th. 2 on with no outs, and Burgos gets 3 batters in a row to keep it at 4-0.
Cheer for the stumbles. That he should have had that. And the tears that linger. For in those moments, greatness lies. There, you will find the provoked, the determined, the unified. It's in those moments that champions are born.
Josh Lopez to lead off the top of the fifth, and Lopez has made some huge plays already in this game, all with the glove. Josh Lopez is the rare player who can make a huge impact on a game while doing nothing offensively. He made a great running catch back in the third inning to rob Ryan Hood, and he's already been a part of 2 double plays for UMass Boston. Lopez, in his only at-bat today, is grounded into a double play of his own, 5-4-3. Did he go? Peel down to the first base umpire. He did. Quickly 0-2 to Lopez, who again making just his 6th plate appearance of the year. Came in today 1 for 4 with the single the other day against Babson. Second start for the senior out of New Haven, Connecticut. Takes the pitch wide, 1-2. Lopez, a guy who in his last season with the Beacons was one of their best hitters. Hit .377, a team high as a junior, as that pitch misses on that team that went to the College World Series in 2017. .466 on base percentage, .455 slugging percentage, 55 of 146 with 41 runs scored and 22 RBI. Hits it up the middle. He's got his second hit of his senior season, and the Beacons now have 8 hits in 4+ innings, and all of a sudden Eastern, who has not pulled Muchin from a game in conference play, has 2 relievers. Actually, maybe it's more than just the 2 relievers heading out to the bullpen. Muchin has been roughed up here through the first 4+ innings. Brings up Charlie Hughey, the Beacons' shortstop, who singled, stole a base, and came home on Herzog's homer back in the 3rd. Shows bunt, pulls it back, takes the first pitch for strike 1. This is something the Beacons love to do with Hughey. Because of his immense speed, even if he shows bunt, even if the defense knows it, he's going to put pressure on the defense with his speed, trying to beat it out. The Beacons want to try to scratch across another run as Lopez is back in time on a really good pickoff move from Jordan Muchin. Not easy for a righty to get it over there quickly and possibly fool the base runner, but Lopez, who is a guy who's a bit of a pest on the base pass, is able to dive back in there safely. Hughey again shows bunt, had a big safety squeeze the other day against Southern Maine. Charlie playing in career game number 154. Beacons have 3 starters in their lineup today who have played 150 games or more. Eastern has 2 guys playing their 140th games. Helps to have senior leadership. Hughey pops up the bunt. It'll go foul there. Parkos watched it. He probably could have picked it up and gotten Hughey, but willing to take his chances now with 2 strikes to Hughey, especially with Muchin's strikeout numbers, 40 strikeouts to 9 walks coming into the day. You trust Muchin to not walk the batter and hoping for a strikeout to keep Lopez at first base. Nick Herzog due on deck. He does have a triple and a home run already, though. So even if Lopez is at first base, he could easily be coming home to score on one swing of the bat. 0-2. Lopez took off, headed back, and it's strike 3. Hughey goes out of the zone to swing at strike 3. And there's 1 out with a runner on first for Herzog, who has been simply phenomenal in this contest. Led off with a triple to right and scored on a Ryan McCormick single in the 1st, and then hit a 2-run homer over the mini monster and left in the 3rd for his 2nd homer in as many games. First pitch to Nick, breaking ball. It's been a while since a Beacon has hit for the cycle. We'll try to get you those numbers if Nick gets a little bit closer to that. That's going to take some digging. 1-0 to Herzog, who is playing in his 161st career game. That's not just top 6 in program history, but also top 6 in all of Division III. Got to be a guy who played a lot from day one. And while Herzog didn't start as a freshman, he came on as a defensive replacement pretty much every game. Started the last 3 years. 1-0, misses outs. Ooh, they're going to say that caught the outside corner. A little bit of extra on the corner there from Mike Hinosa. 1-1. And honestly, I don't have any issues with that as long as it's going to be there consistently. And Hinosa, for the most part, has been giving the corner, although there's been a couple pitches, especially from Muchin, I thought could have been called for strikes against Beacon's batters. The 1-1 as Lopez takes off. Breaking ball. The throw from Malcolm is a good one, but it's not in time. Tough to throw out a runner like Josh Lopez on a breaking ball, and that was the benefit there as the Beacons have a runner at second now for Herzog, who already has 2 RBI in each of his past 2 games. Beacon's lead is 4. 1 in the first, 1 in the second, 2 more in the third. Scoreless 4th inning. Beacons try to scratch across at least 1 more here in the 5th to keep their momentum going. 2-1 to Herzog. And he'll take it low, 3-1. See if Muchin gives Herzog anything to hit with first base open. Not that Ryan McCormick's the guy you really like facing either, but Herzog has certainly had some good fortune thus far against Muchin. Long pause, the 3-1 coming, hit through the right side, and Herzog is a double shy of the cycle. Is coming all the way home from second is Lopez, and Herzog is 3 for 3 with 3 RBI. That stolen base proving huge there as Lopez easily able to motor his way home, and the Beacons have made it 5-0. With only 1 out in the 5th, and Ryan McCormick steps up. McCormick an RBI single to center in the first. Taking off the first pitch is Herzog. Taking off on the pitch was Herzog to allow the Beacons to avoid the double play. The hit and run doesn't really work out as McCormick hits it right at Parkos. So the Beacons put a runner at second with 2 down for Budris, who still really early in this game in the 5th, but looks like the Beacons might only get 8 innings, so Budris, his 3rd time up, looking to extend the hitting streak to 21 games. Takes the first pitch, just off the corner for ball 1. Budris at home this season hitting .486 with 13 RBI. He's had 3 3-hit games over his last 4. Taking off for third is Herzog. Budris hits it out to right. This is a long run for Hood. Going back on, it's over his head, and it's going to be a double off the wall. Kyle Budris extends his hitting streak to 21, and the Beacons lead it 6-0 here in the 5th. Well, Muchin, who has been as good as it gets here in the Little East Conference over his 4 seasons, is getting roughed up here at Monin Park. The Beacons now with 10 hits, 6 earned runs. And UMass Boston is hit for the cycle. Accessory hits it over to left. Masagno fighting off the sun makes the play, but not before the Beacons add 2 more runs, and they extend their lead to 6-0 through 5 frames.
The University of Massachusetts Boston, with its scenic oceanfront campus, easily accessible to downtown Boston, is recognized as a model of excellence for urban public universities. 16 NCAA Division III sports are part of the more than 100 student organizations that create an engaging campus life in America's biggest and best college town. UMass Boston, Boston's urban public research university for the 21st century.
William Coleman leads off the 6th for Eastern. Coleman to be followed by Noah Plantamore and Alex Parkos. Everything is really coming up either very pro UMass Boston or very anti-Eastern Connecticut State, depending on what color blue you wear, whether it's navy or royal. The first pitch by Coleman is hit through the middle, and Coleman has himself a leadoff single. So that's a good start for Eastern when they could really use it. They do have 6 hits in the game. The issue is they haven't been able to come through with the big hit, as the Beacons have been able to turn some double plays, a big strikeout to end the 5th after they had 2 on in scoring position with no outs. Burgos was able to get out of it, and then the way the Beacons have been able to hit, we've got a pinch hitter for Eastern Connecticut State for Plantamore. It'll be Jake LaFave pinch hitting in the 3 spot. He's already the 3rd player to play in that 3rd spot after Luke Broadhurst was forced to come out of the game after pulling up limp trying to steal second in the 1st inning. LaFave is typically a guy who DHs for this team. He is listed as a catcher, but has played a little bit of infield. Right now, home plate umpire Mike Hinosa is struggling. I don't know if he ever got the change that Plantamore was in the game. It looked as if LaFave was having to explain when the first player came off, I'm coming in for the second player. Beacons apparently got the substitution, but I'm not sure if Hinosa did. So LaFave will get an at-bat here, trying to come through as Eastern trails 6-0 after a 2-run 5th for the Beacons. Beacons scored 1 in the 1st, 1 in the 2nd, 2 in the 3rd, 2 more in the 5th. LaFave, a junior out of Mansfield Center, Connecticut, attended Edwin O. Smith High School, basketball and hockey player. 1-1 after he fouls off the 1-0. LaFave, as a freshman, played in 20 games, 13 as a starter, mostly as the backup to Merlin Herrera. Hit .270, 10 of 37 with 11 runs scored and 6 RBI. As a junior, making his 21st appearance, 11th off the bench. .267, 352 on base percentage, .289 slugging percentage, 12 of 45 with 9 runs scored and 6 RBI. This is his 3rd appearance in the last 5 games. Takes it inside 2-2. LaFave the other day against Dean came off the bench and went 1 for 2 with the run scored and 2 RBI. Against Southern Maine last Saturday in game 2, 2 for 4 with a double. And he's even in the count 3-2. And that's one of those pitches where it looks pretty good from up here, but no love from Mike Hinosa. His count runs full to LaFave, who's the pinch hitter here in the 6th in the 3-hole for Plantamore. 3-2, swung on and missed. Oh, no, they say he got a little piece of it as it came out of the glove of McCormick, who couldn't quite hold on. Interesting, there was no motion from William Coleman over there at first base with the 3-2 pitch, trying to play it maybe a little conservative down by 6. Hit over on the left side. Beacons are only getting at 1. Riley picks, scoops, throws. LaFave is retired, but moving up to second base is Coleman. Brings up Alex Parkos. Parkos has walked and singled to left, but was erased in the 4th inning on an inning-ending double play and was stranded at first back in the 1st. Only player who has yet to be retired outside of Masagno, who hits in the 6th hole. Takes the first pitch outside. Again, with first base open, I don't anticipate the Beacons giving Parkos anything too good to hit here. Totally worth it to pitch around him and attack Alexander White, who's 0 for 2, including an inning-ending double play ball. 1-0, fouled off on the breaking ball that was tailing towards the outside corner. Eastern with 6 hits and 2 walks against Fernando Burgos, who was allowed a base runner in every inning but the 3rd, but has pitched around those issues thanks to some good defense and some weak contact with runners on. 1-1 is fouled back to the stop 1-2. Burgos does have 2 strikeouts, the second of which was huge. It was with 2 runners in scoring position and 2 outs back in the 5th. Not Malcolm after a long at bat. 1-2 to Parkos here, who is a strikeout candidate. 129 and 139 games coming into today. Takes it inside. Count runs to 2-2. Nobody up in either bullpen, as Burgos has only thrown 73 pitches. And again, Muchin has thrown every pitch of every game one in conference play this season. Bounces away, but McCormick again doing a nice job of moving with the ball and keeping it in front. Eastern has yet to advance any base runners on some of those breaking balls that have bounced in front of home plate. 3-2, Coleman out there at second base. Don't anticipate him running after he wasn't going on 3-2 at first base. Burgos trying to avoid the walk. He has issued 2 free passes today. 3-2 to Parkos, nearly caught him, and after going up 1-2 in the count, 3 straight balls, and Parkos is aboard for the 3rd time today. Brings up Alexander White, who has flown out to right to end the first and hit into an inning-ending 1-4-3 double play. So we'll see Daniel Gamble chat out to talk to his infield. And right now, I mean, at this point, you're not only trying to settle Burgos, but you're also talking situationally where you're going to go with the baseball. Beacons don't need to be overly aggressive, up 6-0, but certainly you want to know if the ball's hit this spot, are you heading to the bag, or are you trying to go the long way for the double play? Alexander White steps to the plate, 0 for 2 today. One of the senior leaders on this team, 11 seniors on this Eastern roster, looking to get back to the NCAA tournament for the first time since they were freshmen. They went through a big run as a lower seed to win the LEC tournament here at Monin Park. It was Eastern versus Western in the finals last year. Eastern has made it to the LEC title game in 3 of the past 4 seasons. 1-0 to White on the outside corner, which has certainly been a little bit more forgiving to these pitchers than the inside corner. 1-1, 2-1 with 1 out. Burgos looking to work out of trouble once again here in the 6th. This is his 4th career start against Eastern. Lost as a freshman, won both games last year as a junior. Hit over to the shortstop, chance for 2. Hughie finds Lopez to throw to first. In there, but it pulls the player off the bag, so the Beacons only get 1. Not a great throw from Lopez. No error there. You don't give an error because you can't assume the double play, but it does give Eastern a little bit of extra life on what could have been the Beacons' 3rd double play turn of the game. So runners at the corners now, with 2 outs. Coleman over to 3rd, White at first base for Masagno, who Burgos is yet to retire. A single up the middle in the 2nd and a walk, was stranded at 3rd in the 5th. Good speed on the base pass between Coleman and the very speedy White. First pitch is fouled off. 0-1 to the 6-hole hitter White, followed by Jack Rich, who had a double his last time up. Only extra base hit of the day for Eastern thus far amongst their 6 hits. The 0-1 to Masagno, that catches the inside corner. Maybe the 1st or 2nd ball that's been in there on the inside corner that's been called a strike. That is huge there for Burgos to get ahead 0-2. See what he comes back with, trying to get Masagno to chase it 0-2. Breaking ball bounces up there. 1-2 as McCormick is looking a little bit more like a hockey goalie than a catcher today with how he's kept the ball in front. Got to get a little shout out for the NHL playoffs that started the other day. Very busy sports weekend between the NBA playoffs, the NHL playoffs. Obviously a lot of college sports in the spring season, and of course the Masters. Not really a big golf fan, but the Masters has a special meaning to any sports fan. 2-2 with 2 outs. To Masagno with runners on the corners. trying to get his team on the scoreboard down 6. 2-2, breaking ball, strike 3. Swung on and missed, and for the second consecutive inning, Burgos leaves 2 on thanks to an inning-ending strikeout. We head to the bottom of the 6th. The Beacons, it's not out of the question they could earn yet another mercy rule win over the Warriors. They need just 4 over the next 2 frames.
Division III allows you to give yourself to other things.
Having that free time allows me to pursue the things that I want to pursue.
Division III athletics affords students the opportunity to, engage in the other interests in their campus and in their lives outside of that sport.
It allows you to just be able to do everything you want to do. I wouldn't change it for the world.
Couple changes for Eastern defensively. William Coleman, who is the second baseman by trade, has moved to second base. And over at third base, hitting in the 3-hole, will now be number 55, Jay Bonilla, for the Warriors. So a couple more changes for Brian Ham, who's been forced to make some moves defensively because of the injury to Luke Broadhurst back in the first inning. Quickly, 2-0 to Eddie Riley, who's had a nice day today. Riley has tripled and scored and grounded out to shortstop. Big swing and a miss, 2-1. Riley to be followed by Cotraro and Palma, 5-6-7 for the Beacons in the 6th. Still working against Muchin, although there is a righty beginning to warm for the Warriors as that pitch missed a little bit low on the outside half. For Eastern now in the bullpen, it's Jack Risley, the junior righty out of Willimantic, Connecticut, who's a reliever. So you're not talking about the Game 2 starter, John Parker, but possibly a replacement from Muchin, who, again, has thrown every pitch of Game number 1 of their conference doubleheaders, 3 consecutive complete games in conference play. 3-2, Riley hits it hard past the diving effort of Bonilla. It's a fair ball, and Riley already has a triple, and now he might have another one. Takes an odd carom. Riley's going to take off for third, and then a big stop sign over there at third base from Fred DeFrance. Nice job adjusting by Masagno, and Riley would have been out by 3 or 4 feet. Still, though, another leadoff extra base hit from Riley, and the Beacons will bring up Nick Cotraro, who's a perfect 2 for 2 with a pair of singles and an RBI.
Now batting for the Beacons, number 19, Nick Cotraro.
Not an easy play over there for Jay Bonilla, the freshman third baseman out of Mish, Dominican Republic. First pitch you see, and the ball is roped past you at third base. A hard hit ball that was stung by the Beacons third baseman. 0-1 to Nick Cotraro. Beacons right fielder out of Beverly, Mass, who been earning a lot more playing time over the last 2 weeks. Big swing and a miss on a pitch that was outside the zone, 0-2. A little bit more information on Cotraro. Now played in 10 in a row and 11 of the last 12. Seven of 29 on the season coming in, now 9 for 31 with 6 runs scored, 4 RBI. Hit a double out to right as a pinch hitter last week against Plymouth State that looked like it was going to get out of here. Fell just short. Beacons do have a home run today against Jordan Muchin. That was Nick Herzog. Cotraro hits it over to the first baseman. Parkos, long run. The throw, the tag is there. Not in time. Cotraro dives in at first base. We've got to take a look at that one. Parkos was taking his time. Muchin coming over there slowly, and we're going to see Brian Ham make an argument. Let's take a look at the replay as soon as we have it and see if that was the right call. I thought he was going to be out, but the diving effort from Cotraro, at least for the moment, is going to lead to 2 on with no outs. So we will quickly get that to you right now, and we'll take a look at it in slow-mo and just see how close that play was. Palma didn't hit it that hard, but Parkos is playing deep at first base. See Muchin a little bit slow to get over, and Parkos not sure if he was going to throw it. And the first base, that's a bang-bang play. Even if he's out there, the hustle of Cotraro made it a close play, and that was why the umpire, Mike Rabideau, at least thought about it for a moment and then threw up the safe sign. I'm not quite sure from that angle. You can't actually see the foot there of Parkos because of the diving effort from Cotraro. But either way, you saw just how much of a bang-bang play it was on what should be a routine ground out to first base. Runners at the corners with no outs for Nick Cotraro, who has reached on a fielder's choice. Taking off for second is Cotraro, and he holds on to the bag. That was close because the throw wasn't there in time, but then Keller held the tag. And again, Brian Ham's going to run right back out there and have a conversation with Rabideau. It's the Beacons' second steal in 3 attempts. Cotraro was thrown out stealing in the 4th, but at least for the moment, they're going to keep him out there at second base. Another bang-bang play. Cotraro definitely beat the throw, but the question is, did he hold on to the bag as he slid there on the turf? And that's what Brian Ham is asking. You can see him bringing the hand up. That's what he's saying. Did the hand come off the bag at any point? And Mike Rabideau, not a lip reader, but he's saying, I didn't see him take his hand off the bag. So just like that, the Beacons have 2 runners in scoring position with no outs for Nick Palma, who has reached on a fielder's choice 4-6 in the 2nd and then grounded out to the second baseman in the 4th. Palma, a guy who always takes aggressive swings at the dish. We'll see if he can drive one here and get the Beacons a couple more runs. Palma takes it low, 2-0. Palma on the year, making his 19th appearance, came in 4 for 20 with a run scored and 5 RBI. He started 3 games in a row after starting the opener and then not in the starting lineup again for the next 18 games. Fastball down the middle low, 2-1. He's now played in 5 of the Beacons' last 6 and 15 of 18. Against Babbo, finished 0 for 4 with 2 strikeouts and a 6-3 loss to the 14th ranked team in the country. It's the 2-1, fouled off, 2-2. It's very loud here at Monin Park today because there's a lot of kids here. Not used to seeing it, but there's kids running up and down the aisles and playing in the stands below us. Bit of a family atmosphere for today's doubleheader. 2-2 hit softly up the middle. Muchin will make the play. The Beacons had both runners heading towards the plate, held up, and then Palma is thrown out on a nice play by the pitcher for the first out of inning number 6. Brings up Josh Lopez, who grounded into an inning-ending 5-4-3 double play in the 2nd before singling up the middle, stealing second, and coming in on an RBI single from Nick Herzog in the 5th. Lopez is now 2 for 6 on the season, and again, this is a guy who had not played in 23 months, but could bring the Beacons a ton of energy. 2015 LAC Rookie of the Year, 2017 second-team All-Conference player, second-team All-Region player. He takes it off the outside corner. 1-0. Lopez making his 122nd career appearance, a .310 career hitter, on base percentage just under .420. 31 of 40 on the base pass coming into the day, now 32 of 41. That gives the Beacons 3 guys who are big-time base threats, and that doesn't include Eddie Riley, who has 9 steals in 10 attempts. So we see a meeting at the mound with the Eastern pitching coach. 1-0. Beacons have 2 runners in scoring position with 1 out. And realistically, in this inning, what you're trying to do is extend it to get to Herzog. Herzog trying to become the first Beacon in program history, per Sports Information Director David Wahlberg, to hit for the cycle. Last year, Chris Fowler on senior day against Rhode Island College was a triple shy of the cycle, hit 2 doubles in that game, but Bobby Barrett, the Beacon's third base coach, held him up at second on his second double of the day. Long meeting here at the mound. No one's currently warming for Eastern, but you have to figure that Risley would be available by now if you wanted to take Muchin out of the game. Beacon's got to Muchin right away in this game. Leadoff triple followed by an RBI single. Scored 1 in the first, 1 in the second, 2 more in the third, 2 in the fifth. They've never let Muchin get comfortable. The 1-0 to Lopez in there for strike one. 1-1 to one of the Beacons players out of the Nutmeg State. Listed as a utility player as a senior. He just wants to see the field. Breaking ball bounces up there 2-1. But with the way the Beacons second baseman struggled, Ryan Collins, a really talented JUCO transfer out of Northern Essex Community College, was supposed to fill that void at second of Murphy, but he struggled. It's the 2-1 to Lopez, misses out wide, 3-1 with the infield in. Beacons also have Ryan Leung, Kyle Brzezinski, but all three of them have hit below 250. So Lopez has immediately come in and started at second. 2-1 on the outside half. Going into the year, the Beacons thought if Collins can play well, maybe we can start Lopez in left field, upgrade on Cesare defensively, and keep Cesare as our DH. But the injury to Boudris, Cesare's out there in left field today. 3-2 to Lopez. That's on the outside corner. He's a little surprised, but it looked good from up here. And that's a big second out for Muchin, who opened the inning with 2 runners in scoring position, but has gotten back-to-back outs to keep the Beacons off the board. It's the third strikeout for Muchin over 5 2/3 innings. Charlie Hughey takes pitch in the same location. This is a fastball instead of a breaking ball, 0-1. Hughey today singled up the middle and stole a base and scored and struck out swinging, even the count at 1-1. Realistically, if you're Hughey, you're just trying to get on any way you can to get Herzog up again with runners on. Hits it off his foot, 1-2. Muchin already over 90 pitches in this game, 91 pitches, 58 for strikes. Not that pitch count is a serious concern for the man who threw over 140 pitches as a junior in the conference tournament. Typically numbers in the triple digits, especially the mid-triple digits, or the mid-100s, thrown by seniors in their last year of college eligibility. 1-2 breaking ball on the inside half, strike 3. So a nice job by Muchin to keep the damage at just 6 runs. We head to the 7th, UMass Boston leading it by half a dozen.
I'm a Division III student athlete, and I know how powerful words can be. The term gay doesn't mean stupid, lame, or less than.
So I pledge to speak up if I hear the term gay used in a derogatory way or any other homophobic terms.
If you can play in Division III.
I'm a Division III student athlete, and my teammates unconditionally accepted me as part of their family. So now I pledge to do the same for others. If you can play in Division III.
Take a quick look ahead for UMass Boston. Obviously, we've got Game 2 of today's doubleheader that will start no sooner than 3 o'clock. Then we're at The Beacons are at the University of Southern Maine on Tuesday in the second half of that home-and-home. They travel to Salem State on Wednesday before making up their season opener against Suffolk University on Thursday. So a very busy week. 5 games in 7 days for UMass Boston, who will be on the road next weekend. The Beacons will be traveling to Western Connecticut State, potentially for the first time in 8 years. Now, Western's field will have to be playable, which it is right now, but the Beacons have not, this senior class, the previous senior class, you have to go back quite a few senior classes to the last time the Beacons made the trip to Danbury. Ever since Monon Park has opened, Western Connecticut State has played, I believe, 4 home games here at Monon Park over the last 3 seasons, where they're the home team but traveling to Monon Park. The 0-1 pitch to Jack Rich, hit out to left center. Long run for Herzog, who was shaded on the other side of second base. Diving effort, and he makes the play. Nick Herzog, are you kidding me with that catch on the warning track? And Rich is retired on what is just a sensational play by the Beacon senior center fielder. It looked like he was under it in plenty of time, and then the ball just kept floating out there towards the wall in left center, and he makes a diving effort to rob Rich of extra bases. Made a really nice play the other day against Southern Maine on Tuesday here at home, and that's an even better play to get Rich to lead off the 7th. UMass Boston has made a couple of web jams in this game. Lopez's play on Ryan Hood in the 3rd was good, but that is just sensational. Dale Keller steps up, grounded out to short, popped up to short in his 2 at-bats, and he's quickly behind 0-2. 7-8-9 for the Warriors here in the 7th. They've put base runners on in all but 1 inning against Burgos. Multiple base runners on in each of the past 2, but they've not been able to scratch across a run. Well outside, 1-2. Burgos has been trying to get these Eastern batters to chase, but he hasn't left it close enough where it looks appetizing enough to swing it. The 1-2 offering, just a little low and inside, 2-2. In Game 2, the Beacons will throw Tyler Ruda, who coming into the season was their 4th starter, a guy that Eastern fans should be familiar with. He threw the LEC championship game against the Warriors, limited Eastern to 1 hit over 5 innings before the Beacons went to the pen when they were up big. For Eastern, should be junior John Parker. Hit softly on the 3rd base side. Riley takes it on a big hop. Has time, throws across, and Keller is retired for the 3rd time today on the left side of the infield, this time a 5-3 putout. And it will bring up Ryan Hood, who has popped up to Lopez over on the right field line and flown out to right. The rare right-handed hitter who's taking the ball the opposite way more often than not. Hood is senior out of Arlington, Mass., which is not too far away from Boston proper, making his 103rd career appearance. He's a guy who's in there for his defense and his speed. Just a .222 career batting average. Does have 32 steals and 34 attempts, but he's got to get on base. That's the big thing. 0-1 to Hood. Burgos looks to get through 7 scoreless here. Pitched 2 scoreless the other day against Roger Williams in relief. His first relief appearance of the year. So on the week, he's gone through 8 2/3 innings scoreless. Not too shabby. Hit over the head of Lopez out in right, and Hood has his first hit of the day. He's out there at first base in a large cheering section for Ryan Hood. Again, when you're playing as close to home as you'll ever get, you're going to have a lot of fans. Plus, Eastern was at Dean the other day out in Franklin, Mass. So 2 straight games for Hood where he gets, now make it 3 with the doubleheader, where he'll get to play with his friends and family, getting a chance to see him. Brings up Matt Malcolm, the catcher, who has flown out to right, popped up to short, and struck out swinging in his first time here at Monon Park. Freshman out of East Lyme, Connecticut, came into the day hitting .385 tops on the team. Takes the first pitch on the outside half for strike 1. Malcolm came in with the team high 30 hits, 25 runs scored, and 8 doubles. McCormick tries the back pick, but not in time to get Hood. They're going to call it 1-1. So it was just outside. Malcolm on the season in very limited at-bats. I mean, only 4 road games thus far for Eastern. 8 of 14 on the road with a .571 batting average. Misses low, 2-1. Thus far, 0 for 3 today. He's had 11 multi-hit games in 22 appearances, including 4 of his last 5, but he's 0 for 3 here in game number 1. 2-1 breaking ball. That's his first hit. Hit through the left side. Hood has great speed, but no chance to take third base with Cesare charging. And just as they've done in each of the last 2 frames, Eastern has 2 on. But with 2 outs, then it'll bring William Coleman to the plate, who's now the third baseman. Brendan Aguirre just asking a quick question of Mike Hinosa. I don't know if he has any kind of argument here, just checking on the substitution pattern. In the on-deck circle is the third baseman, Jay Bonilla, who would be the third batter to bat in the 3-hole today for Eastern Connecticut State. Coleman started the game at third, is now the second baseman. He has singled twice and grounded out to short. Burgos just over 100 pitches, 102 pitches, 62 of them for strikes. Gets a first pitch, pop up out to left, and just like that, Eastern leaves 2 more here in the 7th. We head to the bottom of the 7th. The Beacons looking to maybe close this one out a little bit early. They need just 4 runs to earn the Mercy Roll victory in what would be their 4th Mercy Roll win in their last 6 against the Warriors.
What separates UMass Boston from other schools is the fact that a large percentage of students commute. For me, it takes 2 hours each day to go to and from school, but every second has been worth it because the students that come here are serious about learning, they value their education, and understand where it'll take them in the future. This is what UMass Boston means to me.
Jordan Mutin's day is done after 6 innings. He's replaced by Aiden Dunn. Listed as a freshman righty, but he's clearly on the left side. 5'10", 170 out of Westfield, Massachusetts. Aiden making his 4th appearance of the year. 4 innings, 5 hits, 1 run, 4 strikeouts to 1 walk. 0-0 record, 2.25 ERA. Opponents hitting .313 against him. And who does he get to face first? None other than Nick Herzog, who is 3 for 3 with a single, a triple, a homer, and 3 RBI, along with a pair of runs scored. We'll see if Herzog can become the first Beacon in program history to hit for the cycle. And you know that Nick and the Beacon's first base coach, Dan Gamble, are very aware that he needs a double for the cycle. And I can tell you, with Herzog's speed, anything that's not hit right at an outfielder, he's at least going to take a wide turn at first base, at minimum. See if the Beacons get aggressive up by 6. The 0-1 to Herzog, hit out, and it's Keller making a diving stab. A really nice play by Dale Keller on a line drive. It wasn't going to be a double, but it was going to be a hit. And Keller comes up with a nice web gem for Eastern Connecticut State to keep the leadoff base runner off base here to start the bottom of the 7th. Brings up Ryan McCormick, who got a hit in his first at-bat to extend his reaching streak to 23 games. McCormick has an RBI single in the first, struck out looking the third, and grounded out to the first baseman back in the fifth. 1-0 catches the outside half. Muchin's day, 6 innings, 12 hits, 6 earned, 5 strikeouts to no walks, 95 pitches, 61 for strikes. He is in line for the loss. Breaking ball misses very high. 2-1 now to McCormick. McCormick to be followed by Boudris and then Cesare. Another breaking ball, 2-2. Dunn, clearly a guy who's not going to overpower you, but see how quickly the Beacons can begin to anticipate that slow breaking ball that has fooled McCormick twice thus far. 2-2 breaking ball, fouled back. A nice job to battle by McCormick, who, again, came in with just 12 strikeouts in 22 appearances versus 21 walks. Is yet to walk in this contest. Two-two offering from Don. There's the fastball. Misses high, 3-2. Certainly a big difference in velo between the fastball and the breaking ball. From the young left-hand freshman from Westfield, Mass. 3-2, fouled off once again. Beacons came in at 4-2 in conference play. Eastern at 4-4, right in the middle of the pack. UMass Boston trying to keep pace with Southern Maine, who would play 2 more games coming in, but both teams had 2 losses. Dunn loses McCormick after getting ahead in the count 1-2. And McCormick works his league-leading 22nd walk of the season, and that's the first of the day for Beacons batters. Brings up Kyle Boudris, who extended his hit streak to 21 games in the 5th. With an RBI double that one-hopped the wall in right. He's also grounded into a 6-3 double play and grounded out to the first baseman, Parkos. First pitch he sees, fastball just misses on the outside half, 1-0. Boudris, with that hit, tied Dan Mantoni for 4th in program history in career hits. Now that he's caught Mantoni, the next focus is Mark McCormick. I think it's 24 hits to catch him. And then if Boudris really got on a tear, Ryan Wall set the program record with 265 hits, but that's still 43 away, and that's pretty much a season's worth for anybody, even a guy of Boudris' status. 2-0 to Kyle, who hits it out to left, coming in on his white, has a beat on it, and Boudris is retired for out number 2 of the 7th. Brings up Anthony Cesare, who's working on a streak of his own, has reached safely in 19 straight games. Went 0 for the other day against Babson to end a 14-game hitting streak, but looking for his first hit. Throw over to first is not in time. A little bit more information on Aiden Dunn, the freshman lefty. Played his high school baseball and soccer at Westfield High School. He was an all-league honors player as a junior in baseball. All-Western Mass second teamer as well. He gets a swing and a miss there from Cesare. As a senior, he was an All-Western Mass first team pick and was a senior captain in baseball, soccer, and basketball his final year. The runner at first is McCormick, worked a walk as the Beacons looked to score their first run since the 5th. They scored 1 in the first, 1 in the second, 2 in the third, 2 more in the 5th. Breaking ball misses. UMass Boston has not been held off the scoreboard in back-to-back innings at all today. The 6 runs scored against Jordan Muchin, I believe, is a season high. Muchin allowed 6 earned against LaRoche, so that was the opener. But since then, he had allowed no runs at all against number 1 Worcester. Scoreless 9 innings against UMass Dartmouth. 2 earned against Keene State, and then 5 runs, 4 earned against Southern Maine. So ties his season high in earned runs allowed, and certainly the most he's allowed in conference play. 2-1 to Cesare, fouled off 2-2. Be interesting to see if the Beacons go back to Burgos in the 8th. Over 100 pitches, I would expect the Beacons go to the pen. It's just interesting to see which pitcher would come out. You don't want to waste one of your better arms here and not allow them to come on for game number 2. So we'll see just which pitcher the Beacons might elect to go with. 2-2 with 2 outs. McCormick over at first base. The breaking ball nearly catches Cesare. Being told by our graphics operator, former Beacon, who threw the last out of last year's LAC tournament, Alex Carasoto, he thinks it's Ben Gottesman who might get the 8th inning. Gottesman has become the Beacons' 4th starter, pitched really well the other day against Roger Williams. 5 innings, allowing just 1 unearned run, struck out 5. See if he's got anything left in the tank for today's game. Gottesman would likely start Wednesday at Salem State. The big thing about Gottesman and even Dylan Fashionpour, the Beacons' 3rd starter, is if you can pitch them early enough in the week, they're available for maybe an inning, 2 innings on Saturday in conference play, and then still have enough to start in the midweek the next week. 3-2, Cesare hits it very high out to right center. White has a beat on it coming over his hood, but White's going to make the play just short of the triangle. And the Beacons go down scoreless for the 2nd consecutive inning. We head to the 8th. It's UMass Boston leading by 6, and we will see the 2nd pitcher of the day for UMass Boston after this commercial break.
The University of Massachusetts Boston. It's just minutes from downtown, and the Princeton Review calls it one of the best values in the country. A nationally recognized institution of academic excellence and research, UMass Boston offers more than 150 undergraduate and graduate programs, 16 Division III sports, and more than 100 student organizations. To learn more about the opportunities waiting for you at UMass Boston, visit in person or online. UMass Boston, a research university with a teaching soul.
UMass Boston makes a variety of changes heading to the 8th inning. Checking in for the first time is Danny Brown. Brown, the Beacons' typical starting center fielder, takes over in center. Nick Herzog moves to right, his typical starting spot. Nick Cotraro moves to left, with Brown coming in Anthony Cesare's spot. Cesare making the last out of the 7th. The one change on the infield, it's Ben Gottesman, the man who has become a starting pitcher. At least his last 2 appearances the last couple of weeks have been starts, pitching well against both Mitchell and Roger Williams in non-conference play. The numbers on Ben Gottesman, making his 12th appearance, 10th appearance out of the pen, 2-0 with a 2.41 ERA, 18 2/3 innings, 23 strikeouts to 7 walks, 14 hits, 8 runs, 5 earned, an 11.09 strikeout per 9 ratio, the best on the Beacon staff. He'll face off against Jay Bonilla, who's in for the first time at the plate. Bonilla fouls off the first pitch. Bonilla, freshman out of the Dominican Republic, who played his high school ball at the Pathways Academy in Connecticut. Quickly behind 0-2. Bonilla is the 3rd player to hit in this 3 spot for Eastern. Actually, the 4th. Luke Broadhurst, Noah Plantamore, Jake Lefebvre, and now Bonilla, who swung at that but was dropped by McCormick, and he'll throw down to first base. So that one will go down as a strikeout swinging and a 2-3 on the putout for out number 1. First strikeout for Gottesman, who again came in with a strikeout per 9 of 11.09. 5 strikeouts in his last 2 starts. 3 innings against Mitchell, 5 more against Roger Williams. Parkos hits it a mile high. Fighting off the sun is Palm, and he makes the play. Not an easy one with how high that ball was hit. And 2 quick outs for Gottesman here in the 8th. And honestly, if Gottesman can get outs this quickly, we're talking about 4 pitches, 2 outs, he would likely stay on for the 9th. Final line on Fernando Burgos, 7 innings, 8 hits, no runs, 0 earned, 3 walks, and 3 strikeouts. 103 total pitches for Burgos, who's in line for his 22nd career win and 3rd win against Eastern in 4 starts. Alexander White, behind the count 0-1, evens it up at 1-1. For the center fielder, who has flown out to right, hit into a 1-4-3 double play. Grounded into a fielder's choice his last time up, behind 1-2. This has just been a really solid effort from UMass Boston. Good defense. Pitching has been there for the most part. The Beacons have hit well with runners in scoring position. 1-2, Q shot off the end of the bat. Palma will pick it, has plenty of time. He'll take it himself, and that is an extremely quick inning for Ben Gottesman. Go to the bottom of the 8th. The Beacons trying to extend that lead. We'll see if Dunn comes out for another inning or if we're going to see yet another reliever for the Warriors.
Celebrate the soggy shoes and the slow starts. Celebrate the lessons learned along the way. These are the wins. Not the shiny, nail-biting kind. These are the last a lifetime kind.
The new pitcher for Eastern Connecticut State is Jack Risley. His numbers are a little grisly. 5 appearances, 0-1 with a 12.96 ERA, the second worst on the staff. 8 1/3 innings, 15 hits, 15 runs, 12 earned, 7 strikeouts to 2 walks. Opponents hitting .395 against Risley, who is a junior out of Willimantic, Connecticut, attended Windham High School, 5'9", 165. Final line on Aiden Dunn, who pitched the 7th inning for Eastern. 1 inning of work, no hits, no runs, 0 earned. Walked 1 and did not strike out a batter. Risley appeared in just 1 game as a freshman. Had a really successful sophomore year, though, appearing in 9 games, 4 as a starter, 2-1 with a 3.86 ERA, struck out 16 versus 9 walks. But his junior numbers have really been bloated. Pitching 20 less innings has already given up the same amount of earned runs. Submariner's first pitch is on the outside corner for strike 1 to Eddie Riley, who, well, he doesn't have as much time as Nick Herzog does, but does have a double and a triple today. This game really got elongated with a big inning. Or if Eastern had a comeback, Riley would have a slim chance at the cycle. As it is, the Beacons are hoping that they can get at least 7 batters to the plate to give Herzog a 5th at bat and a chance at the cycle. He's just a double shy, but Beacons would need to send at least 7 batters to the plate for him to get that shot. 1-2 now. To Riley, who is 2 for 3 on the day, with a run scored. Had an extra base hit against Babson the other day, and already has 2 hits and 3 at-bats today as Risley misses way outside. Update from the UMB softball field, which is not a turf complex. They will not start game 1 until 2:30 the rare case where we could get one full baseball game in before a softball game starts. Aren't we lucky over here at baseball? 2-2 coming to Riley from Risley. And it's a little bit low. Count runs to 3-2. Of course, I don't want to jinx us. Still got to get through these final 6 outs. The tennis match has begun back to our left. It's an absolute gorgeous day. The only issue was all the rain that came overnight into the early morning. It's the 3-2 cue shot that'll stay fair. Parkos will pick it up, take it himself. And the leadoff batter is retired. 3-U. Nick Cotraro steps up for the 4th time today. What has Cotraro done? 3 singles, a stolen base, and an RBI. Not too shabby from the man who's making his 2nd consecutive start in right field. Cotraro and Palma, a pair of guys who have been given chances and they've taken advantage, although this ball is popped up over to Misagno and left, and Cotraro is retired for the first time today. Chance for Eastern to get their first 1-2-3 inning of the day as Nick Palma steps up to the plate. Beacons have put at least one runner on in each of the first 7 innings, scored in each of the first 3, 4 of the first 5. But they've been held scoreless in back-to-back frames, and a chance for Risley to throw a 1-2-3 inning. He's gotten the first 2 batters, and he's ahead 0-1 to Palma. Funny thing is the Beacons have 12 hits to Eastern's 8, but Eastern's the team that's left all the batters on as Palma hits it softly over to Coleman at second, and the Beacons go down 1-2-3 in the 8th. Head to the top of the 9th inning. Last chance of the Warriors as the Beacons lead it 6-0 here at Monin Park.
Something I discovered in myself is that if I have a goal, then I can accomplish it.
It's a well-rounded experience.
At a Division III school, you primarily a student athlete, so the school is really shaped around you developing yourself as a complete individual.
It helps a lot that you have a family with your team that can guide you.
Ben Gottesman has come on for his 2nd inning of work. Gottesman needed just 8 pitches, 7 of them for strikes, to get through a 1-2-3 8th inning. He'll face off against 6, 7, 8 here in the 9th inning for Eastern, who, again, they've had their base runners today. When you look at Eastern, they've recorded 8 hits. They've worked 3 walks, but the Warriors have left 8 on base compared to the Beacons, who have left just 4. And UMass Boston has 6 runs. Eastern has 0, so a big part of it has been clutch hitting. Also extra base hits, as that one's hit sharply. Riley picks, throws a line drive across, and Misagno is retired for the 2nd consecutive at-bat. Nice 5-3 put out there by Riley, who has had to make a couple of diving efforts to keep balls from getting to the outfield. That's a quick out for Gottesman, who has pitched extremely quickly. We've got a pinch hitter here in the 7-hole. It's going to be Eric Gillette pinch hitting for the Warriors. Chance to get a younger player in the game. Gillette is a sophomore listed as a catcher out of Ivoryton, Connecticut. Attended Valley Regional High School. Gillette originally committed to D1 Central Connecticut for the 2015-16 season. He didn't play there. As the first pitch bounces up there, just the second ball Gottesman has thrown. Then he enrolled at Division II Lock Haven last fall, but wasn't on the team in the spring. Listed as a sophomore at Eastern, is already making his 11th appearance, 7 for 22, 4 runs scored, 3 RBI, 3 doubles. 1-1 now to Gillette. who started for the team's first 5 games, but has played in just one of the team's last 8. Pinch hit against Dean the other day, had a run scored and a double, also had a walk. He's behind 1-2. Mike Hinosa has become kinder and kinder with the inside half of the plate to right-handed batters as this game has gone along. 1-2 to Gillette. Q shot over the head of Palma. And that is the 9th hit of the game for Eastern and first hit in conference play for Eric Gillette. So the Warriors not going down without at least a little bit of a rally here in the 9th inning. And it'll be Dale Keller looking for his first hit. He's grounded out to short, grounded out to third, and popped up to the shortstop. Keller, a second-team all-conference shortstop, finishing behind Charlie Hughie. Long run for Lopez. He looks at second, throws to first, making the right move. He's trying to get the highlight reel double play, but recognized it was going to be tight at second. And now Lopez a little bit slow to get up. Remember, he was a little banged up against Babson as well, just like Boudris. But the Beacons are 1 out away from closing out what would be their 6th consecutive win over Eastern Connecticut State. I can't emphasize how impressive that is, considering the fact that Eastern won each of the first 19 meetings between these two programs and 42 of the first 47. For the Beacons to win 6 in a row against the Warriors is just incredible, especially considering it's not as if the Warriors are a bad team. They came into today a game over 500, but 4-4 in conference. Last year, the Beacons took 4 games against an Eastern team that only lost 16 all season, went 25-16, finished as the 2 seed, but the Beacons won both games at Eastern the regular season. So the ball's hit by the pinch hitter, and it's a 4-3 putout to end the game. Pinch hitting in that spot for Eastern was Drew Alexopoulos. I want to get his name in because did appear in the contest. So Alexopoulos gets his chance, but rolls it over to second, and that will do it. UMass Boston, their 6th consecutive win over the Warriors. We'll bring you the highlights from today's contest, our Game 1 contest, in full with the audio on the original play-by-play, and then we'll bring you the final numbers and close out of game number 1 as the Beacons win it 6-0. History and tied for 6th amongst all active Division III players with those 160 games. Takes the second pitch he sees out to right. That should be extra bases. Long run out there for Ryan Hood. Hood will grab it, but he bobbles it a bit, and Herzog's going to take off for third, and Herzog's going to be in there. Believe that should be a double and an error. As Hood, if he had picked it up cleanly, would have kept Herzog to 2, but the Beacons will 10 for 49 and 29 appearances, including 10 starts. Hits it up the middle, could be 2. Lopez is going to take it himself, and then this is a 4-3 double play. So both teams have turned to double play. 2 of the better defensive teams. We've seen his batting average dip down to 262. 2-2, hit hard out to center. White a long run, and he is not going to get there. Riley had 2 hits the other day against Babson in a double. He's got a chance for a leadoff triple, and the Beacons have leadoff triples in back-to-back innings and a chance to double their lead here in the second. It is difficult to hit a ball. Just trying to hit one to the outfielder through the infield here as he hits one over the right side. Diving effort. That's going to be a hit off the glove of Parkos. And the Beacons, for the 2nd consecutive inning, go leadoff triple, followed by an RBI single. And the lead is 2-0 here. Already 4 second base spot this season as the 0-1 hit over to the third baseman, could be 2. The throw from Coleman finds Panamaro and getting thrown out at really good two-way player for Eastern. 0-1 to Ryan Hood is hit softly on the right side. This one has a chance to stay fair. Long diving effort from Lopez. And again, that's what Josh Lopez can bring you. Career steals. 2-0 coming to Herzog with the runner at second base. Hits it high out to left. This one has a chance to go, and it's gone. Nick Herzog, his 2nd home run in as many games. And the Beacons have doubled their lead once again. It's 4-0 with no outs here in the 3rd. Herzog hit one in Florida in the Beacons' 2nd game of the season. Did not hit one, a double, 7 triples, and 9 home runs. And has walked 107 times to 97 walks as the throw across. And that's another double play turned by the Beacons. Number 60 of his outing in just 5 innings. The 0-2 swung on and missed. A huge strikeout and a big reaction from Fernando Burgos. Long pause, the 3-1 coming, hit through the right side, and Herzog is a double shy of the cycle. Is coming all the way home from second is Lopez, and Herzog is 3 for 3 with 3 RBI. 3 3-hit games over his last 4. Taking off for third is Herzog. Burgos hits it out to right. This is a long run for Hood. Going back on, it's over his head, and it's going to be a double off the wall. Kyle Burgos extends his hitting streak to 21, and the Beacons lead it 6-0 here in the 5th. Runners on the corners. Trying to get his team on the scoreboard, down 6. 2-2, breaking ball, strike 3. Swung on and missed, and for the second consecutive inning, Burgos leaves 2 consecutive complete games in conference play. 3-2, Riley hits it hard past the diving effort of Bonilla. It's a fair ball, and Riley already has a triple, and now he might have another one. Takes an odd carom. Riley's going to take off for third, and then a big stop sign over there at third base from Fred DeFrance. Nice job of Beacons do have a home run today against Jordan Muchin. That was Nick Herzog. Cotraro hits it over to the first baseman. Parkos, long run. The throw, the tag is there. Not in time. Cotraro dives in at first base. We've got to take a look to Monon Park. The 0-1 pitch to Jack Rich. Hit out to left center. Long run for Herzog, who was shaded on the other side of second base. Diving effort, and he makes the play. Nick Herzog, are you kidding me with that catch on the warning track? And Rich is retired on what is We're back at Monon Park. You saw the highlights. The Beacons winning it 6-0. UMass Boston with 12 hits in the contest. Eastern actually had 12 base runners in the game, but hit into a couple double plays and left 8 runners, make it 9 runners on base in the contest. The Beacons just 4. Fernando Burgos, 7 shutout innings, starting his 22nd career win. Ben Gottesman, 2 more scoreless innings. A really nice week for both of those guys, who combined to throw 16 scoreless innings in 2 wins this week. Let's take a look at our production crew doing a great job in game number 1, although it's a little easier when it's 70 and sunny versus 35 and windy. Gigi Braga, our producer, Alyssa Fugel and Alex Carasoto directing. My name is Seth Dorensky, your play-by-play guy. Stevie Bryant, Sarah St. Cyr, Eileen Shee, Katie Leffler, Jill Francis, and Shaw Anwar, our camera operators. That will do it for game number 1. Game number 2, scheduled for a 3 p.m. start. We might start it a little early since game 1 did end so quickly. Make sure to check back around 2:35, 2:40. So we'll have game number 2 for you on a different link. You got to close out of this one, open up the link for game 2, but we'll have that for you here on the Beacons Broadcast Network. And welcome back to Monon Park for game number 2 of our Little East Conference doubleheader. The Beacons winning it 6-0 in game 1 to improve to 14-9, 5-2 in conference play. Just a game back of Southern Maine, who sits at 6-2. Eastern falls to 4-5 in conference, back to 500 overall. Let's take a quick look at the final box line on that game. The Beacons 6 runs on 12 hits, no errors, a very clean defensive game. Eastern with no runs, 9 hits, and no errors as the Beacons get their first shutout of the season. Had a couple games this year where they had no earned runs allowed, but this is the first true shutout of the season. And right now we'll take a look at the highlights from that game 1 before we take a look at game number 2 on our Beacons Broadcast Network pregame show. History and tied for 6th amongst all active Division III players with those 160 games. Takes the second pitch he sees out to right. That should be extra bases. Long run out there for Ryan Hood. Hood will grab it, but he bobbles it a bit, and Herzog's going to take off for third. And Herzog's going to be in there. Believe that should be a double and an error. As Hood, if he had picked it up cleanly, would have kept Herzog to 2. But the Beacons will 10 for 49 and 29 appearances, including 10 starts. Hits it up the middle, could be 2. Lopez is going to take it himself, and then this is a 4-3 double play. So both teams have turned to double play. 2 of the better defensive teams. We've seen his batting average dip down to 262. 2-2, hit hard out to center. White a long run, and he is not going to get there. Riley had 2 hits the other day against Babson in a double. He's got a chance for a leadoff triple, and the Beacons have leadoff triples in back-to-back innings and a chance to double their lead here in the second. It is difficult to hit a ball. Just trying to hit one to the outfielder through the infield here as he hits one over the right side. Diving effort, that's going to be a hit off the glove of Parkos. And the Beacons, for the second consecutive inning, go leadoff triple, followed by an RBI single, and the lead is 2-0 here. Already 4. second base spot this season as the 0-1 hit over to the third baseman, could be 2. The throw from Coleman finds Panamaro, and getting thrown out at really good two-way player for Eastern. 0-1 to Ryan Hood is hit softly on the right side. This one has a chance to stay fair. Long diving effort from Lopez. And again, that's what Josh Lopez can bring you. Career steals. 2-0 coming to Herzog with the runner at second base. Hits it high out to left. This one has a chance to go, and it's gone. Nick Herzog, his second home run in as many games, and the Beacons have doubled their lead once again. It's 4-0 with no outs here in the third. Herzog hit one in Florida in the Beacons' second game of the season. Did not hit one a double, 7 triples, and 9 home runs. And has walked 107 times to 97 walks as the throw across. And that's another double play turned by the Beacons. Number 60 of his outing in just 5 innings. The 0-2 swung on and missed. A huge strikeout and a big reaction from Fernando Burgos. Long pause, the 3-1 coming, hit through the right side, and Herzog is a double shy of the cycle. Is coming all the way home from second is Lopez, and Herzog is 3 for 3 with 3 RBI. 3 3-hit games over his last 4. Taking off for third is Herzog. Burgos hits it out to right. This is a long run for Hood. Going back on, it's over his head, and it's going to be a double off the wall. Kyle Boudreaux extends his hitting streak to 21, and the Beacons lead it 6-0 here in the 5th. Runners on the corners. Trying to get his team on the scoreboard, down 6. 2-2, breaking ball, strike 3. Swung on and missed, and for the second consecutive inning, Burgos leaves 2 consecutive complete games in conference play. 3-2, Riley hits it hard past the diving effort of Bonilla. It's a fair ball, and Riley already has a triple, and now he might have another one. Takes an odd carom. Riley's going to take off for third, and then a big stop sign over there at third base from Fred DeFrance. Nice job of Beacons do have a home run today against Jordan Muchin. That was Nick Herzog. Cotraro hits it over to the first baseman. Parkos, long run, the throw. The tag is there. Not in time. Cotraro dives in at first base. We've got to take a look to Monon Park. The 0-1 pitch to Jack Rich. Hit out to left center. Long run for Herzog, who was shaded on the other side of second base. Diving effort, and he makes the play. Nick Herzog, are you kidding me with that catch on the warning track? And Rich is retired on what is just a sensational play by the Beacon senior center fielder. It looked like he was under it in plenty of time, and then the ball just kept floating out there towards the wall in left center, and he makes a diving effort to rob Rich of extra bases. Made a really nice play the other day against Southern Maine on Tuesday here at home, and that's an even better play to get Rich to lead off the 7th. UMass Boston has made a couple of web jams in this game. Lopez's play on Ryan Hood. Those are the highlights from game number 1. UMass Boston winning it by 6-0 score. We're still a couple minutes away from game number 2. So let's take a look at our second Beacon spotlight of the day. Nick Cotraro had 3 hits in game 1. Talks about balancing being a nursing major in his junior season where he has clinical and is also working towards a career outside of his clinical, and also earning a spot on a very talented team. That's what he's done as a junior, really earning his first starting time, and he's taken advantage of it as of late, becoming a big-time hitter in the Beacons lineup. And here's Nick to talk about his success both on the field and also in his academic career path as part of our Beacon Spotlight series.
So a typical week as a nursing major at UMass would be Monday. We have a clinical from 7 to 1 at Beth Israel, and then Wednesday we have 2 lectures. It depends on the semester you're in for the content. And then Friday we have another clinical from 8 to 2 at the Bedford VA. And then outside of baseball, I work at Children's Hospital, and I try to work 1 12-hour shift a week. Whether that's a day that we don't have baseball or an overnight into a day I don't have class. And I just do it around exams and games. It's really just getting used to it. Like over the summer I work a lot more shifts, so after the first couple months you just kind of get adjusted to the different time schedule. And I typically just go to bed early on those days. I'm just tired. But it's not bad. I just take the T in the morning to whatever hospital you're going to. And then just drink coffee and just deal with it, I guess. hopefully I can get a job at Boston Children's in pediatrics. Whether that, I don't know what specialty that would be, but pediatrics is definitely my interest right now. No, it's tough. Our team's really good. So there's 20 other guys who are very capable of doing just as well as everyone else on the team, and coach has been really helpful, working with the schedule. But no, you can't get frustrated over it. It's just you just have to communicate with coach, and you just it'll all work out. It's great. After the game the other day, all the boys are fired up. It's great. Makes baseball fun, coming out to the field and playing, and luckily doing well. But it's good. It's just good to see the team win, and hopefully we can keep it going for the second half of the season.
Tyler Arruda, the Game 2 starter for UMass Boston, the sophomore who pitched the LEC championship game, a 5-inning one-hitter against Eastern, makes his 8th appearance on the year, 3-1. Second-best ERA on the Beacons at 2.08, 26 innings, 22 strikeouts to 13 walks, and he'll face a very different-looking lineup in Game 2 for Eastern Connecticut State. The loss of second baseman Luke Broadhurst has certainly made this a much more difficult day for a Warriors team who's playing a Beacons team that rarely loses at home to begin with. As we'll bring you the Eastern lineup after this first batter, but Ryan Hood, who's typically the 9th-hole hitter, has moved up to the leadoff spot. As they lost their 3-0 hitter, a couple of adjustments. Jake LaFave is in the on-deck circle. He is hitting second and playing in left field, so there's a change. In the 3 spot, Alex Parkos has moved up a spot, and Noah Plantamaro earns his first collegiate start at second base, because they do not have Luke Broadhurst after he pulled up. Looks like he was favoring his hamstring or his knee a little bit as he was talking to his dad in between games. 1-2 to Hood, senior right fielder out of Arlington. Battling right now with Arruda. Let's bring you a little bit more information on the Beacon sophomore out of New Bedford, Massachusetts. 6 foot 210. Attended Greater New Bedford Regional Vocational Tech High School, where he was the D2 Player of the Year as a senior by both the Boston Globe and Boston Herald. Hits softly up the middle. Hugie charges, throws across, high throw, gets out of the way, and there's a football collision over at first base. Nick Palma, a former football player, takes out Hood trying to make the catch. Nothing dirty there on either side. It's going to be an infield single. We're going to give Hood a single. Even if that throw got there, I'm not sure if it beats out Hood. And we'll actually change that. It's going to go down as an E6 on the errant throw. Both teams checking on their fielders. Palma immediately got up, appears to be okay. Hood, the smaller of the two guys, still talking to Tessa Martin, who just wants to make sure that anytime you get hit up in that head area, you want to make sure a player is okay. It's going to go down as an E6, and Hood is aboard with no outs. So first error of the day for UMass Boston comes to the first batter of game number 2. And Hood is aboard. Remember, the conference's leader in stolen bases last season. 23 of 24. This year he's attempted just 3 stolen bases, 3 for 3, but could be an option for Eastern. LaFave came on as a pinch hitter in game number 1 and grounded out to third. 0-1 here to LaFave. We'll bring you the Eastern lineup after this pitch. Get you a full look at what the Warriors throw out for game number 2. Different looking lineup than game number 1 because of the injury to Luke Broadhurst. Couple throws over as the Beacons are very well aware. Oh, 1 Hood does take off, swung on and missed. McCormick's throw, it's not there in time. And it's 0-2 as Hood able to easily beat the tag from McCormick. So Hood in scoring position. Eastern did not score in game number 1. Left 8 runners on, but a good chance here with Hood already in scoring position with no outs after the leadoff error on Hugie, whose throw pulled Palma off the bag and was also high. 0-2, hit out to right, and this should score a run. Cotraro, long run, will take it on a hop. Hood's going to come in, and just like that, Eastern does what the Beacons did in game number 1. A run in the first inning, and the large Eastern continued to our left. Very excited as the Warriors are officially on the board here in game number 2. Let's bring you that Eastern lineup right now as we give you a full look at what the Warriors will put out there. LaFave to be followed by Parkos. Matt Malcolm moves from the leadoff spot to the cleanup spot. William Coleman, Alexander White, Jack Rich, Dale Keller, and then in the 9-hole, Noah Plantamaro earns his first collegiate start. First pitch to Parkos is fouled off. Parkos hits it hard over the head of Hughie, and just like that, going from first to third is LaFave. The throw from Herzog, and that one is not going to get there. Herzog, the center fielder, cutting in front of the left fielder, Cesare, and on the first pitch, Parkos swings and hits a fastball out into left center field. Eastern, a very aggressive start. Here to game number 2 against Aruda, who has been pitching extremely well. Matt Malcolm steps to the plate. Malcolm in game number 1 went 0 for his first 3 before singling in the 7th in his final at bat. Eastern has been aggressive on the base pass thus far. Already a stolen base and a couple of players taking 2 bases on a single. Tyler Ruda still looking for his first out of the contest. Hit hard over the head of Riley. That'll score a run. And staying at second base is Parkos. So 4 consecutive batters reach, an error and 3 straight singles. And just like that, Eastern leads it 2-0. And a very different vibe to start game number 2 for Eastern Connecticut State against Tyler Ruda, who has been very good. Last week against Plymouth State, a season-high 6 innings, 6 hits, 1 earned. Struck out 5, walked 4 in a victory. And then against Roger Williams on Wednesday in relief, pitched the 8th and 9th, went 2 innings, earned his first career save, the hit and 2 strikeouts. In fact, in conference play this year, Aruda has been phenomenal. As that one's chopped over to Riley, he'll take it to second and only get 1 chance at first. They're going to give it the double play. I didn't think Lopez had a chance. Instead, it's a 5-4-3 double play. And the Beacons have a chance to get out of this with only minimal damage. I thought that Riley might just take the easy play and get the out at third base. But instead, a 5-4-3 double play off the bat of Coleman. With Malcolm retired, Parkos moves up to third with 2 outs. Alexander White steps up to the plate. Looking to extend this lead even further. White in game number 1, 0 for 4, fly out to right, 1-4-3 double play. Bounces up there. Fielder's choice and a ground out to first. In 3 of his 4 at-bats, he ended an inning. The Beacons hoping they could end another inning here with White at the plate. They've already given up 2 runs on 3 hits and an error. 1-1 coming from Aruda. A little bit low, 2-1. The good news for UMass Boston is, while Jordan Muchin is one of the toughest pitchers, a really, really good ERA, John Parker is not quite as strong as a number 2 starter. Hit hard, but right at Hughie. Fields it on 2 hops, scoops, throws. It's another high one, but Palma able to hold on and takes another little collision over at first base. This one not nearly as serious. For Eastern in the top of the first, 2 runs on 3 hits, 1 error and 1 left on base. The Warriors have their first lead of the day after a pair of RBI hits from Jake LaFave and Matt Malcolm.
I just wanted to get good grades and to do well, but it also made me realize that I have a lot of career goals.
You're there to get a full college experience, not only participate in your sport, but participate in things outside of that, and it's all about growing as a person.
My coaches have helped me with figuring out who I really am. Their lives are dedicated for us to succeed.
The Game 2 pitcher for Eastern Connecticut State is John Parker, the junior out of Brunswick, Maine. He was the team's third starter as a freshman. Sophomore year, he started 4 of the team's 14 conference games before not pitching last season. For his career, 28 appearances, 21 starts, 8-7 with a 4.75 ERA, 103rd innings pitched, 90 strikeouts to 42 walks. Had a 3.19 ERA as a freshman, 5.23 as a sophomore, and this year, 6.75 ERA in 5 starts. 25 1/3 innings is second on the team along with his 29 strikeouts. His walk just 6, but he's allowed 33 hits, 22 runs, 19 earned, and opponents are hitting 311 against him with 7 doubles and 3 triples. In his only collegiate start against UMass Boston all the way back in 2016, 5 innings, 6 hits, 2 earned, 5 strikeouts versus 3 walks. Last time out against Southern Maine, 4 innings, 6 hits, and 3 earned. Previous 2 starts in conference play allowed 5 earned runs in 5 or fewer innings. So the Beacons should feel confident they can get some hits today against Parker and maybe string across some runs. Really quickly, let's bring you the Beacons starting lineup. Not a lot of changes for UMass Boston from game number 1. And why would you? You hit effectively. For the most part, you were able to come through with big hits, especially early on as the Beacons struck for runs in each of the first 3 innings. Herzog, McCormick, Boudris, Cesare, Riley, Cotraro, Palma, Lopez, and Hugie. The exact same 9 that started game 1. No reason to change something that's working, and Herzog had the best game of any Beacon in game number 1. 3 for 4. His only at bat where he didn't reach was an absolute laser that Dale Keller was able to make a diving effort at, the shortstop for the Warriors. His first at bat, he had a leadoff triple and scored. His second at bat, a 2-run homer, and then had a single. Also added stolen base to his 2 runs scored and 3 RBI on the day. 1-1 to Herzog, playing his 162nd career game. Now sitting on 100 career runs scored after his home run in game number 1. He's also sitting at 100 RBI. A little bit of symmetry right there. 100 runs scored, 100 RBI. For Ryan McCormick, he picked up his 100th career hit in game number 1 in his 100th career game. So a lot of century marks. Herzog is claiming that one hit the handle, hit his hand. They're going to give that a strikeout, but I have no idea what the call is there because the pitch hit him, but they're going to say it also was a swing, so that'll be a strikeout for Parker. They never applied a tag. It's a big first out for Parker. Brings up Ryan McCormick to the plate. McCormick has reached in every game this season. Came in with the second best on base percentage on the team at .424, also a .450 at .441 rather. He's walked a league high 22 times to supplement his 21 hits in 75 at bats. 1-2 to McCormick as the Beacons trying to get at least 1 run back here against Parker in the bottom of the first, trailing 2-0. 2-2 now. We'll bring you a look around the Little East Conference in between the top of the second and the bottom of the second. A couple other games going on after one Friday conference doubleheader. Now 3-2 after back-to-back balls from Parker. Kyle Boudris awaits on deck with his 21-game hitting streak. And it's another walk for McCormick, who has just been so patient at the plate this year. Big-time run producer last year, finished third on the Beacons in RBI, batting average of .350. This year, hasn't been able to drive the ball as well, but his patience has given the Beacons a really productive two-hole hitter. Boudris came into the day hitting .402. I think his average might have dipped below 400 as he takes first pitch, breaking ball in there for strike one. Game number one, Boudris went 1 for 4 with an RBI double in the 5th inning. Takes another breaking ball, 0-2, to the senior designated hitter out of Medford, Mass. Boudris now on the season with 6 doubles, most of them coming over the last 2 weeks. Boudris flares one foul. Stays at 0-2 with McCormick over there at first base. Not a big-time base stealing threat. 5 for 5 on the year. The Beacons have 2 players with double-digit steals. UMass Boston, though, a very respectable 48 of 56 on the seasons on the base path. Boudris, another job of just fouling it off to stay alive. Eastern scored 2 runs on 3 hits and an error in the first inning, with each of the first 4 batters reaching against Tyler Ruda. Looking for a scoreless bottom of the first here with John Parker. Misses wide, 1-2. Anthony Cesare awaits on deck. Beacons' top of the order has been so good over the last 6 or 7 games since the Beacons changed the lineup last Saturday against Plymouth State. Boudris willing to waste another pitch, looking for a pitch that he can drive with McCormick. Pretty speedy, especially at the catcher position. A guy who is able to hold his own out in left field and has a really, really strong arm behind the plate. One-two coming to Boudris, farther outside, 2-2 as he misses with the breaking ball. McCormick's one of the very few Beacons baseball players that I've met who played in both the Little League World Series and the College World Series. Both he and former Beacons catcher Anthony Searles accomplished the feat as McCormick takes off. Fastball on the outside half. The throw from Malcolm, not quite there in time as it drew Keller across the second base bag. And McCormick is in scoring position with 1 out as the count runs to 3-2. Not a hit and run, just a straight steal. McCormick 6th in 6 attempts, and single now could score McCormick and cut the Beacons' deficit in half. Parker looks in. The 3-2 is hit up the middle. Boudris extends the hitting streak to 22, and he's got another RBI. McCormick can walk home, and now Boudris takes off for second as the center fielder couldn't get to it. It's a second double of the day for Kyle Boudris, and the Beacons have cut it to 2-1. It looked like that was hit pretty much up the middle, but Eastern had Alexander White shaded towards left field. Couldn't quite get there, and the speedy Hood had to cut it off before it could get all the way to the triangle. And if you're Kyle Boudris, that's exactly what you want to do. Get that first hit out of the way early so you don't have to be thinking about the hitting streak. And just like that, the Beacons have gotten on the board here in the first inning, and Cesare can drive one. Chance to tie it up. Walk, double, and now one of the Beacons' better hitters at the plate. 0-1 to him. Big swing and a miss. He's trying to hit that one over to the Peninsula Apartments. Well past right field. Down to a knee. 0-2. Cesare out of Wakefield, Mass. We heard from him before Game 1. It's part of our Beacon Spotlight Series. A big success story for this Beacons program. Well, played in 10 games as a freshman, missed his sophomore season with an injury, but has come back from an injury, worked hard, and earned a starting spot. So that one will fall in front of the left fielder, LaFave. Boudris, who is hobbling a little bit with an injury, will not try to risk coming home there, especially with 1 out. And the Beacons have runners on the corners with 1 out for Eddie Riley. So Eastern put 4 runners on to start the top of the first. The Beacons go strikeout, walk, double, and single And now Eddie Riley has a chance to tie the game, if not do a little bit more damage than that.
Now batting for the Beacons, number 3, Eddie Riley.
Riley started his career at Franklin Pierce before transferring to UMass Boston. His second year as a full-time starter after taking over in Florida last season when Boudris suffered a similar leg injury. Kyle has suffered through a few injuries throughout his career, but he's been a pretty much everyday player for the Beacons. With that double, he just moved into sole possession of fourth place in program history, rather third place, passing Dan Mantoni with his 223rd career hit. Oh, and 1 to Riley, fouls it back 0-2. Riley had a double and a triple in game number 1. Oh, 2 to Riley, fouls it off. The Beacons have done a nice job here of getting behind in the count, but fighting off some pitches. Boudris was behind 0-2, fought off 2 pitches before going to 3-2 and then earning the RBI double up the middle. Oh, 2 to Riley, misses outside. The throw down to first is close, but back there in time is Cesare, who had taken a big lead off first base. Good throw from Malcolm. I love when catchers are able to try to sneak one in behind a runner at first base in the back pick. Swing and a miss, and another back pick. This is closer, and they're going to again say that the runner is safe. I think Cesare might have been out that time. Let's take a quick look, if we can, on the instant replay for you. It was very close. Not sure if we had that camera. Either way, there's 2 down, possibly 3, as Riley goes down swinging for the second strikeout of the inning, and we're going to see a conversation. This time it's Mike Hinosa, who was the plate umpire for game number 1 in the field. Mike Rabideau is behind the plate. Honestly, Mike Rabideau has a better view with runners at the corners. The home plate umpire probably did than the base umpire. We don't have it. It was slightly cut off on the webcast. Nick Cotraro awaits his chance with runners at the corners and 2 down. So the Beacons still trail 2-1. And it brings up Nick Cotraro, who went 3 for 4 in game number 1. Cotraro gets his 3rd straight start in right field as the Beacons needing to use Boudris as the designated hitter. Cotraro had been in the DH spot for the Beacons recently. 0-1 to Cotraro. Gets a piece of it. 0-2. Beacons trying to avoid leaving runners at the corners with 1 out. They got back a run in the bottom of the first on the RBI double from Kyle Boudris, but still trail it 2-1. Takes it off the corner. Eastern fans who were a little bit louder here in game 2 after getting off to a much better start thought that might have been close enough for strike 3. Parker has struck out 2 batters in the inning, sandwiched around a walk, an RBI double, and a single. 1-2 coming with Boudris at third, Cesare at first. That misses outside, 2-2. Nick Palma, the Beacons' first baseman, awaits on deck. One of 3 Nicks in the starting lineup. Taking off for second is Cesare. The throw from Malcolm knocked nearly in time, and the Beacons have 2 runners in scoring position. Believe the count is run full as well. So a great chance for UMass Boston with the hit here to take the lead. 3-2 count coming to Cotraro. He's already picked up 3 hits on the day and an RBI. 3-2 hit right up the middle. Cessary's taking off. White's going to charge it. He has a phenomenal arm. Cessary being given the go. The throw home is going to be cut off, and the Beacons lead it 3-2 on Nick Cotraro's 4th hit of the day. It's a 2-run single, and just like that, got a much higher scoring game than we did in game 1. 5 runs in the first inning versus just 6 in game number 1 overall. And again, I think that was the scouting report for UMass Boston. You're going to get your chances here against Parker, who has given up a ton of hits this season. Brings up Nick Palma looking for his first hit of the day. Hits it hard, but right at Keller. Will take it the short way to second, and that will retire the Beacons, but not before UMass Boston answers back with 3 runs on 3 hits and a walk. It's 3-2 Beacons after 1.
Being a part of the different activities and organizations that I've been a part of, I'm actually able to see myself where I'm like, hey, I actually can make a change. I'm one person that can make a difference.
Division III has helped me to develop teamwork skills, critical thinking skills, time management skills.
It's not just about basketball, or it's not just about school. It's about developing yourself as a person altogether.
Well, we've got a moment. Let's take a look at the 2 offensive highlights for Eastern Connecticut State in that first inning. Jake Lefebvre came through with an RBI single right here to score Ryan Hood, who reached on an error and stole second. See Cotraro wisely giving way on that one, not trying to make a sliding catch and let the ball get by him. And then 2 batters later was Matt Malcolm, the 4th consecutive batter to reach for Eastern in the first, as Malcolm was able to rope this over the head of Riley for an RBI single to score Lefebvre as part of a 2-run top of the first. The Beacons came back with 3 runs in the bottom of the first. The Beacons lead at 3-2 heading to the top of the second. Jack Rich, the designated hitter and 7-hole hitter, leads off the second. Swing and a miss on the breaking ball. 0-1. Rich to be followed by Keller and Plantamaro. Plantamaro making his first start of the year. There's a swing and a foul tip inadvertent by Rich, who was trying to get out of the way. 0-2. For Rich on the season, making his 11th start, started both ends of this doubleheader. Typically, he does not play game 2 with Lefebvre DHing, but Lefebvre's out there in left field. Came in hitting .342 with a .390 on base percentage for the sophomore out of Marion, Connecticut, and he's going to add to that total. Rips it out to right. That's extra bases. Cotraro, a long time to get to this. This could be 3. They're going to hold him at second base, though. It's a nice throw from Cotraro to hit his cutoff man, Josh Lopez. And if you thought the first game moved quickly and that might mean good things for the second game, I have a feeling we are in for a nice long game number 2 under the hot Boston sun, as already these 2 teams have combined for 7 hits versus just 6 outs.
Now batting for the Warriors, number 23, Dale Keller.
For Rich in game 1, that's had a double and a single, so already 3 hits on the day. Brings up Keller, who went 0 for 4 with groundouts to everyone but the pitcher and first baseman in game 1. Ground out to short, pop up to short, ground out to third, ground out to second for the senior shortstop. Heading the count 1-0 with the tying run out there at second base. Shows bunt, pulls it back. Remember, Eastern this year under first-year head coach Brian Ham, a little bit more willing to put down the sack bunt. 4 times all of last season in 41 games. Already 11 bunts put down this year in just about 25 games, although they did not put down a sack bunt in game 1. 2-0 to Keller, bounces up there, and it's quickly 3-0 to the senior shortstop out of Oxford, Connecticut, who is now 3 for his last 18 in conference play over his last 7 games after going 4 for 9 in their conference opener against UMass Dartmouth in a doubleheader. On the outside corner, 3-1. 3-1 coming to Keller with Rich out there at second base. Hits it out to right. Long run for Cotraro, who will let it bounce again. And that is going to put runners at the corners. Looked like Cotraro had a chance to charge that and make the play, but he takes the safe route. And that will be already the 5th hit of the game for Eastern here. And Aruta's asking, where's the defense for me here in Game 2? Beacons made some nice running plays in Game 1, but playing it safe here, and that will allow Keller to reach for the first time today as Noah Plantamaro steps up. Noah Plantamaro, who had just one at bat coming into today, freshman out of Bristol, Connecticut, came on as a defensive replacement in the bottom of the first inning of Game 1 after Luke Broadhurst came up limping. Pops it up into shallow right. Long run for Cotraro. Lopez going back on it will make the play, and holding at third base is Rich. It's another play where Josh Lopez, because not only of his speed but of his athleticism, it's an outfielder / second baseman. It's a little bit more comfortable tracking fly balls, able to not only make the play but keep the runner from scoring, and that's a big first out for Aruta here in the second. Brings up the leadoff hitter, Hood, who reached on an error. Charlie Hughey's throw was high and wide of the bag at first base. The Beacons caught a break, though, because there was a collision at first. Putting down the bunt is Hood. The runner at third doesn't go, and it ends up being a sacrifice bunt, but only moves up the runner Keller to second. I don't know if there was a missed sign or if Eastern was just worried about Rich not coming home and being thrown out, but either way, the Beacons, that's a huge break. You'll take an out to allow the trail runner to advance, and there's 2 outs now with 2 runners in scoring position after there were 2 on with no outs earlier in the frame. It's also a really nice job by McCormick to field that quickly because Hood can absolutely fly. Brings up Jake Lefebvre, who singled in the first inning out to right center, an RBI single that bounced in front of Cotraro. Be interested to see if the Beacons get a little bit more aggressive defensively because they've let a couple balls fall in front of them here in Game 2, and I'm sure Aruta would like a little bit more help. It's the 1-0, a big swing and the miss. I think Lefebvre was thinking fastball, and that changeup really fooled him. 1-1 to Lefebvre. Junior out of Mansfield Center, Connecticut, who was an all-state hockey player at Edwin O. Smith High School. Hits it up the middle. Lopez is there. Picks it up on 2 hops, and the Beacons get out of a jam here in the second. It is 3-2 Beacons after Aruta strands a pair with no outs in the second inning.
College has given me the flexibility to pursue my passions and my interests, and I've recreated my identity for myself aside from just being an athlete.
My greatest personal discovery has been that I am capable of doing things that I didn't know I was capable of doing.
To be able to study what I wanted to and continue to play the sport I love, all of those things came together very nicely in one package in Division III.
Bottom of the second inning, but first a look around the conference. Southern Maine moves to 7-2 with a 12-2 Game 1 win over Keene State in game number 1 at Rhode Island College. The Anchormen win 14-5. So each of the top 3 teams in the conference, all the 3 teams with 2 losses earn wins. Southern Maine at 7-2, UMass Boston at 5-2 along with Rhode Island College. Eastern falls to 4-5, so they fall behind UMass Dartmouth, who's 5-5, and Castleton, who's 4-4. Plymouth State is now 2-5, as is Keene State, and Western Connecticut State, who's off today, stays at 2-6. Leading off for the Beacons is Josh Lopez, who recorded 2 of the outs for the Beacons in the bottom of the second. And then he comes through with the hit. Hood is charging, but Lopez is running quickly as well. The throw to second, it's going to be tight. Lopez dives in there, and that is a hustle double if I've ever seen one. Both players going as quickly as they could, but Josh Lopez able to beat the good throw from Hood, and that is the spark we're talking about, folks. Josh Lopez, first pitch swinging down the right field line. And again, this is more production over the last 2 games the Beacons have gotten than they really have all season consistently. 3 talented players in Ryan Collins, Ryan Leung, and Kyle Brzezinski, but the consistency just hasn't been there, especially in a spot that last year the Beacons had one of the best players in the country at second base in Dave Murphy. So Lopez, who is a threat to steal, had a stolen base in game number 1 out there at second base. Charlie Hughey at the plate. Could be a spot where the Beacons elect to bunt here, trying to move Lopez up to third base with just 1 out. And again, Hughey, when he bunts, typically bunts for a hit, even if he's being given the sack bunt sign. Hughey, the 9-hole hitter, to be followed by Nick Herzog, and if it gets that far, Ryan McCormick. Crazy part is Lopez, after the game against Babson the other day, immediately met with the Beacons trainer, Ed Perkins, to check on his knee, which he thought that he tweaked and might not be able to go this weekend. Well, not only has he played today, he's played extremely well. A lot of his former teammates who were on that College World Series team are out in attendance today, and I'm sure they're enjoying watching Lopez play. Lopez is a little bit of a pest. If you're playing against him, he's the guy who you absolutely love being on your team and absolutely hate playing against. He's not only a high-energy, flashy kind of player, but he's one of those guys who will start talking trash in the first inning and will be talking trash until the last out. Talk about trash talk. A big thing in basketball and hockey, you don't hear it as much in baseball, but it certainly happens. It's just a little bit more under the radar. 2-2. Hughey fouls it off. Beacons have 4 hits and 3 runs against Parker with no outs here in the second. Aruta's already given up 2 runs and 5 hits in what has been a much higher scoring game number 2. Two-two to Hughey, hits it out to center. No chance for Lopez to advance to the ball that's hit shallow to White. Take a couple steps, but White not really concerned, and there is 1 out here in the second inning. Brings up Nick Herzog, who went 3 for 3 to start the day. A triple, a homer, and a single. Since then, he's lined out to short and struck out swinging. Parker taking a while with this first pitch. Herzog takes it outside. Lopez on the day now is 2 for 4. The single, a double, and a run scored along with an RBI. Great production out of the 8-hole. 1-0 to Herzog. That one is inside to the Beacons' leadoff hitter. 2-0 now. Nick the other day against Babson, 2 for 5 with 2 runs scored, an RBI, and his first home run since the second game of the season. Hit a 2-run shot in game number 1. That one's hit deep into the corner, has a chance to get down, and Alexander White can't catch up to it. This is easily going to be a triple. Lopez had to wait, but Herzog recognizing the whole way. That is a stand-up triple. Herzog beats the ball back into the infield. That is how fast Nick Herzog is and how far that ball was hit. As far as you possibly can. Bounced just shy of the 420 spot, and that one actually hit the top of the tape on the bounce and stayed in. Otherwise, Herzog would have been stuck at second base as Brian Hamm is going to come out and have a conversation with his starting pitcher, John Parker. Right now, you're just trying to minimize the damage, and right now, let's take a look at that RBI triple from Herzog. Already his 4th RBI of the day, and I think that's going to be it for Parker here in the second inning. Very short appearance. That's a long run for White. He's as fast as they get, and he just couldn't quite get there. You see it just bouncing shy, and then the throw, but Herzog is already standing up as Lopez comes across. We'll take a commercial break. We'll bring you the numbers on the new Eastern pitcher. They're going to the pen with one out in the second inning.
UMass Boston was my first choice because when I came to the campus, I saw that there was a lot of diversity. There's a lot of people. Here there is a lot of international students, so it's really cool to meet people from different countries, different parts of the world. I'm Julia Murphy. I'm from Canton, Massachusetts.
I'm Olivia Murphy. I'm from Canton, Massachusetts.
We're sisters.
We're sisters.
I play volleyball and she plays basketball. Here they have a freshman success community. So each major has their own community that you can join as a freshman, and you take classes with them, you do study groups with them. So it was really helpful getting to know people in your major right away.
So in health exercise sciences, we have an internship at the end, or it's so much better to have like an advisor helping you out, like telling you which classes to choose.
The new pitcher for Eastern is Nick Riscotti. Their very talented lefty arm. Final line on Parker, which is not quite final. Herzog at third base could be charged to him. An inning at third, 5 hits, 4 runs, 4 earned, 2 strikeouts, and 1 walk. They bring in Riscotti, who has been one of their best arms over the last 4 years. The senior lefty out of Wallingford, Connecticut, 68th career appearance. 6 of them have been starts. 9-4 for his career with 10 saves. This year he does have a team-high 2 saves. 130 innings, a 3.81 ERA, 116 strikeouts to 42 walks, 8.03 Ks per 9. And with the Beacons putting out a very left-handed dominant lineup, why not bring on your lefty early? McCormick, Boudris, and Cesare, each of the next 3 hitters are lefties. Then you have Cotraro and Palma. So 5 of the Beacons' 9 hitters are all lefties. The infield in here with McCormick at the plate and Herzog over there at third base. The Beacons already lead at 4-2 after that RBI triple from Nick Herzog, who is having himself a day and a half. 1-1 to McCormick. Breaking ball on the inside half. 1-2. McCormick, his first time up, walked, stole second, and came in to score on Kyle Boudris' RBI double to start the Beacons' 3-run first. UMass Boston took a 1-0 lead in the first game, made it 2-0 after 2 and 4-0 after 3. Already lead at 4-2 here in the second inning after giving up 2 in the top of the first. And realistically, this is what the Beacons have done against Eastern. Over their last 6 games, they've outscored Eastern 71-17. That does not include the 4 runs in this game. 1-2 to McCormick. Bounces away from the catcher, Malcolm. That'll get away on the wild pitch, and the run comes in to score. So that'll be charged to Parker, who's allowed 5 earned runs in 3 of his 4 conference starts. And the Beacons have made it 5-2 now on the wild pitch. Still 2-2 to Riscotti. 2-2 to McCormick, rather. So Riscotti looks to get his first out of the game. 2-2 pitch fouled off. Taking a deeper dive on Riscotti this year, 0-0 with the team-high 2 saves, 3.00 ERA in 12 innings pitched, 12 strikeouts to 7 walks. Has allowed 10 hits, 6 runs, 4 earned. Opponents hitting just .227 against it. 2-2 to McCormick, just a little bit inside, and he takes some pitches that are really close, but as a catcher, you probably know the zone better than anyone else. I'm not gonna argue with Ryan McCormick's eye. This is already the 4th appearance for Riscotti, all coming in Game 2 of conference doubleheaders. 1.69 ERA in those 3 appearances over 5 1/3 innings. McCormick bloops it foul on the left field side. Long run for Keller will make the play just in foul territory for out number 2 of the inning. Brings up Kyle Boudris, who has 2 doubles on the day, 2 RBI in the day, and a run scored as the Beacons senior DH has moved into 3rd place in program history with 223 career hits. A just ridiculous number for a player who has the simplest of approaches at the plate. See ball, hit ball. Wouldn't work for me. Wouldn't work for a lot of players, but it has worked phenomenally well for Burgos over his 4-year career. He's now hit safely in 22 of 23 games this season. Came in 4th in the conference with his .402 batting average. 0-2 misses way outside, 1-2. Burgos has also been a bit more of a power hitter as a senior, already 7 doubles and a home run for a guy who has just such a sweet swing from the left side. 1-2 with no one on and 2 outs. Swing and a miss. Riscotti gets the 2 batters that he faces, but the Beacons add 2 more runs on the RBI triple from Herzog, and then the wild pitch. It's 5-2 Beacons after 2.
The University of Massachusetts Boston, with its scenic oceanfront campus, easily accessible to downtown Boston, is recognized as a model of excellence for urban public universities. 16 NCAA Division III sports are part of the more than 100 student organizations that create an engaging campus life in America's biggest and best college town. UMass Boston, Boston's urban public research university for the 21st century.
Alex Parkos to be followed by Matt Malcolm and William Coleman here in the 3rd inning. Eastern struck for 2 runs in the top of the 1st, but after putting on 2 runners in scoring position with no outs in the 2nd, unable to scratch another run across, as it's quickly 1-1 to Parkos. One hit hard over the head of Hughie, who made a running effort at it, but recognized he had no chance. And just kind of the hitter that Parkos is, he just hits the ball hard every time he swings. There's very few times where it doesn't make that loud crack off the aluminum. For Parkos today, already 2 hits, both to left field in Game 2, a pair of singles. In Game 1, he had 2 walks and a single, so on the day he is 3 for 4 and has reached 5 times. Sounds about right for a man who loves playing at Monin Park. First pitch to Matt Malcolm, the catcher. It's a little bit high. Malcolm had an RBI single to make it 2-0 in the 1st inning, and then was erased on a 5-4-3 double play as Arudis settled down. Hit over to the 3rd baseman, Riley, makes a great play to knock it down. Keep Malcolm and Parkos at just the 1 base, but unable to do anything else with it. That's a single, and there are 2 on for the 3rd consecutive inning for the Warriors, who getting base runners on has not been Eastern's issue today. They did it a lot in Game 1, just a lot of runners left on, and that was another sharply hit ball, but can they come up with those clutch hits? William Coleman, in his only at-bat of this game, hit it to a 5-4-3 double play for the first 2 outs of the 1st, and that allowed the Beacons to keep Eastern to just 2 runs after they had each of the first 4 batters reach. Coleman in Game 1 hit 2nd, went 2 for 4 with a pair of singles. Shows butt, pulls it back, and that's going to be just off the corner, 1-0. Again, runs should not be at a premium in this contest. They were a little bit in Game 1, but something tells me that we are not close to seeing our final score at this point at 5-2 in favor of the Beacons. Good news is that neither team used much of their bullpen in game one. Beacons used just one reliever, Ben Gottesman. Eastern used two relievers, Aiden Dunn and Jack Risley. So they should have their bullpens available, although Eastern's already gone to their bullpen in the second, getting the bunt down but going foul off the bat of Coleman, 1-1. Aruda is also a guy who stays extremely calm despite base runners on, despite a little bit of adversity. Was such a big starter for the Beacons as a freshman, a guy who pitched not only the LAC championship game, but a big game in the regional, through some big games in Florida against nationally ranked squads. He has faced a lot of the best teams in D3 over the past 2 years, and no one's going to really intimidate him on the mound. 1-1 as the Beacons put the wheel play on. And not bunting, hitting it over to Lopez. Only play is to first as there was no one covering second. Smart play by Josh as both runners advance. That's the issue when you put on the wheel play. Sometimes the ball can be hit where there's no one currently occupying that spot, or in that case, Lopez wanted to go to second, but Hughie was at third base, and it allows Eastern to put two runners in scoring position with just the one out for Alexander White. So a chance for Eastern to score a run here without another hit after both runners move up. White in his first at bat grounded out to shortstop. Game number one, White, who was playing his 140th career game, went 0 for 4. He has ended an inning in 4 of his 5 at-bats on the day. That is not a good number. 1-0, fastball misses. 2-0, first base is open, but not sure if the Beacons want to face Jack Rich with the bases loaded. He already has 2 doubles on the day. Had a leadoff double back in the second against Aruda. Swung on and missed. White a big hack, unable to catch a piece of it, 2-1. White is now 0 for his last 16. Was 0 for 11 in his last 3 with 3 strikeouts. Went 0 for 4 in game 1 and 0 for 1 in this one. So 0 for 16 with 3 strikeouts in that span after having just 3 hitless games in his first 20. He's 0 for his last, 4 plus now, as he doesn't have a hit yet in this game, and it's 2-2 now. Tough stretch for a senior center fielder who has been so consistent throughout his career, for first Matt LeBranch and now Brian Ham. White out of West Hartford, Connecticut. Takes a pitch outside, 3-2. Beacon's trying to get him to chase a pitch well outside the zone. Aruda looking for the sign. Doesn't have a strikeout yet and won't get it there. Misses high and outside, and the bases are full of Warriors. With 1 out for Jack Rich, the designated hitter. First walk that Aruda has issued. It brings up Rich, who had a double down the right field line, his first at bat against Aruda. Parkos over at third base, led off with a single to left. Matt Malcolm at second. He had a single that was knocked down by the Beacons third baseman Eddie Riley, but no chance for Riley to make the play. And then White walks to load up the bases, and after another ball, we'll see Dan Gamble make the trot out again. Just trying to settle his pitcher after 3 straight balls to load the bases. Jack Rich steps up. First pitch to him is fouled off. 0-1 to the designated hitter, who does have 3 hits on the day, 2 doubles and a single. Is also grounded into a 4-3 double play and flown out to right center. 1-1 with the bases loaded and 1 out. Beacons throw down to second. Very interesting decision there by McCormick with the runner on third, but fortunately no damage. 2-1 now to Rich. A hitter's count as Aruda has struggled with his control over the last 2 batters. 2-1, swung on and missed. Aruda would love to get that first strikeout of the game. Make it a little easier to get out of this jam just like he did in the second. Aruda on the season has 22 strikeouts versus 13 walks coming in. Fouled back. Nice job by Rich to stay alive. His 22 strikeouts are third on the team, but he's also second on the team with his 13 walks and already has added another one in this contest. 2-2 offering to Rich coming in. Gets away from McCormick, but the runner at third, Parkos, doesn't take off. That gets stuck in the screen. And they're going to say it's out of play, and that will allow each of the base runners to move up. Parkos didn't move. If that ball had stayed in play, the Beacons would have gotten out of it, but instead the wild pitch allows each runner to move up. And the count moves to 3-2, and Eastern gets a run back. It's now 5-3. So 2 runners in scoring position. First base is open with the 3-2 pitch, which is hit over to Palma. Coming in to score from third base is Malcolm. And just like that, because of the wild pitch, instead of 1 run scoring home, 2 runs come home, and it's a 5-4 game. White moves all the way over to third base thanks to the wild pitch and the ground out. So a hit here could tie the game, or even another wild pitch or pass ball. That's a bad break for Aruda. That wild pitch off the glove of McCormick, but because there's such a short backstop, the ball bounces right back. It's tough for a runner to score. Instead, it got stuck in the fencing below us. So it's 2-0 here to Dale Keller. And then Alex Carasota, the Beacons' former relief pitcher, arguing the Beacons maybe should have been more aggressive there. If Palma's in, maybe you don't allow the runner to score. But Palma was playing behind the bag at first base, and that easily allowed Matt Malcolm to come in. 5-4 game here in the top of the third. We saw 6 runs scored in game number 1. We're already at 9, and we only have 11 outs. 2-2. Keller takes that pitch on the inside half. Ball is hit up the middle. Herzog has a beat on it, and he makes the play for out number 3, but not before Eastern gets 2 runs back on a wild pitch and an RBI ground out. It's 5-4 UMass Boston after 2.5.
Division III allows you to give yourself to other things.
Having that free time allows me to pursue the things that I want to pursue.
Division III athletics affords students the opportunity to, engage in the other interests in their campus and in their lives outside of that sport.
It allows you to just be able to do everything you want to do. I wouldn't change it for the world.
Really quickly, let's take a look around the rest of Beaconville before the bottom of the third inning. Softball game was supposed to start at 1 p.m. It's already 3:45, and the Beacons are in the second inning against Keene State. The men's tennis team is hosting Western Connecticut State. Still waiting for a score from that conference match as the Beacons look to move to 4-0 in conference play for the 3rd straight season. The men's lacrosse team, they should be underway as well. We'll see if we can update for you from that game down at Eastern Connecticut State. The lacrosse team earned their first conference win the other day, 13-3 over Salem State here at home. Anthony Cesare rolls over the 0-1 pitch, and he's retired 4-3 for the first out as Riscotti has faced 3 batters and gotten 3 outs out of the pen. Lacrosse, who has never defeated Eastern Connecticut State in the history of the program, leads the Warriors 6-5. So good start. That game should still be in the first half, though, so plenty of time left. The Beacons look for back-to-back wins in what's really a must-win game if the Beacons are going to make the LEC tournament. 7-5, excuse me. Every goal counts, especially when you're a team like the Beacons, who has struggled with their scoring. Did score 13 the other day. 0-1 to Riley, who struck out swinging in the first inning. Takes it low, 1-1. Riley came up in that inning with runners at first and third. Actually, second and third, as the Beacons had a stolen base, but struck out before Nick Cotraro came through with a go-ahead 2-run single. Cotraro currently on deck as the Beacons led 3-2 after 1, 5-2 after 2, but it's 5-4 after a 2-run top of the third. 1-2 now to Riley, who had a double and triple in game number 1. Beacons have a couple of guys moving around in the bullpen, but no real movement. Eastern is also quiet as well, as Riscotti has pitched extremely well after coming on in relief of John Parker, whose final line reads an inning and a third, 5 hits, 5 runs, 5 earned, 1 walk, and 2 strikeouts for the Game 2 starter for Eastern. 2-2 coming to Riley, and it misses on the outside half, 3-2. Riscotti was not appreciative of that call from Mike Rabideau as he took a long walk off the mound thinking that he had gotten a called strike 3. Riscotti, a senior out of Wallingford, Connecticut, 6'1", 175. One of the team's top relievers in each of his first 2 years. So he gets a grounder over to second once again. Plants Amaro, throws it across, back-to-back 4-3 putouts. And the Beacons trying to avoid their first 1-2-3 inning here in the third. Only went down 1-2-3 once in game 1. So Nick Cotraro steps up. Cotraro has singled 4 times in 5 at-bats. Misses outside 1-0. Junior out of Beverly. Head 2-0 now. Riscotti has really settled in, and a big part is facing left-handed batters. First lefty today that has faced the Beacons, and he's retired McCormick, Boudris, and Cesare, and now he faces Cotraro and potentially Palma. 5 out of 6 batters in the Beacons lineup, all lefties, and another grounder over to Plant tomorrow. This is a more difficult play, but 3 consecutive 4-3 putouts. We head to the 4th. UMass Boston's lead looks a little bit more tenuous now at 5-4.
People at UMass Boston, they're here because they know they can have an impact, not just on research, but on people, on their students.
This is just the starting point. It only has potential to grow, and it has a big potential to grow up.
You're really having a direct impact on people's lives, and you can see that now, and you can see that years from now.
So I think it's becoming like the place that people want to go.
What UMass Boston is able to offer to its young people certainly stands out to that mission that was set right out in the beginning. It's something UMass Boston should be and can be very proud about.
Noah Plant tomorrow. The 9-hole hitter will lead off the 4th inning, followed by the leadoff hitter Ryan Hood, and then Jake Lefebvre for the Warriors, who scored 2 runs in the first and in the third. They led 2-0 after 1, cut it to 5-4 after 3. Playing tomorrow in his lone at bat. Came up with 2 runners in scoring position. And, well, rather runners at the corners with no outs, and popped up to the second baseman Lopez. Even in the count 1-1. Pops it up again. This one looks like it'll be in foul territory. Palma and McCormick fighting for it, and McCormick will make the play right in front of Palma, who's already been in 2 collisions in this game. Unfortunately, didn't take out his teammate McCormick there, who was very focused on that foul pop that just barely stayed in foul territory.
Now batting for the Warriors, number 10, Ryan Hood.
Brings up Ryan Hood, who reached on an error, stole second and scored in the first, and then put down an interesting 2-3 sack bunt in the second inning. I say interesting because with runners at first and third, if you're putting down a sack bunt, you're expecting a squeeze play to be on. But Jack Rich, the lead runner, didn't come home, so it just moved up Dale Keller for the second out, and that helped the Beacons get out of the inning with no real damage done, despite the 2 base runners. As Hood fouls that one off of McCormick, and Mike Rabideau does what a good umpire should and gives McCormick a little bit of time to flex that right hand. It's always a little bit easier to deal with the pain when you're getting hit by a foul ball and it's 72 out and sunny versus 30, windy, and just freezing cold, which is the norm here in April. Misses outside. 1-2 to Hood, who moves up from the 9-hole to the leadoff spot here in Game 2. 2-2. Hood in Game 1 went 1 for 4 with a single and a pair of 3 balls that were hit to the right side. In fact, all 4 of his at-bats ended with the ball being hit to the right side. A fly out to right that was caught by the second baseman, fly out to right center caught by the right fielder, a single to right, and then a ground out to the second baseman. So only hit the ball to the left side once, and that came in the first inning of this game. Hits it high on the left side. Hughie barely has to move, and he'll catch the pop-up for out number 2 as Aruda looks for his second scoreless inning and potentially his first 1-2-3 inning of the day. This second game has certainly moved a little bit slow in the first. Game number 1 went 2 hours and 5 minutes. Game number 2, we started at about 2:45. We're an hour and 5 minutes in, and we're only in the top of the 4th, which actually isn't that bad for a baseball game. But when you got through 9 innings in 2 hours and 5 minutes, sometimes you get a little spoiled. 1-0 coming to Jake Lefebvre. Make it 2-0. Lefebvre had an RBI single to right center in the first inning and then grounded out to the second baseman to end the third with 2 runners on. Hits it hard out to center, and Herzog's going to take it on a hop. The Beacons have done that a ton today. I don't mind it, especially with 2 outs, but it just seems like UMass Boston is being maybe a little overly cautious. Some of these balls that are hit right at them, letting it take it on a hop when they could have a chance to charge and possibly make the out. You never want to face Alex Parkos with the runner on, even with 2 outs.
Now batting for the Warriors, number 28, Alex.
Parkos is 2 for 2 with a pair of singles and a run scored here in game number 2 against Aruda. First pitch misses way outside. A nice job by McCormick to keep it in front. He's only allowed the 1 ball to get to the backstop between the 2 games, and that was one that went off the top of his glove as he was jumping from his crouch position to standing up. Runner takes off for second. McCormick has no chance, and he'll just throw it back to the pitcher on the stolen base for Lefebvre. Another breaking ball that missed outside with the backhand. McCormick knew he had no shot, and Lefebvre all of a sudden is in scoring position. The game-tying run. Now, it's only the 4th inning, but still, Eastern was down 5-2 at one point. Aruda misses with a 3rd consecutive pitch, and at this point, you might as well just point and get it over with, as there's no reason to risk giving Parkos something to hit here at 3-0. He has 3 singles and 2 walks on the day. Dylan Fashionpour has begun to warm for the Beacons, their Game 3 starter, who will likely throw on Tuesday. As Parkos takes ball 4. And the Beacons, last week they used Fashionpour Beacons used Fashion Poor last week in relief of Fernando Burgos in Game 1. Threw him for an inning. Fashion Poor has been extremely impressive as a freshman pitcher. And it just takes a little bit of pressure off the rest of the bullpen, but it also gives you what should be a clean inning with how well Fashion Poor has pitched, and a little less pressure on some of the key Beacons relievers, especially Bobby Tramandozzi. You don't have to stretch the closer out quite as much as you might otherwise. 2 on with 2 outs after a single and a walk with 2 now. So Ruda has now allowed multiple base runners in every frame, already up to 59 pitches here in the 4th, and hasn't been that effective. I'd expect that UMass Boston will, if he can get through this batter, maybe give him the 5th, but with Brendan Igerbo coming out, this might be it for Aruda. We saw the quick pull from Brian Ham, and we'll see if Brendan Igerbo takes the baseball. Looks like he's going to give Aruda the benefit of the doubt. So the Beacons will, in fact, go to the bullpen here in the 4th. A pair of early pulls from these two managers in what's a big Little East Conference contest. Eastern trying to avoid falling to 4-6. The Beacons looking to stay in line with Rhode Island College and Southern Maine, who also won their Game 1. And we'll see Dylan Fashionpour, who pitched a gem the other day against Southern Maine at home. He'll come on in a big spot, 2 on, 2 outs. And the Beacons leading by a single run. We'll take a commercial break and bring you the numbers on Fashionpour, the freshman from Redlands, California. For the Beacons, it'll be Dylan Fashionpour, who is making his second appearance in relief for the Beacons in conference play, has also started 2 conference games. The other day against Southern Maine, through one of the best starts the Beacons have had all season long. 6 innings, 3 hits, no earned, 6 strikeouts, and 3 walks to help the Beacons defeat the 3rd-ranked team in the country. Against Plymouth State last week, he threw 1 inning, a strikeout, and a walk in the 6th inning of game number 1. The Beacons ended up losing that game 4-2. In his previous start against Endicott College, got a no decision in 5 innings, 2 hits, 1 run, 0 earned, 2 strikeouts versus 2 walks. On the season, making his 8th appearance, 3-1, with a team-high 28 innings and a team-best 1.61 ERA amongst qualifying pitchers. Bobby Tramandozzi is lower, but he does not qualify because he doesn't have the innings pitched. He's 3rd in the conference with his ERA of 1.61, a team-high 29 strikeouts to 15 walks, 16 hits versus 9 runs, 5 earned, a strikeout per 9 ratio of 9.32, and he comes in a big spot. 2 on, 2 outs. The cleanup hitter, Matt Malcolm, at the plate, who is 2 for 2 with a pair of singles and a run scored. The line on Tyler Aruda thus far, 3 2/3 innings, 8 hits, 4 runs, 3 earned, 2 walks, no strikeouts. First pitch from Fashionpour, changeup that looked like it was over the inside half, but no love from Rabideau. Fashionpour would likely, if he can get this batter, he'd likely pitch an inning in the 3rd. Beacons don't want to tire him out too much, as he will have to start on Tuesday against Southern Maine. Misses badly with the breaking ball. 2-0. Jake Lefebvre started the rally with a 2-out single to center and stole second. Alex Parkos worked a 4-pitch walk. before the Beacons went to the pen for Dylan Fashionpour. Already both teams have gone to the pen, and we're still in the 4th inning. Eastern went to the pen after just an inning and a third as Nick Riscotti replaced John Parker. Beacons forced to pull Tyler Ruda after 3 2/3 innings. Fashionpour looks back at LaFave, and the Beacons come in behind Parkos at first base, just trying to help out Fashionpour, who's behind 2-0 to Malcolm. Top hitter statistically in the Eastern lineup at .385 coming into the day, who after a game 1 in which he went 1 for 4, now has 3 consecutive hits. So 3 for 6 on the day. That's going to help the .385 batting average. Swung on and missed, unable to catch the fastball on the outside half, 2-1. Eastern already has 9 hits, but just 4 runs scored. The Beacons with 5 runs on 5 hits. (2-1) coming to Malcolm after a couple long looks at second. Foul back. Fashionpour with back-to-back strikes to even the count at 2-2. Be very interesting to see how these two coaches handle their bullpen. Riscotti's the closer for Eastern, so that'll change things if it's a close game late. Bobby Tramandozzi's not only the Beacons' closer, but he's their lead fireman, the new role that's been coined in Major League Baseball, where sometimes you use your best reliever in big spots rather than the 9th inning. That one was in on the fist of Malcolm, and he fouls it off. So typically the Beacons try to save Tramandozzi for the 8th or 9th inning, but they've used him as early as the 2nd or 3rd inning in big games where they felt like they needed someone to shut down the opposing team's offense. No one warming in either bullpen right now. This has been a much slower game 2. 2-2 pitch popped up in foul territory. Not sure if there's going to be enough room, and that one will get into the Beacons dugout. Just mere inches away from Fred DeFrance, who was hoping it would bend back towards the field, but not enough wind today to keep that ball in the playing area. It is 7-7 at halftime between UMass Boston and Eastern Connecticut State in men's lacrosse. Big second half for both of those teams who sit towards the bottom of the LEC standings. 2-2 with 2 outs, 2 on to Malcolm, a little bit low, 3-2, misses with the fastball. William Coleman's in the on-deck circle, 0 for 2 with a ground-out double play and a ground-out. Not the worst thing here if you walk, if Fashionpour walks Malcolm. Coleman struggling a little bit. See what Brendan Ayero calls. Although realistically, it's Dan Gamble who's calling the pitches for the Beacons. Eastern trying to mount a 2-out rally. 3-2 pitch, runners take off, and it's hit right at Riley on a line. Fashionpour comes on and gets the only batter he needs to face. Eastern puts 2 on in the 4th, but unable to score a run. They've already left 6 runners on through 4 frames.
Paris changed my life, and I got there through UMass. Those very specific seminal moments in Paris, the subway. A man in a tuxedo walked in, and a woman in a long gown, and it was stunning. It all hit me. It was like a lightning bolt. There was this world of beauty and style that I wanted to be a part of. That was the beginning of the journey. And that all came through the University of Massachusetts. And that was really a key moment for me. That's one of those moments you never forget.
Nick Palma, Josh Lopez, and Charlie Hughey step to the plate for the Beacons in the fourth. Palma 0 for 1 in game 2, a ground out to short to end the first inning in which the Beacons scored 3 to take the lead. Shows bunt, puts it down the third base line. It's a good one, and Coleman will let it go foul. That was a great decision by Coleman. Rare to see a guy like Palma, who typically takes some big hacks, put down a bunt, but with the way Riscotti is pitched, he's faced 5 batters, retired 5 batters, mostly with weak contact. I love that move, and if he had just been able to keep that ball fair another 5 or 6 feet, he would have had a hit because there was no chance that Coleman was going to be able to get him. It was just a wise decision to let that ball go foul. So 0-1 nearly catches him. 1-1. Palma to be followed by Josh Lopez and Charlie Hughey, 7-8-9 for the Beacons, who scored 5 runs in their first 2 innings, but did not score a 1-2-3 third in which Riscotti induced 3 groundouts to second. Riscotti came on for John Parker and has retired every batter he's faced. He did allow the one inherited runner he inherited to score on a wild pitch. Palma takes that one high, 2-1. Palma at first base today because Kyle Boudris is a little bit hobbled right now, still in the lineup as the DH, but unable to play first. Palma still looking for his first hit of the day, 0 for 5, as he swings and misses on the 2-2 offering. And Riscotti picks up his second strikeout in an inning and 2/3. Brings up Josh Lopez, who is now 2 for 4 with 2 runs scored and a stolen base. Had a double down the right field line in which he hustled the entire way and beat the throw from Ryan Hood, who was hustling just as much. Bunt put down. Only player to get it is Coleman to throw across, not in time. And Lopez has back-to-back hits. And when a guy's pitching as well as Riscotti, why not put down the bunt, put some pressure on, see how he pitches out of the stretch, because he is pitching really, really well with no one on base. And clearly that's something the Beacons talked about in the dugout, because each of the first 2 batters tried to put down a bunt. And I wouldn't be surprised to see Hughey put down a bunt as well with his speed. Lopez does have a stolen base today. Swung on and missed by Hughey. We'll see if the Beacons can manufacture a run here in the 4th to give a little bit more breathing room to their pitching staff. They scored 6 runs in game 1, 5 runs in the first 2 innings against Parker, but have struggled against Riscotti, who will throw over to first base. The one thing that, Eastern lost a lot from last year's team. Not a huge senior class, but a very impact senior class. You're talking about DJ Scavone, a 4-year starter, first base last year, 7 home runs, 35 RBI, hit .297. Charlie Hughey takes it on the outside corner at the knees, 0-2 now. They also lost Mike Funaro and Colin Russell, a pair of guys who split time at second base. Lost Sam Kostrich, a really reliable reliever, but the guy who might be the biggest loss is Merlin Herrera, because he was so good behind the plate. He threw out over 50% of the base runners against him last year, as that misses low, 1-2. 18 of 34 in terms of caught stealing, and that means that a team like UMass Boston, who loves to run, you can't run against Merlin Herrera, who had one of the best arms I've ever seen. And the Beacons, not that Matt Malcolm is bad in any way, he's thrown out a base runner today, but he's just not the same kind of presence behind the plate. One of the things I loved about Merlin Herrera, reading the bios that Bob Malta, the very long-tenured SID at Eastern Connecticut State, writes, is that Herrera was not only a catcher in high school, he's also a shortstop. Very rare to see an athlete who's that talented, who's going to be behind the plate, and also has the athleticism to play shortstop. Then again, Charlie Hughey, the Beacons shortstop, came in as a backup catcher, utility infielder, played first base, then he played some second base, and he's taken over as the starting shortstop for each of the last 3 years. 2-2 now to Hughey with Lopez at first. 2-2, breaking ball hit softly. This is going to be tough to turn to. Keller able to find Plantamaro to throw across, not in time. That ball was just hit too slowly to get to there. And the Beacons have a runner on with 2 down for Nick Herzog.
Now batting for the Beacons, number 34, Nick Herzog.
Herzog hit his second RBI triple of the day back in the second inning. Game 2, he is 1 for 2 with a strikeout, triple, an RBI, and a stolen base. Oh, and 1 to Herzog. Takes it off the corner, 1-1 now. Hughie with tremendous speed over at first base has stolen 50-plus bags in his career. Beacon's maybe thinking hit and run at some point here with great speed at the plate and on base. And with the amount of space that is in this field, even with Alexander White playing about 365, 370 out there in center field trying to keep everything in front of him, anything that's not hit right at an outfielder, Hughie's thinking 3 if not scoring, as the pickoff throws a decent one, but Hughie's back in time. Taking off for second is Hughie. The throw is close, much closer than I expected it to be. Hughie got a phenomenal jump, but Hughie is in there with his second stolen base of the day, and he's in scoring position with 2 outs for Nick Herzog. So a chance for Herzog to add his 5th RBI of the day. And they're going to send Herzog down to first base on what has to be a hit by pitch. Everyone up here had the count at 2-1. That was not ball 4. Which should be a dead ball, but then Hughie would have been at second base anyways. Ryan McCormick at the plate. Have to talk to the umpire in between innings to see quite what he called, because there's no way that was ball 4. That was only the 3rd pitch of the at-bat. McCormick has walked and popped up foul. Double steal taking off the throw to third. It's a good one, and they're going to rule that Hughie is out, even though it was a bang-bang play that looked safe. See if Brendan Igerbro comes out, and he's going to have a conversation with Mike Hinoza. And we'll take a quick commercial break as Hughie is not left third base. He's still convinced he's safe.
The University of Massachusetts Boston. It's just minutes from downtown, and the Princeton Review calls it one of the best values in the country. A nationally recognized institution of academic excellence and research, UMass Boston offers more than 150 undergraduate and graduate programs, 16 Division III sports, and more than 100 student organizations. To learn more about the opportunities waiting for you at UMass Boston, visit in person or online. UMass Boston, a research university with a teaching soul.
Brendan Igerbro, a long conversation with Mike Rabideau, unsuccessfully. Let's take a look at the play as Malcolm threw at the lead runner at third, trying to get Hughie. It was a bang-bang play. That's as close as it gets. The throw was certainly close there. The only question was, where was Hughie's lead foot? Possible to tell from that angle, but you can just see how good of a throw it was from Malcolm, who maybe was a little upset. I was talking about how good Merlin Herrera was, the player before him. It'll be William Coleman, Alexander White, and Jack Rich in the inning. Going back to that Herzog play, Don't see it very often at this level, but that was the intentional walk where you don't even have to actually throw the final 2 balls, as Coleman starts the inning with a single against Fashionpour, who's out there to start an inning for the first time today after getting Matt Malcolm to line out to third with 2 on and 2 outs in the 4th.
Now batting for the Warriors, number 9, Alexander White.
Already the 9th hit for Eastern Connecticut State, and it brings up Alexander White, who walked his last time up but does not have a hit on the day, I believe. In fact, he is 0 for 5 for the center fielder, who's behind 0-1 to Fashionpour, who will throw over to first base. And just checked my email, and we've got a little bit more information on Redlands, California, thanks to Dylan's mom, Stephanie, because apparently I don't know as much about Redlands as I thought. It's inside. We've been saying that Redlands is in Northern California because Elijah Gonzalez, who was on the broadcast the first time that Dylan pitched, is from California, one of our other broadcasters, so I trusted his geography skills. Apparently it's in Southern California. So that is outside. 60 miles east of Los Angeles, 60 miles from the famous Orange County beaches, and 45 minutes west of Palm Springs. So that's a really exact geographic location. The 1-2 is hit softly. Fashionpour's going to have to field it himself. Only chance is to first. A good low throw, and he's able to get White. It does move up Coleman to second base, but Fashionpour fields his position cleanly. A little bit more info on Redlands while we've got some time. Redlands, a town of 70,000, have a very famous D3 college. If you're familiar with D3 baseball, the University of Redlands, which plays in the SCIAC, the Southern California Intercollegiate Athletic Conference, typically one of the better conferences in the Western region. And they were once known as the Orange Empire because of all of the oranges grown out in California. So there you go. Not only a geography lesson, but also a little bit of a history lesson as well. 0-1 here to Jack Rich, the designated hitter, who has doubled and grounded into an RBI groundout in his first 2 at-bats. Pretty productive day for the designated hitter in the 7th spot. Runner on second is Coleman, who led off with a single to center. 1-1 from Fashionpour, breaking ball too far inside. 2-1. Fashionpour likely facing his one and only full inning of work, because the Beacons do have another pitcher already warming. You don't want to have him throw too many pitches. Right now he's listed at 12. Want to keep him at 20 to 25 so that he's fresh for Tuesday's start at Southern Maine, as that's fastball too far inside, 3-1. Rich to be followed by Keller, and if it gets to that point, Noah Plantamaro, the 9-hole hitter. Game number 2, we're already an hour and a half in, and we're still in the 5th inning. It's the 3-1, swung on and swung through, 3-2. Long look from Fashionpour back at Coleman, the 3-2 offering. That is just off the corner. A couple of the Beacons fans sitting to my left and in front of us thought that that was good enough for strike 3, but instead it's the first walk issued by Fashionpour and the 3rd walk by Beacons pitching here in Game 2. So it puts 2 on with 1 out for Dale Keller, who has singled to right and flown out to center to end the 3rd. It's getting as warm as it's been all season long here at Monin Park. I think it's the first time I can say that I've actually been too warm here at Monin this year. In fact, it's pretty hard to be too warm in any spring sport in Boston, especially this close to the water with the wind the way that it whips. Even a nice day turns a little frigid as soon as the sun goes away. 1-0 here to Keller, the senior shortstop, who swings through the 1-0 offering, 1-1. The nice thing about Boston is you're always guaranteed of at least 1 or 2 really delightful Saturdays that makes you forget about how cold it was the previous day. or previous week or previous month. One from Fashion Poor. Fouled off 1 and 2. Keller on the day is 1 for 6. Went 0 for 4 in game 1. Single his first at bat before a fly out to center. 1-2 offering. Breaking ball that looked like our home plate umpire, Mike Rabideau, kind of bailed out thinking that it was going to be very high and ended up being pretty close there on the outside half. 2-2. 2 on, 1 out. Beacons led 5-0 early on. Eastern cut it to 5-4 in the third, and it's been that way ever since. 2-2 even higher, 3-2. Fashion Poor walked the last batter. You don't want to walk the bases loaded. Beacons have a righty and a lefty warming. The lefty's got to be Anthony Pescara. Oh, it's actually Joey Rogers. Not sure if this is to come into the game or just the bullpen that the Beacons have been anticipating one of their key starters throwing. Rogers was the Beacons' Game 3 starter last year. Pitched really well against Southern Maine here at home, but has pitched less than 5 innings this season due to some arm issues. Be huge if the Beacons could get him back for the stretch run. They also have a righty warming as well. Hoping that Fashion Poor can get out of this jam, though, and get them to the 6th. Popped up. This should stay in fair territory. Cotraro fighting the sun. Tagging at second is Coleman. He'll take off for third. Cotraro's throw is to second, and there'll be runners at the corners with 2 down for Noah Plantamaro. So Keller at least moves the lead runner up 90 feet. And it brings up Plantamaro, who is 0 for 3 today. Struck out looking in his only at bat of game 1. And then was pinch hit for. Popped up to second. And popped up foul to the first baseman, Palma. Beacons calling out instructions, just making sure they know the play here on a potential delayed double steal. Much more of a softball issue than a baseball issue. Plantamaro earning his first collegiate start in this one. Seen a lot of playing time because of the injury to Luke Broadhurst as he came on in the bottom of the first of a conference doubleheader. He was pinch hit for in game number 1, but has played the first 5 innings here in game number 2 after they lost one of their biggest contributors. 1-0, pop foul, 1-1. Coming into the day, he'd appeared in just 4 games and had 1 official at bat, a single. He also had a couple of sac flies. A big spot, freshman versus freshman, as Fashion Poor looks to leave 2 more runners on. On the outside corner, 1 and 2. Eastern has already left 6 runners on through the first 4 innings, trying to avoid 2 more. They left 8 on in game number 1 when the Beacons recorded their first shutout of the season. Plantamaro out of Bristol, Connecticut, attended Bristol Central High School, where he was a 4-year varsity starter, all-conference player his junior and senior season. And is looking at some of these questions that Eastern asks of all their student athletes. None of these answers stand up to me as particularly interesting for our broadcast. Although he does say that what gets him fired up is Tom Brady's pregame Instagram posts. That's not necessarily something that would get me pumped up, but certainly an interesting answer. To each their own. 2-2, foul back, and it's been a nice at bat here from Plantamaro, the 9-hole hitter. One swing of the bat, he could tie it or give his team the lead. After a 2-hour and 5-minute game 1, looks like we're for a marathon here in game 2. Only the 9 runs, but each inning is really dragged. Runners on base, pitching slowly, conversations at the mound. It's not been a fast-moving game. The good thing is just absolutely gorgeous out. 2-2, another foul ball. Contingent of Beacons alums are on top of the parking lot right now, enjoying the view from the top of the new parking structure that was opened in the fall of this year, under construction all of last season during the Beacon season. 2-2, and we've got time asked for by Plantamaro. This will be the 7th pitch of the at-bat as Fashionport looks to leave 2 runners on. 2-2, breaking ball misses, 3-2. Ryan Hood, the leadoff batter, awaits on deck. Coleman's at third base, reached on the leadoff single. Jack Rich is at first. He takes off for second. Swung on and missed. Fashionport is pumped up with the strikeout, and the Beacons keep the 5-4 lead heading into the bottom of the 5th here on the Beacons Broadcast Network.
Celebrate the soggy shoes and the slow starts. Celebrate the lessons learned along the way. These are the wins. Not the shiny, nail-biting kind. These are the last a lifetime kind.
Nick Riscotti comes on for another inning. This is a guy who started a decent amount of games last year for Eastern. He's already gone 2 2/3 innings, and he faces Ryan McCormick for the first time. No, McCormick was the first batter he faced. He induced a pop-up in foul territory that was caught by Dale Keller back in the second. 1-1 to McCormick, who walked, stole second, and scored in the first inning before popping up to shortstop. McCormick has reached base safely every game this season. Hits that one high, but should be easily playable for Hood. Can of corn, and that's the first out of the bottom of the 5th. So Riscotti has now gone 3 full innings without giving up a run. McCormick was left at the plate back in the 4th inning when the Beacons try to double steal with 2 outs. Kyle Boudris, who moved into 3rd place in program history in career hits with his RBI double up the middle in the 1st inning, is 1 for 2 with a run scored and a strikeout. 1-0 to Boudris, too far inside, 2-0. Boudris riding a 22-game hitting streak, which is interesting because Chris Fowler in 2017 had a 37-game hitting streak. Wonder at what point Boudris, who's a guy who just takes things very much pitch by pitch, doesn't take things overly serious, kind of starts thinking about the program record for longest hitting streak. At 22, that's really impressive. 2-1 is fouled off. Previous to Fowler, the longest hitting streak in program history was 34, and that was held for about 20 years. So it would be really impressive if the Beacons have 2, even 30-game hitting streaks in 3 seasons. Boudris obviously has a ways to go with that. 2-2 to Kyle. Takes it outside. Thought about swinging, held off, and the count runs full. Riscotti does have a pair of strikeouts. It's only walked 1, and that came on an intentional walk to Herzog with first base open in the 4th. This is still just the bottom of the 5th inning. 3-2 to Boudris, just off the corner. And a long look from Mike Rabideau, but Boudris gets the benefit of the doubt. Brings up Anthony Cesare, who singled to left, stole second, and scored in the first inning, and was one of 3 consecutive players to ground out to second as part of a 1-2-3 third inning. Only time that either team has gone down 1-2-3 through the first 4.5 innings. Cesare takes the first pitch, hits it out to left. Going back on it is Lefebvre looking up, and it's off the top of the wall. Boudris will head to third. Cesare's got a double. That miss being a home run by maybe a foot, and the Beacons have 2 runners in scoring position with 1 out. Cesare hit a home run over the mini monster against Salve Regina 2 weeks ago. Just missed another one. And Boudris, who again, not running all that well because of a little injury, unable to score on the play. Brings up Eddie Riley, who, if he can really do anything but hit it right at an infielder strikeout, should score a run right now. Riley 0 for 2 with a strikeout and ground out to second, and we're going to see Matt Malcolm come out and have a conversation with Nick Riscotti, who's trying to avoid giving up a run. Gave up an inherited run on a wild pitch back in the second to make it 5-2, but has not allowed any further damage since. Riley does lead the Beacons in strikeouts. That's the one thing the Beacons can't afford right now. 26 strikeouts on the season. He does have 2 hits today, double and a triple in game 1. After a meeting at the mound with Riscotti and his infield, Eddie Riley steps up. The infield is in. We have seen Brian Ham be incredibly aggressive with his defense, coming in as early as the bottom of the first inning of game 1. This is an obvious spot. 2 runners on, and no chance of the double play, at least a traditional double play. 1-0. Boudris at third, Cesare at second after a walk and a double. Make it 2-0, just missing with the 1-0 fastball was Riscotti. First base is open, and you could bring a left-handed hitter to the plate in Cotraro. Not something that would be terrible for Eastern. You would be able to get a force out at any base and get that lefty-lefty matchup. Cotraro is one of the hotter Beacons with 4 hits on the day, but it's always more difficult when you're a lefty facing a left-handed pitcher. Each of his 4 hits came against right-handed pitchers. 2-0 with 1 out. Bounces up there 3-0. One thing to note here, with the infield in, Cesare is getting a big jump in behind Keller at second base, so anything hit to the outfield that gets down should easily score 2. And they're going to give the intentional walk. So 3-0, no reason to throw an extra pitch. Second intentional walk issued by Brian Ham. And the bases are full of Beacons with 1 out. It's a new rule in Major League Baseball, and it's trickled down to college baseball. Nick Cotraro now with the double play and option and the force out at home, just trying to hit it to the outfield. Cotraro takes the first pitch, pops it up foul. Long run for Coleman, who has room, and he'll make the play. First pitch swinging. And Cotraro, frustrated as he slowly leaves the batter's box, knew he needed to do better there. And in a situation like that, Riscotti had thrown 3 consecutive balls, and to swing at the first pitch and pop it up foul, he's going to have a conversation with his coaching staff about that approach. It brings up Nick Palma, still looking for that first hit of the day. 0 for 2 in game 2, a strikeout swinging his last at bat and a ground out to short to end the first. He swings and misses at a pitch outside the zone. Beacons only left 4 on in the first game, but They're in danger of leaving bases loaded here in the 5th. Hit foul sharply down the left field side, quickly 0-2. Beacons have only left 2 runners through the first 4 frames. Bases full of Beacons, 0-2 as Riscati looks to get out of another jam here in the 5th. Riscati, since coming on, has thrown 3 1/3. Allowed a single, a double, a walk, and 2 intentional walks. 0-2 misses, and a great job by Malcolm diving to his left to keep that in front. Boudris isn't all that fast, but if that bounces far enough away, even someone at my speed, and I'm quite glacially slow, would have been able to score in that particular occasion, especially with 2 outs. Boudris at third, he walked. Cesare a double off the mini monster, and Riley the rare intentional walk. 1-2 coming from Riscati. Palma hits it up the middle. This should easily score 2. It bounces in front of White. On comes Cesare. Heading to third is Riley, and the Beacons lead 7-5. A 2-run single from Palma, his first hit of the day, and the Beacons have taken a little bit of a bigger, more comfortable lead here in the 5th. A huge 2-out, 2-run single from Nick Palma, and the Beacons can breathe a little bit easier after they avoid leaving the bases loaded, and that might do it for Riscati as the Beacons have 3 straight right-handed hitters, and Riscati did so well for so long in this one, but as a true reliever, gotta wonder how much he has left in the tank after going 3 1/3 innings, and they'll take the ball from him. We'll take a look at that 2-run single, take a commercial break, and bring you the new numbers on the new pitcher here in the bottom of the 5th inning. The new pitcher is Cole Ogorzalak, one of the most consistent used relievers for Eastern Connecticut State, as he quickly throws over to first. They thought they had Palma over there at first base. Could have gotten out of the inning without throwing a pitch. So he'll face Josh Lopez with 2 runs already in. The final line without that last out, because both of these runs could be charged to Riscati. 3 1/3 innings, 3 hits, 2 runs, 2 earned, 3 walks, and 2 strikeouts.
Did they win?
Lopez has had a nice game in game number 2. A double and a single. Single is a bunt single. Cue shot over the head there of Parkos, just foul. That could have scored 2 runs if it had landed in fair territory, but the Beacons just happy that it wasn't caught by Parkos. Ogorzalak, senior out of Portland, Connecticut, 5'9", 175, making his 53rd appearance with 52 appearances out of the pen. As a senior, making his team-high 11th appearance, 1-0 with a save, a 2.33 ERA, good for second on the team. Gets away. Palma's going to take off for second. Coming to score is Riley. The throw to second is in there in time, but the Beacons get another run on the throwing error there by the pitcher, Ogorzalak, and the Beacons score 3 in the inning to take an 8-4 lead.
Cheer for the stumbles. The he shoulda had that's. And the tears that linger. For in those moments, greatness lies. There, you will find the provoked, the determined, the unified. It's in those moments that champions are born.
Looking at game number 2, Southern Maine and Keene State tied at 3 in the top of the 5th inning after Southern Maine took game number 1 by 10 runs. Rick leads Plymouth State 3-1 at the top of the 4th of that game. The Beacons need this game to continue with those two teams who each have 2 losses. The Beacons go to the pen, and it's a strange one. It's going to be Joey Rogers coming on in relief for his first appearance since Florida. The Beacons will also make a change out in center field as Danny Brown is going to come on in a change with Nick Cotraro. So Rogers, one of the Beacons' top pitchers from each of the last 2 years, has been injured, but he will make his first appearance in well over a month, and that is great news for UMass Boston. Danny Brown, who came on as a defensive replacement in game number 1, comes on in game number 2 a little bit earlier here to start the 6th inning, and Nick Herzog will move over to right field. Rogers, see that 0-0 mark? Well, that's because he's barely pitched. Started 1 game in Florida for the Beacons. 5'10", 180, junior lefty out of Dayton, Massachusetts. In that contest, 4 innings, 4 hits, 1 earned, 2 strikeouts, no walks in a 10-1 win over Farmingdale State. The Beacons' last game in Florida, that was on the 15th of March. So the 15th of April is this Monday, so essentially a month off after dealing with some arm injuries, and he comes on here to face a pinch hitter for Eastern Connecticut State in the leadoff spot for Ryan Hood. Interesting that you would go lefty-lefty to pinch hit for Hood and use the pinch hitter. This is going to be number 8. Drew Alexopoulos, who recorded the last out of game number 1, grounded out to second as a pinch hitter, will come on for Ryan Hood. The good thing is you do have John Masagno, who, as long as he's not injured, started game 1 and left, easily could come on here off the bench for head coach Brian Ham. But I'm still a little surprised on the lefty-lefty matchup with Alexopoulos. Obviously, Brian Ham knows more about his hitters than I do, so it's foul back 0-2. Hood's day ends. He reached on an error, stole second and scored, put down a sac bunt, and popped up to the shortstop. Alexopoulos, a junior first baseman, 6'1", 210 out of Hanson, Mass. Swung on and missed, and Rogers picks up the strikeout. Final line on Dylan Fashionpour, who is in line for the victory after Aruda only made it through 3 2/3 innings. Inning and a third, 1 hit, no runs, no earned runs, 1 walk, and 1 strikeout. He came through in a big way in the 5th with the bases with 2 on and 1 out. Got a fly out to right and a strikeout swinging to leave 2 Warriors on. They've left at least one base runner on in every inning. Jake LaFave, a big cut, quickly behind 0-2. So Rogers has pitched extremely quickly here. That's something that he's known for. True competitor who's also played in the outfield for the Beacons the last couple years. Hit to shallow center, and Brown will wisely take that one on a hop. That would have taken a really difficult running play, and up by 4 runs. No reason to really risk it there. So LaFave is now 3 for 4 with 3 singles here in game number 2. And it'll bring up Alex Parkos, who has reached all 3 times he stepped to the plate in game 2. Pair of singles and a walk. And as I turn to Alex Carasoto, who played with Alex Parkos with the Pittsfield Sun, Joey Rogers played with Pittsfield this past season. So he's a fellow Sun, but not a former teammate of Parkos. Just had to double check. It's nice to have someone doing graphics who knows a lot about these Eastern Connecticut State players. There is the big curveball that catches the inside half. Parkos just kind of watched the break and hoped that it would be a little bit too far inside. 0-1 as Rogers makes his first appearance in a month and just his second appearance of the season. I cannot emphasize how big this is for UMass Boston. To get Rogers back at a point where up until the Mitchell game and then the Roger Williams game, they didn't have 4 starters. Ben Gottesman has solidified that. But to get a 5th starter back, even if Rogers can't throw 5 or 6 innings at this point, as that pitch goes wide, would be huge for the Beacons. You look at this upcoming week, this upcoming week you have 3 midweek games, including conference game on Tuesday against Southern Maine, and then 2 against Rhode Island College. You're talking huge games. To have a pitcher like Rogers out of the pen, then the following week the Beacons play 6 games because of a doubleheader against Brandeis. It was supposed to be just the single game, but those 2 teams were snowed out early on in the season, and they elected to play 2 7-inning games at Brandeis 2 weeks from now. I mean, having a pitcher like Rogers back can do a lot of different things for Dan Gamble and Brendan Igerbrough in terms of a Saturday where you can throw Rogers in a strategic point against a couple lefty hitters, or if Rogers can work on his arm strength a little bit and be able to pitch 4, 5, 6 innings, that really saves you on a weekday when you might have been throwing a staff day and be forced to throw 5 or 6 different relievers. 2-2 coming to Alex Parkos, another foul ball. Parkos is trying to wait back on these breaking balls, but the Beacons are firing a lot of pitches in on the hands, and Parkos has not been able to wait long enough to put this ball fair. It's also not getting great contact. Beacons lead it 8-4. It was 3-2 after 1, 5-2 after 2. Eastern cut it to 5-4 in the 3rd. But the Beacons scoring 3 runs in the 5th, all with 2 outs, a 2-run single from Nick Palma, and then Eddie Riley scampered home on an errant throw from Kolo Gorzalak on a pickoff at the end of the inning. 2-2 with Jake LaFave dancing off first. Parkos hits it a long way out to center. Brown at the wall looking up, makes the catch at the warning track. What a big break there. With Parkos' power, typically you look it up and you're hoping that ball doesn't get out. Instead, it's just shy of the wall. It didn't get all of it. And that is a big second out for Rogers, who would love to get a nice, quiet, easy inning here to build his confidence. So 2 down for Matt Malcolm, who has 2 hits, a run scored, and an RBI in 3 trips. He came up in the 4th with 2 on and 2 outs and lined out to the third baseman. But I think we have a pinch hitter here. I'm not saying that Eastern is waving the white flag, but it's interesting that you would pinch hit for Malcolm. So they will bring in number 36. That is Eric Gillette, who also pinch hit in game 1. So that already without Luke Broadhurst, one of their top hitters, they pinch hit for Matt Malcolm, one of their other hitters. Interesting spot here for Gillette, who is appearing in his 3rd straight game. Hits it hard out to right center. Long run for Danny Brown. Not going to get there, and it will one bounce the wall, and the Beacons catch a break on the ground rule double. Typically, that's going to be at least a run with 2 outs, but the Beacons, because of the turf there, it takes a huge skip off the turf, and the runner's stuck at 2nd and 3rd with 2 down. for William Coleman. First pitch swinging was Gillette. Hit it a long way out there to right center. Brings up William Coleman, starting third baseman in both games, although he did move over to second defensively in game number 1 late in the game when Broadhurst went out early. Coleman is 0 for 3 here in game 2. 5-4-3 double play, a 4-3 ground out, and actually he's 1 for 3. Couldn't read my own handwriting as he singled to lead off the 5th and then was stranded at third base. Eastern has already left 2 runners on in 3 of their first 5 frames, trying to avoid doing it again here in the 6th. 1-0 from Rogers, hit to the shortstop. Should be an easy play for Hughie. Picks, fields, throws across, and it's in and out of the glove of Palm, and that's going to allow 2 runs to score on the error by the Beacons first baseman. We'll take a look at it, but that is a costly miscue. Should have been out number 3. Instead, 2 unearned runs come in on the error by Palm. I don't know if he lost in the sun, but he just had the ball go in and out of his glove, and that is a big miscue by the Beacons first baseman. 2 runs come in to score as Gillette was able to come home. And for Eastern, that is huge because realistically, they should have not had any runs in this inning. They should be down 4 heading to the bottom of the 6th. Instead, a big miscue by the Beacons, just their second error of the day, and now Rogers continues to have to work here in the 6th with 2 runs already in. Both of the runs thus far unearned. And a nice job there by Gillette with 2 outs to keep running. Brings up Alexander White. It's Masagno who's pinch hitting for Alexander White, and tagging the bag is Josh Lopez. So we'll get you a couple changes for Eastern defensively as Masagno unable to keep the inning going, but Eastern scores 2 runs on this error by the Beacons first baseman. We'll show you the error heading into the commercial as the Beacons lead all of a sudden is just 2 at 8-6.
People at UMass Boston, they're here because they know they can have an impact, not just on research, but on people, on their students.
This is just the starting point. It only has potential to grow, and it has a big potential to grow up.
You're really having a direct impact on people's lives, and you can see that now, and you can see that years from now.
So I think it's becoming like the place that people want to go.
What UMass Boston is able to offer to its young people certainly stands out to that mission that was set right out in the beginning. It's something UMass Boston should be and can be very proud about.
Quick look around the rest of Beaconville. Got a great one going late into the 4th quarter. It's Eastern Connecticut State leading 12-11 over UMass Boston. 3 straight goals for the Warriors. 3:36 left. The softball team in a good one of their own. They are tied in the bottom of the 8th inning now, 1-1 in game number 1 of the Beacons Senior Day. Currently have a runner at second base with 2 outs in the bottom of the 8th, looking to walk it off against the Keene State College Owls. Got a pretty good game for you here in Boston as well. 8-6, the Beacons lead as Josh Lopez, who was at the plate to end the 5th inning on a weird play where the Beacons scored a run on an attempted pickoff throw by Cole Ogorzalak, who threw it away. It got away from Parco, so an error on the pitcher, allowing Eddie Riley to score. But then Nick Palma took off for second and was picked off as Lopez hits it out to left, and he's immediately thinking, this could be more. Heading over is the new center fielder, Masagno, and Lopez is going to take a large run around second, but wisely head back. Josh now has 3 hits in game 2, 2 doubles and a single. 4 total hits in 6 at-bats today, and this is what you're hoping to do for UMass Boston. Get that production, consistent production out of the second base spot. For Eastern Connecticut State, defensive changes. Pretty much everyone who pinch hit or pinch ran in that inning stays on. John Masagno, who came on for Alexander White, will stay in center. Drew Alexopoulos will stay on at right, and Eric Gillette will be the new catcher. Putting down the bunt is Hughie. Gillette picks it up, throws, and that'll be a successful bunt. Goes down as a 2-4 sack bunt with Plantamaro covering, and Lopez is at third base for Nick Herzog. Herzog today, 2 triples, a homer, a single, and an intentional walk. 3 for 4 in game 1, 1 for 2 in game 2, and the infield comes back in. If nothing else, Brian Ham is predictable. And another intentional walk. This is the 3rd intentional walk of game 2, the 2nd to Herzog. And I think Nick Herzog probably thinks he's got a little bit of the aura of Barry Bonds right now. I don't remember the last college baseball player I've ever seen get multiple intentional walks. But realistically, it does allow Eastern to get the double play in order, but realistically, Herzog's going to be taken off here. Herzog's not going to allow the Beacons to hit into a double play, and with Lopez's speed, if you throw down to second, you're liable to give up a steal of home plate as the first pitch to McCormick is in there for strike 1. McCormick has walked, stolen a base and scored, popped up foul to the shortstop and flown out to right. 0-1 here. The Beacons look to get some of their lead back after giving up 2 unearned runs on the dropped third out by Palma, which would have kept the Warriors off the board in the top of the 6th. Tough break there for Joey Rogers, who pitched well. Showing bunt, taking it back, and Herzog's going to steal second easily. Don't want to make that throw to second base, and that takes the double play out of order. So 2 runners in scoring position now with 1 out, and a single from McCormick could push the lead right back to 4. Already the 4th steal in 5 attempts for the Beacons here in game 2. McCormick takes it low, 2-1. Gillette does have a 1,000% fielding percentage this season, which is big because Malcolm played really well behind the plate for the first 14 innings of today's doubleheader. 2-1 coming to McCormick, bounces up there. Lopez was thinking about it, but McCormick told him to stop, and despite a long time of trying to retrieve that ball right underneath him, Gillette able to finally recover. UMass Boston softball has walked it off. A throwing error by Keene State on an attempted double steal allows Brittany Burkett to score, and the Beacons win it 2-1 in 8 innings. Big win for the Beacons softball team that was swept last weekend in conference play by Eastern. McCormick hits it through the left side that was drawn in. That'll score 1 run. They're going to hold Herzog at third, and the Beacons have pushed the lead back to 3 at 9-6 on the RBI single from Ryan McCormick. That's the issue with the infield in. Allows more balls to get through and potentially bigger inning. Smart move there by Fred DeFrance. No reason to send Herzog there with just the 1 out, and Kyle Boudreaux due up next. Going to get a meeting at the mound. There is a righty warming, and we'll see that new righty for Eastern as they will go to the pen for the 3rd time here in Game 2. Ogorzalak does not go a complete inning. Just gets two-thirds, goes two-thirds, and we will see the fourth Eastern pitcher of the day after this commercial break.
I did receive a non-athletic scholarship upon entering school.
I got the presidential scholarship, which was huge for me.
I think there's more opportunities for academic scholarships in Division III.
I did receive academic scholarships. Just being involved on campus, being a leader, all those things combined kind of get me recognized. It's a great experience for me.
Final line on Cole Gorzalak, at least as of this point. 2/3 an inning, 2 hits, 1 run, 1 earned, 1 walk, 0 strikeouts. He is responsible for the 2 runners at the corners right now. It's Zach Player, the Division II Franklin Pierce University transfer. Northeast 10 all-rookie team last year, so a very talented player. Came out of the pen. 5 appearances, went 2-0 with a 1.86 ERA in 9 2/3 innings for a team that's very good at the D2 level, 33-15. Sophomore out of East Hampton, Connecticut, where he was a first-team all-conference utility player his junior season. Didn't pitch as a senior because of an ulnar transposition surgery. That is a great fact. At Eastern, he's been the #1 pitcher in terms of ERA this season. 5th appearance, including 1 start. 2-0 in 10 innings, 9 hits, 2 runs, 2 earned, 11 strikeouts versus 6 walks, an ERA of 1.80. This will be his 2nd conference appearance. His first appearance was a start. Actually, he came out of the pen, but he threw 5 innings in relief of Brian Natick, who lasted just 2/3 of an inning. So he might as well have started because he came into the first. 5 innings, 3 hits, no runs, 7 strikeouts, and 2 walks in the 12-3 win over the rival Colonials. This is his first appearance since April the 2nd. In each of his 4 appearances, he's thrown an inning and a third or more. He'll come on to face Kyle Boudris, the 223-hit man. Not quite the one. How was the movie 1,000 hit man with Bernie Mac? 3,000 hit man. Yeah, that sounds a little bit better. Certainly a bigger mark in baseball. First pitch to Boudris, takes it a little bit high as ranging off first base was McCormick before heading back. The Beacons have 1 run in the inning. That was off an RBI single from Ryan McCormick. Runners at the corners with 1 down. Great speed at third in Herzog. Very good speed at first in McCormick. Boudris looks for yet another RBI. Came in with the team lead as he swings and misses at the 1-0 offering. Boudris here in game number 2 is 1 for 2. 2 runs scored, an RBI and a double. Has 2 RBI in the day for 22 on the season. Long pause from Player, the 1-1. Cue shot over to the shortstop, could be 2. Keller the throw to second. Boudris not running well, but Planamoro doesn't even throw it down. It'll go down as a fielder's choice. They get the second runner, so McCormick retired 6-4. And there's runners at the corners once again for Anthony Cesare. Just on first, it'll go down as an RBI fielder's choice as time and situation, not something I'm focused on. Beacons get the 2 runs back. Their lead is back to 4 at 10-6, largest here in game 2. Remember, the Beacons came in with 5 consecutive wins over Eastern by a 65-17 margin. One game won 6-0. They lead game 2 10-6. UMass Boston has really found a successful recipe against the Warriors last 2 years, looking to improve to 6-0 the last 2 seasons and extend their winning streak to 7-0. 1-1 to Cesare, who singled, stole a base, and scored in the first, grounded out to second in the third, and then had a double off the wall in the 5th and came in to score. It's part of a 3-run fifth inning that gave the Beacons an 8-4 lead. Gave up 2 in the top of the 6th, but have answered with 2 more here in the bottom half. 1-1 on the outside half, 1-2. It's interesting here, with Boudreaux struggling to run, typically you'd think about pinch running him here, but the way this game has gone in terms of runs for both teams, the Beacons want to keep him out there for potentially another at-bat or 2 just to make sure that if Eastern does mount a rally that you don't take out one of your big bats early on in the contest. Still tons of baseball left to play. 1-2 to Cesare, swung on and missed. So player gets the job done, allows one of the 2 inherited runners to score, but keeps the deficit at just 4. We head to the 7th. It's UMass Boston leading 10-6.
I'm the first undergraduate alumnus to lead this university. I'm very proud of that. I was literally able to transform my life because of the University of Massachusetts, and I want that for every single student that walks through the door.
The new pitcher is Joe McGuire. Beacons trying to transition him into a starting pitcher to begin this season, especially with the injuries to Morin and Rogers. Pitched well early on in the season as a starter, really scuffled his last 2 starts before coming back as a reliever. It's been a little bit all over the place as a reliever, a guy who the Beacons relied upon so much during their 2017 run to the College World Series. Beacons are also going to make a defensive change behind the plate. Ryan McCormick will come out of the game. Nico Kides, their freshman catcher, will come on to catch the final 3 innings. Looking at the numbers on McGuire, show a guy who has struggled a little bit as a senior captain on the season. Making his 10th appearance, 1-2 with a 6.65 ERA, 23 innings, 19 strikeouts to 9 walks, 34 hits, 25 runs. He's already tied his career high with 17 earned runs allowed. Career best 7.43 strikeouts per 9. His 3 starts, though, are where the issue was. 21 of the 21 runs allowed, 10 earned over 14 1/3 innings. The other day against Babson went an inning and 2/3, 4 hits, 1 earned, 1 strikeout. He will face Jack Rich, Dale Keller, and Noah Plant tomorrow, 7, 8, 9 here in the 7th. Coming on for Joey Rogers, who threw what should have been a scoreless inning, if not for the error by Palma with 2 down, dropping the throw over at first base from Charlie Hughey. For Rogers, an inning pitched, 2 hits, 2 runs, 0 earned, and a strikeout. Quickly, 2-0 to Rich, who is 1 for 2 here in Game 2. A double to right, an RBI ground out, and a walk in 3 plate appearances. Fouls it off 2-1. Beacons looking to move to 4-1 on the week and extend their streak to 5 wins in their last 6, including 4 conference wins during that span. Big swing and a miss there on the breaking ball by Rich. UMass Boston will be back at it at Southern Maine on Tuesday at 3:30 p.m. Could be a really big game in terms of the battle for the chance to host the LAC tournament. The Beacons hosted in 2016 and 2018, Southern Maine in 2017. Those two teams, along with Rhode Island College, look to be the front runners to host this season. Beacons were picked first, Southern Maine second. 3-2 hit up the middle. Lopez was playing deep to begin with. The backhand scoop, the throw, and that is a Josh Lopez special. That is not an easy play, and he made it look a lot easier than it should have been on the 4-3 put out to begin the 7th. Brings up Dale Keller. Single to right, flown out to center, flown out to right. The senior shortstop looking to start something here in the 7th as McGuire up and away with ball 1. Got overtime down in Connecticut between the two lacrosse teams for these two schools. 13-13 in what could be a game that decides which team makes it to the LEC tournament. Looking at the scoring summary, the Beacons scored with 51 seconds left to tie it. They were down 2 with under 2 minutes to go. Goals from Connor Lenfest and Michael Claflin to force overtime. First overtime game of the season for UMass Boston, looking for their first ever win over Eastern. What a way to do it in overtime. Of course, Eastern Connecticut State say what a way to win and keep the streak going. One of those teams is going to walk off the field happy. 3-1 with 1 out to Keller. Noah Plantamaro awaits on deck as the freshman second baseman will get his 4th plate appearance. Swung on, fouled off the foot. 3-2 here. McGuire is the 3rd reliever for the Beacons. Bobby Tremendozzi has yet to pitch in this doubleheader. If this game stays in anywhere between 2 and 5 runs, you'd expect him to come in. If the Beacons can blow it open a little bit more, maybe you save him, give his arm a little bit of rest heading into another big week with 5 games next week. Ball is hit through the right side. Little bit of apprehension there by Palma and Lopez, both the slow to react. I think it was going to be a single either way, but both guys kind of froze in their tracks, and Keller has his second hit in 4 at-bats. Brings up Noah Plantamaro, 0 for 4 on the day. A pop-up to second, foul territory to the first baseman, and a strikeout swinging. Also went 0 for 1 in game 1. Came in 1 for 1 for his collegiate career. Looking for his first LEC hit. Plantamaro takes the first pitch, hits it soft in the left side. Beacons are only going to get 1. Hughie charges, throws in time as Palma makes the catch. And there are 2 now with the runner at second base for the leadoff hitter, which is now Drew Alexopoulos. Alexopoulos came on as a pinch hitter in the 6th, struck out swinging to lead off. Stayed in the game for Ryan Hood. And Eastern Connecticut State wins it in overtime. 27 seconds left. Matthew Ruggio gives the Warriors the 14-13 win. Ball's hit softly, so in at least one contest today between the Beacons and Warriors. Eastern's going to get a win. UMass Boston baseball trying to make sure they have the better end of the day overall against Eastern Connecticut State. Oh, and 1 to Alexopoulos, who bats from the left side. 1-1 now. Alexopoulos came into today 2 for 8 with a run scored, a double, and 2 RBI. He's 0 for 2 as he also grounded out to second to end game 1. So now 2 for 10 on the season. Takes a breaking ball up high, 2-1 rather. Alexopoulos out of Hanson, Mass. Attended Whitman-Hanson High School. As a sophomore, appeared in a career-high 27 games, went 6 for 17 with a homer and 6 RBI, but has been a bench player all 3 years for the Warriors. Breaking ball on the outside half with a change-up, 2-2. McGuire trying to keep the Warriors off the scoreboard here in the 7th after they scored 2 runs to cut the deficit to 2 in the 6th. 3-2 coming with Keller out at second. Hit hard out to center. Brown going back on it. This one's got a chance to go, and he makes the catch on the wall. Oh, he drops it. Brown had a beat on it, and that's going to be another error on the Beacons, their third of the game and second in the past 2 innings to allow a run to score with 2 outs. Brown has his head down in center. He really should have made that catch. We'll take a look at it on the replay, but that is going to go down as an E8, I believe. We might revise that on if we can get a look at the replay, but that certainly looked as if Brown should have caught it. And all of a sudden, it's a 10-7 game, and LaFay's been one of the hottest hitters for the Warriors. 3 singles in the contest. The single here would cut the deficit right back to 2 at 10-8. It was hit hard by Alexopoulos. We'll take a look at it after this pitch, but it certainly looked as if Brown had a beat on it and should have made the catch. Brown out there as a defensive replacement. 0-1, hit softly, and let's take a look at that play right now. Wind blowing out, that certainly helped this ball flow. Brown is there, and he just kind of casually pulled up there instead of getting behind the ball, and that's going to go down as an error on the Beacon center fielder, allowing Keller to score from second. One and two now. Swung on. Didn't get a piece of it. Kites will apply the tag, and LaFave is retired, but not before the Beacons give the Warriors yet another 2-out run on an error. It is 10-7 at the 7th inning stretch as the Beacons keep allowing the Warriors to stick around in this contest.
Cheer for the stumbles. That he should have had that. And the tears that linger. For in those moments, greatness lies. There, you will find the provoked, the determined, the unified. It's in those moments that champions are born.
Eddie Riley will lead off the bottom of the 7th inning. Riley, Beacon's third baseman, hitting 5th, to be followed by Cotraro and Palma in the lineup against Zach Player, who came on in the 6th inning, induced a fielder's choice RBI and a strikeout swinging. Eastern has allowed 2 of the 3 inherited runners that a relief pitcher has inherited to score, so that's been tough. But their relievers, especially Riscotti, has pitched extremely well. 1-1 to Riley, breaking ball on the outside half, 1-2. Beacons lead at 10-7, but it should really be a 10-4 game. If not for a dropped ball by the Beacons' first baseman, Nick Palma, in the 6th inning, allowed 2 runs to score, and then a drop fly ball to center by Danny Brown in the last inning with 2 outs is another strikeout for Player, this time swinging by Riley for the first out of the 7th. should be a 10-4 game as the Beacons committing both of those errors with 2 outs on plays that should have gotten them out of a jam. Nick Cotraro actually it's Danny Brown who steps to the plate. Brown, the defensive replacement who came on in I believe it's start the top of the 7th. Actually, no, to start the top of the 6th, takes the first pitch. Places Cotraro, who went 1 for 3 with a 2-run single here in game 2. It's 0-1 to Brown, the junior out of Hudson, New Hampshire, who had been the Beacons starting center fielder had started every game this season up until this week. Brown, though, in the midst of a little bit of a slump, so the Beacons giving Cotraro a chance, who has been hitting well. Brown 0 for his last 10 with 6 strikeouts. Over his last 7, he's 2 for 21 with 9 strikeouts. That kind of just shows you the fact that he has been slumping after he's hitting well when the Beacons came back from New England. A guy with decent pop. 6 doubles, a triple, and a home run, but 18 strikeouts on the season, and that's why he lost his starting role, at least for the moment. The 1-2 to Brown. Stays up tie. 2-2. With the game at just 3 runs, you got to figure the Beacons are trying to figure out the best way to get these last 6 outs. Bobby Tramandozzi will definitely be ready in the 8th if McGuire runs into issues. I wonder if the Beacons will start Tramandozzi in the 8th inning, or if they'll hope that McGuire can get them a couple outs and keep the pressure off their closers. Brown tomahawk chops that one into the Beacons dugout and right back out towards the mound. Stays at 3-2. McGuire pitched well in that 7th inning. Ground out single, ground out, fly ball to center that should have been caught. Allowed a run to score in the air by Brown, and then a strikeout. Didn't throw that many pitches either. Brown swings and misses. Another strikeout for Player, who has struck out 3 of the 4 batters he's faced. And it brings up Nick Palma to the plate. Palma had a big 2-run single his last time up with the bases loaded and 2 down in the 5th. His first hit of the day. After he started the day 0 for 6. Palma takes the first pitch. Fastball that looked a little outside, but they'll give it to Player, 0-1. Eastern has left a base runner on in every inning in this game. 10 total as Palma hits it over to Parkos, who makes the stab. He'll throw an underhand over to Player, and the Beacons go down 1-2-3, the second 1-2-3 inning of the game, both by Eastern pitching. We head to the 8th inning. It's UMass Boston holding on to a 10-7 lead, trying to close out this doubleheader sweep, and they'll bring on the closer, Bobby Tramandozzi, for a 6-out save.
What separates UMass Boston from other schools is the fact that a large percentage of students commute. For me, it takes 2 hours each day to go to and from school, but every second has been worth it because the students that come here are serious about learning, they value their education, and understand where it'll take them in the future. This is what UMass Boston means to me.
Make Some Noise by the Beastie Boys plays a familiar tune for the Beacons senior closer out of Peabody, Mass. One of the top closers in all 3 levels of NCAA baseball. A guy who has 23 saves and counting for his career. His first in program history, tied for second amongst all active closers at all 3 levels. His 80th career appearance. 79 out of the pen, 13-7 for his career with a 2.97 ERA and 136 innings. This year leads the Little East Conference with his 7 saves, 0-1, making his team-leading 14th appearance. A team-best 1.15 ERA in 15 2/3 innings, 19 strikeouts versus 3 walks, 10.91 strikeout per 9 ratio, which is good for second best on the team. He's thrown 1 or more innings in 11 of his 13 appearances, and that's what he's going to be asked to do in this one. Asked to get the last 6 outs of what would be a huge doubleheader sweep for the Beacons. In his first appearance of the year, he went 2 2/3 innings in the Beacons opener and allowed 2 earned. Since then, his last 12, 7 saves in 13 innings pitched, 8 hits, allowed just 1 unearned run, 17 strikeouts to 2 walks. So was not allowed a run scored in his last, or an earned run scored in his last 13 innings. Already this year, 3 saves in 4 conference appearances, a 0.0 ERA, 4 innings pitched, 4 hits, 5 strikeouts, and 1 walk. Earned the save the other day against Southern Maine over an inning and a third, and a save last Saturday in Game 2 against Plymouth State. First pitch to Alex Parkos is in there for strike 1. And make it strike 2. Back-to-back looking strikes to the 3-time All-Region first baseman for Eastern, who has 2 singles, a walk, and flew out to the warning track in left center back in the 6th. 0-2, just misses as Nico Kites tried to frame it. Parkos has not been an easy out today. 3 hits, 3 walks. He's been retired just twice. That'll help the old on-base percentage. It's the 1-2 to Parkos, popped up foul. Alex out of Meriden, Connecticut, now is sitting on 174 hits for his career. Not too shabby. Anytime you're over 150, that's a really good career. Almost caught him 2-2. And Parkos is broken out of a mini slump. He was 2 for 12 coming into the day over his last 5. Already has 3 hits and 3 walks. 2-2, hit out to right. This is going to be a long run for Herzog. I don't think he has a chance to get there, and somehow he does. Diving effort. That ball held up for a long time, but Herzog, who was playing out in right center, a long, long run. And Parkos is retired on a ball that seemingly hung up just long enough to for Herzog to make a play that was not nearly as good as his highlight reel play in Game 1, a diving effort at the warning track in left center, but still deserves a little thumbs up from his teammates, from his pitcher, Bobby Tramandozzi. Leadoff hitter is retired. It brings up Eric Gillette, who doubled out to right center, a ground rule double in the 6th inning that kept runners at second and third with 2 outs before Beacons allowed 2 runners to score on what should have been an inning-ending ground out that ended up popping in and out of the glove of the Beacons' first baseman. 0-1 to Gillette. Fastball catches the corner, 0-2. Tramandozzi, a guy who loves to work quickly. Bobby's got places to see, people to see, places to go later on tonight. Why not get this doubleheader done a little faster? It's been a long day. I know I got that phrase wrong, but cut me some slack. When you talk to yourself for 5.5 hours, occasionally you're going to have some miscues. Maybe frequently you're going to have some miscues. I don't know. 1-2 with 1 out to Eric Gillette, who swings and misses. First strikeout for Tramandozzi, and the Beacons are potentially 1 out away from their first 1-2-3 inning here of game number 2, which would coincidentally be 6 straight batters retire, which has certainly not happened at any point today. William Coleman steps to the plate. Coleman has played every inning of today's doubleheader. Parkos has as well. Outside of that, I think Jake LaFave stayed on. Jack Rich, Dale Keller. We've seen quite a few other players sub in and out. They've already taken out some of their starters here in game 2. It's 0-1 to Coleman. Chops it softly over to Riley, who will scoop, throw, and the Warriors go down 1-2-3 in the top of the 8th. Head to the bottom of the 8th. We'll take one last look around the conference, and then we'll bring you 8-9-1 in the Beacons lineup.
being a part of the different activities and organizations that I've been a part of, I'm actually able to see myself where I'm like, hey, I actually can make a change. I'm one person that can make a difference.
Division III has helped me to develop teamwork skills, critical thinking skills, time management skills.
It's not just about basketball, or it's not just about school, it's about developing yourself as a person altogether.
Take a look around the rest of the conference. That Southern Maine UMass Boston game looms large on Tuesday. The Huskies are running right through Keene State right now, an 8-1 lead in the bottom of the seventh up at Southern Maine. Rhode Island College leading Plymouth State 7-4. So if we can project the conference right now, if all three of these scores stay the same, Eastern only down 3, Plymouth State's in range as well. Southern Maine would move to 8-2. UMass Boston and Rhode Island College move to 6-2. Southern Maine has already swept Rhode Island College, so they have the big tiebreaker there. The Beacons already have beaten Southern Maine. If they can earn the season sweep, that would be big. Eastern about to fall to 4-6. That would drop them to 5th place behind 5-5 UMass Dartmouth, and rather 6th place behind 5-5 UMass Dartmouth and 4-4 Castleton. Plymouth State would fall to 2-6. Keene State at 2-6. Western, who is off today, also at 2-6. So right now, you'd have a 3-team race up at the top, and then really 3 teams in the middle who all should feel somehow comfortable, and 3 teams at the bottom who are playing for their playoff lives at the midway point. It's Josh Lopez, who is just having your basic 3-for-3 game with 2 doubles, 2 runs scored, and a single here in game 2, added a double in game 1, so 4 hits out of the 8-hole to face Zach Player, who is not allowed a base runner to reach, has retired all 5 batters he's faced since coming on in relief for Kolo Gorzalak in the 6th. 1-1. Lopez making his 2nd and 3rd starts of the season after sitting out all of last season, the first 20 games of the 2019 season. The 1-1 to Lopez. It's down low, 2-1. And it's come up huge for UMass Boston the last couple games. 2-1, hit hard, but right at the third baseman Coleman, allowed first out in the bottom of the 8th. Brings up Charlie Hughie. Hughie has not picked up a hit in this game 2. He's flown out to center, reached on a fielder's choice, stole second, but was thrown out trying to steal third and put down a sacrifice bunt his last time up. Hughie in game 1 had a single and a pair of strikeouts. First pitch to Hughie misses outside. 4 of Eastern's 7 runs in this game number 2 have been unearned. Hughie committed the first of the 3 errors, but certainly the least criminal. That ball's popped up. It'll stay fair. Under it is Parkos, and he'll make the play with Hughie waiting on first base. So the Beacons have now been retired 7 in a row, and this game has moved from a snail's pace to a little bit of a sprint as we head towards the 9th inning. Nine consecutive batters have been retired between the 2 teams' pitchers. Nick Herzog steps to the plate. Herzog went 3 for 4 in game 1. In game 2, he's 1 for 2 with a pair of intentional walks. Still something that I'm astounded by. But with the way he hit in game 1 with a single, a triple, and a homer, why not give him first base if it's open? 1-0 to Herzog. Big swing and a miss on a pitch that was in on his hands, 1-1. To Herzog, hit hard up the middle. He's got another hit. The Beacons' 11th of the game. They trail Eastern in the hits department 12-11. They do hold the lead in runs, though, 10-7. And Herzog now has 5 hits on the day, including 2 triples and a homer. DH. Pitch is thrown outside. Ryan McCormick stayed on, moved to the DH spot. Kyle Boudris came out of the game, and Nico Kides came in for Boudris. That was not – the first pitch misses outside for a ball. And the 1-0 here to McCormick bounces up there. Sorry. 2-0 now with the runner at second base. Form of Herzog, who singled and stole second. Taking off for third, the throw from Gillette is not there in time. And Herzog has stolen second and third base. Had a 4-steal game a couple weeks ago against Keene State to set the program record. The 3-0 to McCormick misses, gets away from Gillette. Herzog thought about taking off, and he'll wisely head back. 4-pitch walk. Runners at the corners.
Now batting for the Beacons, number 15, Kyle Boudris.
3, 2, 1.
Brings up Kyle Boudris. So Boudris will stay on. It was actually a substitution with the Beacons moving Cesare out of the game, McCormick to left field, and Kides in as the catcher in the spot for Cesare. It's 1-1 here to Kyle Boudris. 2-1 now. With 2 runners on, the Beacons a chance to extend this. Either way, it'll be a save opportunity for Tramandosi, who came on with the 3-run lead. Boudris hits it sharply right at the second baseman plant tomorrow, and the Beacons go down in the 8th. It'll be a 3-run lead for Tramandosi, trying to close out the sweep for UMass Boston.
College has given me the flexibility to pursue my passions and my interests, and I've recreated my identity for myself aside from just being an athlete.
My greatest personal discovery has been that I am capable of doing things that I didn't know I was capable of doing.
To be able to study what I wanted to and continue to play the sport I love, all of those things came together very nicely in one package in Division III.
John Masagno leads off the 9th inning for Eastern Connecticut State. Masagno, who came on as a pinch hitter for Alexander White in the 6th inning, reached on a fielder's choice, a ground out to the second baseman where they got the lead runner. Quickly 0-2 to Masagno, who's in the 6th spot. Tramendozzi's thrown 14 pitches. Fouled off. That will stay at 0-2. 0-2 offering to Masagno on the outside corner, strike 3. Tramendozzi picks up his 2nd strikeout in an inning of a 3rd. And Eastern is down to their final 2 outs as Jack Rich, the designated hitter, comes up for the 5th time here in game number 2. A double, an RBI ground out, a walk, and a ground out to second. Breaking ball misses 1-0. Rich to be followed by Dale Keller as Tramendozzi tries to go 6 up, 6 down. The 1-0 is swung through and missed 1-1. While the Beacons travel to Southern Maine on Tuesday, Eastern will host Westfield State, then host Western New England, a pair of midweek non-conference games. Hit on the line out to Herzog, and there's quickly 2 outs here in the top of the 9th inning. Tramendozzi tries to pick up his 24th career save. Keller, 2 hits in 4 trips and a run scored for the senior shortstop. The Beacons, especially on the right side, are playing very deep against the right-handed hitting shortstop. Takes the first pitch, a fastball for strike 1. Folks, make sure to stick with us for our postgame. We'll have highlights from this contest and look ahead. Also, a shout out to our production crew. Doing a great job for both ends of today's doubleheader. Certainly helps on a nice day like today. 0-2 to Keller. Tramendozzi looks to close out the 9th in style. 0-2 breaking ball just off the corner. Beacons have allowed 12 hits, but just 3 earned runs in this contest. The 1-2, swung on and missed. That'll do it. Bobby Tramendozzi, 6 up, 6 down. Dylan Fashionpour earns the win. John Parker the loss. The Beacons earn their 6th and 7th consecutive wins over the Warriors, and they move to 6-2 in conference play. 15-9 overall. Eastern falls to 12-13 overall, 4-6 in conference, and a lot of big smiles there from UMass Boston as they earn the sweep of the Warriors for the 2nd time in a row and 2nd time ever. First time here at home. Throw pulled Palma off the bag and was also high. 0-2 hit out to right, and this should score a run. Cotraro, long run, will take it on a hop. Hood's going to come in, and just like that, Eastern does what the Beacons did in game number 1. A run in the 1st inning, and the large Eastern contingent to our left. Very excited as Tyler Ruda still looking for his first out of the contest. Hit hard over the head of Riley. That'll score a run. And staying at second base is Parco. So 4 consecutive batters reach. An error in play this year. Aruda has been phenomenal. As that one's chopped over to Riley, he'll take it to second and only get 1 chance at first. They're going to give it the double play. I didn't think Lopez. Parker looks in. The 3-2 is hit up the middle. Boudreaux extends the hitting streak to 22, and he's got another RBI. McCormick can walk home, and now Boudreaux takes off for second as the center fielder couldn't get to it. It's a second double of the day for Kyle Boudreaux, and the Beacons has already picked up 3 hits on the day and an RBI. 3-2 hit right up the middle. Cessary's taking off. White's going to charge it. He has a phenomenal arm. Cessary being given the go. The throw home is going to be cut off, and the Beacons lead it 3-2 on Nick Cotraro. Came in hitting .342 with a .390 on base percentage for the sophomore out of Meriden, Connecticut, and he's going to add to that total. Rips it out to right. That's extra bases. Cotraro, a long time to get to this. This could be 3. They're going to hold him at second base, though. It's a nice throw from Cotraro to hit his cutoff man, Josh Lopez. Is Josh Lopez, who recorded 2 of the outs for the Beacons in the bottom of the second. And then he comes through with the hit. Hood is charging, but Lopez is running quickly as well. The throw to second, it's going to be tight. Lopez dives in there, and that is a hustle double if I've ever seen one. 2 for 5 with 2 runs scored, an RBI, and his first home run since the second game of the season. Hit a 2-run shot in game number 1. That one's hit deep into the corner. Has a chance to get down, and Alexander White can't catch up to it. This is easily going to be a triple. Lopez had to wait, but Herzog recognizing the whole way. That is a stand-up triple. Herzog beats the ball. 2-2 offering to Rich coming in. Gets away from McCormick, but the runner at third, Parkos, doesn't take off. That gets stuck in the screen. And they're going to say it's out of play, and that will allow each of the base runners to move up. Parkos didn't move. If that ball had stayed in play, the Beacons would have gotten out of it, but instead the wild pitch allows each runner to move up. Has walked and popped up foul. Double steal taking off the throw to third. It's a good one, and they're going to rule that Hughie is out, even though it was a bang-bang play that looked safe. See if 3 through the first 4.5 innings. Cessary takes the first pitch, hits it out to left. Going back on it is Lefebvre looking up, and it's off the top of the wall. Boudreaux will head to third. Cessary's got a double. That miss being a home run by Cessary, a double off the mini monster, and Riley, the rare intentional walk. 1-2 coming from Rascati. Palma hits it up the middle. This should easily score 2. It bounces in front of White. On comes Cessary. Heading to third is Riley, and the Beacons lead 7-5. A 2-run single from Palma, his first hit of the day, and the Beacons have an interesting spot here for Gillette, who is appearing in his 3rd straight game. Hits it hard out to right center. Long run for Danny Brown. Not going to get there, and it will one bounce the wall, and the Beacons catch a break on the ground rule double. Typically, that's going to be at least a run with 2 outs on in 3 of their first 5 frames. Trying to avoid doing it again here in the 6th. 1-0 from Rogers. Hit to the shortstop. Should be an easy play for Hughie. Picks, fields, throws across, and it's in and out of the glove of Palma, and that's going to allow 2 runs to score on the error by the Beacons first baseman. We'll take a look at it, but that is a big win for the Beacons softball team that was swept last weekend in conference play by Eastern. McCormick hits it through the left side that was drawn in. That'll score 1 run. They're going to hold Herzog at third, and the Beacons have pushed the lead back to 3 at 9-6 on the RBI single from Ryan McCormick. 6th. 3-2 coming with Keller out at second. Hit hard out to center. Brown going back on it. This one's got a chance to go, and he makes the catch on the wall. Oh, he drops it. Brown had a beat on it, and that's going to be another error on the beat. Already has 3 hits and 3 walks. 2-2 hit out to right. This is going to be a long run for Herzog. I don't think he has a chance to get there, and somehow he does. Diving effort. That ball held up for a long time. Final box score of game number 2. UMass Boston 10 runs on 11 hits, 3 errors. Eastern 7 runs on 12 hits, 1 error. Quick look ahead for UMass Boston. Huge game on Tuesday against the 3rd-ranked team in the country, Southern Maine. That'll be a 3 p.m. start up in Gorham. Beacons travel to Salem State on Wednesday, back at home on Thursday for their lone home game of the week. Take a look at our production crew doing a phenomenal job for both of these contests. All of these people did a great job. Alex Carasoto, Alyssa Fugel, Stevie Bryant, Sarah St. Cyr, Eileen Shee, Katie Leffler, Jill Francis, Shaw Anwar, also Casey Adamy, Allie Crawford. Give her a shout-out for helping out for Game 2. For myself, Seth Orensky, thanks so much for watching the Beacons Broadcast Network. UMass Boston earns their 2nd ever sweep of Eastern and extends their winning streak to 7 in a row over the Warriors.